Back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, we nam better o mingarti. Mingari zude kari party. Ko do min moni do min darti. Yo go to phone it boni bucket as a party. And we nam better o mingarti. Mingari zude kari party. Ko do min moni do min darti. Yo go to phone it boni bucket as a party. Hey, chuga gamne weli focus souvenir de film. Hanki wana hande hanki jamon bale sim. Min nyala fije nange jamon lengi mbade tin. On saa kurang ala wura men ko jaro find. Sifty namo ala chifty ala ind. Idi.
Ayanda ba. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị ego na oyibo.
It is everyone, be free. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them. Since I was born, but now I am getting.
so there it is right there. Good day to you and good to see you. Erin kọjá ẹran à ń fọ̀ pálù. Erin yọ lókèrè ẹlọmọrẹ dání. An elephant is in the horizon and you go and bring a stick. Erin kọjá ẹran à ń fọ̀ pálù. An elephant is too big a beast for you to herd it with a stick. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. No more pertinent than that, really, that song. So that song now lands us to the birthing of now this new session. So here we go again. That thing that we do every day, we're doing it yet again today. So good to see you. Good to be in your company and always a delight to have you around. So stick around. It's going to be another bumper roller coaster of a session. So it's guaranteed to be an epic session because I say that with the confidence because for all of the times that we've been doing this, we've never yet had a session that's not been epic. So roll yourself in, settle yourself in, charge up your glass of whatever it is, have the popcorn to the side, and just surrender yourself for the ride. But before you do any of those, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and participate on the screen. And then the link that says buy your host cups of coffee that is pinned to the top of the comment section. Click on that as well if you want to donate towards the platform. It's 3 easy steps and then you can empty the contents of your wallet in there. So click on like, click on subscribe. Those are compulsory. And let's see if we can hit 100 likes today. It's been quite a few weeks that we've actually hit 100. Let's see if we can hit 100 likes today. So that's the target for today. So click on like and subscribe and all of that. So what are we contending with? So it's a myriad of everything. It's an hodgepodge of divergent news. So let's kick it off with this. Tinubu orders State House security detail to block Son Sheyi, other busybodies from interrupting Federal Executive Council meetings. So that's not quite what Tinubu said, but then of course, we're getting this from People's Gazette. As we already know, they are various liars on that platform. So, but there is, I have a clip of what Tinubu actually said. So I'll be playing it to you in a moment. So we'll play that clip in a moment. So we go on to this one as well. I'm not quite sure how much of this one will we'll probably take about 5 paragraphs from this. Why Tinubu's tourism culture ministers have been missing in action since their appointment, failed to attend any Federal Executive Council meeting. So is that failed to attend any Federal Executive Council meeting that attracted my attention and made me want to bring it to your attention? So let's find out what's going on here. 2 Nigerian ministers, Lola Adejohn of the Ministry of Tourism and Hanuta Musawa of the Ministry of Art, Culture and Creative Economy, have been missing in action almost since they were sworn in by President Bola Tinubu in August. Correspondents learned that the 2 ministers, though for different reasons, have not attended any Federal Executive Council meeting since the inauguration of this government. President Tinubu Tinubu presided over the 4th Federal Executive meeting of his administration on Monday, October the 29th, and Ms. Adejohn and Ms. Musawa were again missing. As for Ms. Adejohn, she is currently receiving treatment in a hospital in London, United Kingdom, correspondents learned on Tuesday. Our sources told correspondents that Ms. Adejohn was seriously ill, contrary to claims made by our tourism ministry, which has been downplaying her health condition. Lola Adejohn is very ill and receiving treatment in a London hospital, one of the sources said. Correspondents in September reported that Ms. Adejohn had been hospitalized in Abuja after suffering acute poisoning of unknown origin, and that her family members were afraid that time was running against their efforts to save her life. It reported that family sources said Ms. Adejohn, 60, was rushed to the Federal Medical Center, Jabi, shortly after she started manifesting symptoms of poisoning. So what exactly are symptoms of poisoning is really the wider question. She was said to have been put on a machine to aid her breathing. The Commissioner of Police, Federal Capital Territory Police Command, Haruna Garba, later ordered the State Criminal Investigation Department to immediately take over from the Mabushi Police Division an ongoing investigation into alleged poisoning of Mr. Adejoye. So what happened to the other one? Meanwhile, Ms. Adejoye's counterpart in the Art, Culture and Creative Economy Ministry, Ms. Masuwa, has been laying low for her controversy regarding the mandatory one-year national service to blow over. So she's the NYSC one, the one that refused to. So there it is right there. So that's what the Tinubu administration is up to. So we just thought we'd touch base with that. Let's go on from there to this one. Worshipping deities the way it's done in Yoruba land is deteriorating and causes damage to our culture. So this is the custodian of all vestiges of Yoruba-ness, Oluwo of Iwo. So let's the Oluwo of Iwo land, Oba Abdul Rashid Adewale Akanbi, Telu the First, has revealed that worshipping idols is damaging the rich culture and tradition of Yoruba people. They thought that idol worshipping was exactly the core essence of Yoruba culture. What is Yoruba culture outside of idol worshipping? The Oluwo of Iwo land, Oba Abdul Rashid Adewale Akanbi, Telu the First, has revealed that worshipping idols is damaging the rich culture and tradition of the Yoruba people. According to Oba Akanbi, the Yoruba have one of the best ways of life, but that deity worship is having a detrimental effect. Firstly, worshipping deity the way it is done in Africa is not about love. Worshipping of deities is actually deteriorating, causing a lot of damage to our rich culture and tradition. We can do this culture and tradition beautifully without worshipping deities. Oba Akanbi said in an interview. We have a very rich and quality tradition, and our language is the best, but we haven't moved. Do you know that we have not moved? Even these people that we're talking about, the Chinese, the Russians, the Germans, the English, do all their courses and advance their education in their language. Even the Ethiopians are using their own language. And I wonder why we haven't moved. We don't move because we have so many superstitions. Superstitions are limits, and they limit us as humans. They are pegging our greatness, so as saying that our forefathers are the only ones that are specially chosen. So what essentially is saying is that worshipping of your forebears stagnates the movement of greatness to those people that you are worshiping, because by worshiping them, you essentially concede that greatness ended with them, which might well be what he's thinking. Or I don't know. Does he even have the brain to I'm not sure, but they are pegging our greatness so as saying that your forefathers are the only ones that are specially chosen. What are you then? Are we not supposed to be greater than them? He said that many people are running away from traditional institutions because of the superstitions that king are diabolical. And it is my job as a king of these people that is close to the people. It is not the job of the government. It is the job of a king to sensitize and change the mindset and remove the scare tactics. All we want to do is talk about voodoo that does bad, a voodoo that will kill you. We are the ones that have gods that kill. Ogun Apae, Ogun, the god of iron will kill you. Shango Apae, Shango, the god of the thunder deity will kill. What kind of father is that? All should be removed from our day-to-day life. The fear tactics are not to be about love The fear tactics are not to be about love to the people. If people are running away from the king's palace, what are they running away from? They are running away from culture. They are running away from a rotten culture. But our culture and tradition are beautiful, and we should showcase them to the bigger world. People are running away from everything that is hostile to their daily living. And this is not what makes us Yoruba people. And that is the problem of this climb. You will see the way I dress now today. Believe me, the way I react, I display so much splendor is the reality of our culture. The culture is not to threaten or curse or use deities to scare people. So is there some sense? I will consider that there is some sense. It's an inadvertent sense. It is an unwitting sense that it happened upon. So it's not a deliberate sense, but there is some unwitting sense, an inadvertent sense to what the Colorado smoking king of Iwo is saying. But your thoughts, the link to the studio is there. So if you want to come share thoughts on that, then hop on. So let's go on to the next one, and let's go on to this one. So we go on to this one. Lagos secures 1.3, let's say 1.6 to round it off to the nearest decimal figure. Lagos secures $1.6 billion partnership for Fourth Mainland Bridge and Blue Line. So we leave that at the headline, but that is to tell you that the trajectory of Lagos State is unstoppable. We will be spending some time with this interview. This is Natasha Akpoti, having now been victorious at the appellate court stage to affirm her victory as the senator for Kogi, whatever senatorial district. She now straddles the studios to tell us all about her victory. So we'll pause there in a moment to catch up with Natasha. So we go on from there 2 days. CBN speaks on plan to introduce new Naira notes in January. I hope we don't develop this culture that every new administration introduces their own currency. The Central Bank of Nigeria has denied claims that it plans to redominate the Naira with effect from January. So to redominate it is different from to change the currency. So to redominate it is essentially to redecimalize it, which was what they did in Ghana quite a few years ago, when they redecimalized their currency to squeeze their economy. This was contained in a statement by the Apex Bank's Director of Corporate Communications, Issa Abdul-Mumin, amidst claims suggesting the Apex Bank plans to introduce new Naira notes to replace the old ones currently in circulation. We are concerned that this narrative, which we had refuted before now, appears to be gaining traction with several debates on the implications of such policy for the Nigerian economy, the statement reads. We wish to reiterate that the content of the message is misleading. The authors of the message, in their mischief, modified text eked from an old policy move by a previous CBN governor in 2007 to make it appear recent. For the avoidance of doubt, there is currently no plan by the bank to restructure and redenominate the Naira. The public is hereby advised to ignore the news report as it is speculative and calculated to cause panic in the polity. While the bank may be considering reforms, Abdul-Mumin said, such are subject to laid down procedures in line with the provisions of the CBN Act 2007. So there it is right there. So I think they should redominate the Naira anyway. They should redecimalize the Naira. So redecimalize the Naira, idol worshipping detrimental to Yoruba culture, Oluwo. So I think we just read that, so we leave that and move on. So let's go on to this one now. This is a spillover from narratives from yesterday. Tinubu intervenes in Fubara Wike Rift. So if care is not taken, this could be the beginning of the spiraling out of control of the Tinubu administration. If it lets Wike loose, we know what Wike is capable of. pardon me, President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday intervened in the rift between Governor Simi Fubara of Rivers State and his predecessor in office, Yemsin Wike, which has dragged the state into political crisis. President Tinubu used the opportunity of the police council meeting, which both attended as members, to mediate and perhaps end the feud between the two political allies. The president's intervention was disclosed by the governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, whilst briefing State House correspondents on the outcome of the meeting presided over by the president at the presidential villa in Abuja. Despite their feud, Fubara and Wike had earlier exchanged pleasantries inside the council chambers venue of the meeting before it commenced. The Bauchi State Governor, Mohammed, who is the chairman of the People's Democratic Party PDP Governorship Forum, also disclosed that opposition governors have resolved to work with the president. So there it is right there. So this is the abandonment of Atiku. Anyway, Atiku has already built, but if there was any fight left in him, then he'll have to fight that fight alone. The Bauchi State Governor, Mohammed, who is the chairman of the People's Democratic Party Governors Forum, also disclosed that the opposition governors have resolved to work with the president because he has shown good faith by not interfering with gubernatorial cases brought before the courts by PDP members. So there it is right there. But we do need an opposition though, and we don't really want the opposition to be the obedient space because they're not equipped to carry that sort of that burden. They don't have the acuity. They don't have the roundness of everything because they're just an ethnic narrative and they will just continue to ethnicize everything. But we need, maybe if Shure can come up, maybe he can occupy that opposition space. But if the PDP are already in white flag at this early stage in the Tinubu administration, then effectively we're on the realms of a one-party state. Senior functionaries of the PDP are already senior members of the Tinubu administration, reference Yemsin Wike, etc. And the lead governor of the Governors Forum of the PDP is now saying they are all going to drop their trousers to Tinubu. So where is the fight? Where is the holding the government to account and all that? And we cannot, of course, rely on the obedience space for that because they're just too, they're too dumb in the head. Too dumb in the head. So so I'm just waiting for this to load up. Too dumb in the head. So this one mirrors the last one. Tinubu under pressure as calls for Wike's sack as FCT minister gains momentum. There will be that pressure to sack Wike, but the last thing Tinubu will do will be to sack Wike. Former spokesperson of the APC, Comrade Timmy Frank. You remember, of course, during the cut and thrust of politics, this guy went to Tanil, just in the deepest of the depths of the gutters to attack Tinubu. He's not the one now making recommendations to him. Former spokesperson of the APC, Comrade Timmy Frank, has urged President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to promptly dismiss the Federal Capital Territory FCT Minister Yemsin Wike. Frank, in a statement issued in Abuja on Tuesday, October the 31st, accused Wike of orchestrating a scheme to impeach Rivers State Governor Simi Fubara. So if he's orchestrating to remove Simi, that's a PDP matter now. So what business Tinubu for him then to take any action? The ex-APC chieftain strongly criticized the police's actions, including the use of tear gas and water on Governor Fubara, who holds the responsibility of the state's chief security officer. He also called on the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, to immediately replace the Commissioner of Police in Rivers State due to the apparent bias of the police force against the newly elected governor. Frank emphasized the necessity of Wike's removal to prevent him from tarnishing Tinubu's government and damaging the APC's reputation. So, what reputation does the APC have that could be damaged? I think the reputation already in the gutter. But no. But it could. This is an unnecessary fight so early into Tinubu's administration that is now just settling in after all of the hooplas and the brouhahas. So it doesn't now need this after having just gone through all that he went through to land at this point. So Wike should just settle it down. If he's going to get rid of Fubara, he should do that quietly. He said, by the time Tinubu will realize it, it will be too late because Wike would have destroyed his government to make way for him to contest the post of president in 2027. He has started preparation for 2027 presidency. So he's very desperate and he will do everything to please Tinubu, but at the same time, he's going to destroy the government if they do not call him to order. If Wike loves Tinubu and believes in his administration, let him officially join the APC and become a card-carrying member of the party. So if this okay, let me give you this one as well. State governors are urged to rally round Governor Fubara as the United Liberations Movement of West Papua ambassador to East Africa and Middle East. Frank urged, where did he get all these ludicrous titles? It sounds very much like the Prime Minister of Biafra in diaspora sort of thing, as the United Liberation Movement of West Papua ambassador to East Africa and the Middle East. Frank urged governors from various political parties to rally behind their River State counterpart in his efforts to combat Wike's authoritarian rule and political dominance in River State. It's very important. I'm not sure that Tinubu will especially look to settle this because it is very important for future politics for River State to remain under Wike's control. It is important for Wike's politics because that is where he draws his strength. So if he doesn't have River State in his pocket, then he loses his political potency, he loses his political relevance, and he also loses all that pot of gold that is the derivation, whatever it is. So all that wealth that he uses to fight politics, he loses that as well. So he loses out. But if he loses out, the APC Tinubu also lose out because they need him to be able to deliver River State still in 2027, and they need him to be able to fund that South-South politics for them to win it. So they need very much Wike to be in charge in River State. Whatever Fubara feels he is, if he feels he's a governor, he can continue to call himself the governor, but he's not in charge of River State, and Wike has to continue to be in charge of River State. All right. So yes. So I think that's enough of that. That's enough of that. Let's go on from there to this. I'm not quite sure. It's taking a moment for these things to load now. I'm not quite sure why that is. So let's go on to this. Breaking: Yahaya Bello reacts as Natasha Akpoti's appeal court. Yahaya Bello reacts to Natasha Akpoti's appeal court victory. We could have the readout, but we'll be watching a clip of it in a moment. So I don't know. Let's have the readout and still watch the clip. Governor Yahaya Bello of Kogi State has accepted an appeal court judgment affirming Natasha Akpoti, I won't attempt a double barrel name, as the duly elected candidate for Kogi Central Senatorial District. Bello of the All Progressive Congress APC congratulated Natasha Akpoti of the PDP and everyone who participated in the democratic process. The governor called on everyone in the state to accept the decision regardless of their party affiliations. Correspondents report that the Court of Appeal in Abuja had upheld Akpoti as the duly elected candidate in the Kogi Central senatorial election held earlier in February. The court dismissed the appeal filed by APC's Abubakar Ohere for lacking in merit. In September, the Kogi State Election Petition Tribunal sitting in Lokoja had nullified the victory of Ohere of the APC as the winner of the Kogi Central senatorial election. The court further declared Akoti as winner of the February senatorial election. Not satisfied with so there is that. So there is that. Okay, let's go on from that to this. So let's go on from that to this. So this is not a full budget, by the way. This is a supplementary budget. Tinubu seeks House of Representatives approval of 2 trillion supplementary budget. President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday wrote the House of Representatives seeking the approval of the lawmakers for a supplementary appropriation bill of 2.2 trillion naira. The president, in a letter read at plenary, let's say that again. President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday wrote the House of Representatives seeking the approval of the lawmakers for a supplementary appropriation bill of 2.2 trillion naira. The president, in a letter read at plenary, the Speaker, Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, said the supplementary budget is aimed at addressing labor wage adjustment, security, and other matters. So now, where is that 2 trillion naira coming from? This is just going to be printed money. I'm sure you know that. They call it ways and means within the Nigerian space. They just literally print money and keep their fingers crossed that the economy catches up with it. Aside from that, the president also sent the 2024 to 2026 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper to the House of Representatives for consideration. So this is really where our interest is. So it sent a 2-year plan to the House of Reps for consideration, and then within that 2-year plan, it will be sliced into annual action plans, which will constitute then the budget. But it sends like the ideological thrust of its spending to the Senate. Essentially, this is what this means. Aside from that, the president also sent the 2024 to 2026 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper to the House of Representatives for consideration. Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Atiku Bagudu, had on Monday said the Federal Executive Council, FEC, at its meeting approved the 2023 supplementary budget of 2.1 trillion naira. According to him, the approval of the supplementary budget was to address urgent issues. Bugudu said FEC approved the 2.17 trillion naira as supplementary budget, and this supplementary budget is to fund urgent issues, including 605 billion naira for national defense and security. This is to sustain the gains made in security and to accelerate, and these are funds that are needed by the security agencies before the year runs out. So these are funds needed. The security agencies in Nigeria, they need 605 billion naira before the year runs out. So put up 5 fingers and then count how many months there are left in the year. So they need 605 billion in 2 months. That is the urgency of whatever. Everything changes but remains the same. And luta continua, the looting continues. This is to sustain the gains made in security and to accelerate. And these are funds that are needed by the security agencies before the year runs out. equally, the sum of 210 billion naira is provided for the payment of wage awards. In negotiation with the Nigeria Labour Congress, Bagudu added, the federal government agreed to pay 35,000 each to about 1.5 million employees of the federal government from September, October, November, and December 2023. And that amounts to about 210 billion naira, which has been approved, and also 400 billion naira as cash transfer payments. You may recall that the federal government secured $800 million loan from the World Bank to pay cash transfers of 25,000 to 15 million households. The $800 million is for 2 months, October and November. The president graciously approved that an additional month be funded by the federal government, and that is what this 100 billion is for. So there it is right there. Dead end money that has. So we're back to there again. So we're back to there again. So this will be the last headline, but this also a video clip. So this a video clip. Shut up and sit down. You'll Edochie blast Rufai Oseni. So yes, I think Rufai has now found this level, and the people within his level bracket are now responding to his excesses. So I have the video clip of that. So I have the video clip of that. So stay steady. We'll play that in the course of. So stay steady. We'll play that in the course of. But let's play this one now, because this is the heavy lifting of it. This is about 7-10 minutes, but quite important to listen to what Natasha experienced. So let's listen to this. We listen to a bit of Natasha. Then we play the opening, we play the Kegite music, and then we kick off the session. Still plenty of space in the studio if you want to come join. But let's listen to Natasha first. So let's do this.
Which was conducted in February. The court dismissed the appeal filed by Abubakar Ohere of lacking in merit. Earlier in September, the Kogi State Election Petition Tribunal sitting in Lokoja nullified the victory of Ohere of the APC as a winner of the Kogi Central senatorial election. The court further declared Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan of the PDP as the actual winner of the February senatorial election. However, Ohere who added to the appellate court to seek redress, but the court further upheld Akpoti-Uduaghan as the winner of the poll. Meanwhile, the governor of Kogi State, Governor Yahaya Bello, says he accepts the appeal court judgment affirming Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan as the duly elected candidate for Kogi Central. Take a listen to him.
I accept the decision of the appeal court, and I use this opportunity to congratulate my sister, Barrister Natasha Akpoti, as the senator of the Kogi Central Senatorial District. Let me also use this opportunity to congratulate everybody that have participated so far in this democratic process. This is the beauty of democracy. I use this opportunity again to call on everybody from Kogi Central to please accept this decision, work hand in hand with all the elected members of the both national and state House of Assembly, and let us drive the cause of development of our there senatorial district, our state, and the nation at large.
Governor Yahaya Bello earlier today at the presidential villa. Well, of course, in the camp of Natasha Akpoti, right there in his senatorial district, seems to be some jubilation, and a lot of people who are already celebrating the victory of their own. All right, then. Let's speak with the winner of that case, which the appeal court ruled on today. I'm being joined by Senator-elect Natasha Akoti Uduagan, who joins us live here in our Abuja studio. Thank you so much indeed, and congratulations for your victory.
Good evening, Sean.
Twice lucky now, isn't it?
You say so? Yes, it is.
You won at the trial court, now you're winning at the appellate court.
Yes. Good evening, Nigerians. Thanks for having me, Sean. Yeah, up until I was declared the winner, I still wasn't absolutely sure that I was going to have the appellate court grant me victory, because I mean, this is Nigeria, anything can happen. And I pretty much wish you had not played the governor's message right here, because I'm just getting to watch it now. I just brought a ray of emotions. He said, this is politics, this is the beauty. This is not the beauty of politics. You don't endanger people. You don't set out to kill people. You don't destroy properties. You don't frustrate the electoral processes just because you want your candidate to win, and call it the beauty of democracy.
That's not an allegation of something the governor wanted to kill.
I mean, everybody in Nigeria.
Evidence to that?
I had guns. I had his henchmen shoot at my vehicle. I have video evidence of that.
Oh, and you are sure?
I'm telling you, it was the immediate past. They were adorned in APC shirts, and one of them was Amoka. He was actually the returning officer for OK local government. He led a group of 10 men to shoot at me. I have the videos capturing that.
Why
that is it. So, apart from that, the governor actually cut roads.
Yeah.
Jean, please let me speak.
Go ahead.
The governor, a day to elections, he dug gullies, cutting 5 roads. That was just to prevent elections from taking place. I'm probably endangering my life. There was a day to elections. Thank God we had the payloader, and I went all night. We had to cover the gullies so the election can take place. I don't think we're here today to speak about what happened and what transpired. We're going to have more time when we're forging ways to advance democracy and sanitize the electoral space. But I'll say this today. I'm pretty much in a mourning mood because 2 days ago we lost His Royal Majesty, the Ohinoyi of Iberia land. He was like a father to me. I've known him pretty much all my life. And I wish he was alive to witness this day, because he was a pillar. He was persecuted, he was attacked for my sake. His palace was bombed. And he was at the point of being deposed, if not for the intervention of the immediate past president, Buhari. A lot went on that we couldn't even put before the media, because it was more like, I didn't want to seem as if I was every day crying for help. I wanted to show strength. I didn't want people to or discourage other women like me from entering politics and thinking, oh, it's too violent, it's too volatile. I had to show strength. That is why I did not tell every part of this story, everything I went through. It was so much more than the world knows. But that being said, I thank God today, and I really praise the judiciary for having the courage to stand forth through the events that took place and going through the documents.
All right. I think that's about enough of that. So that's Natasha talking about her experiences to land at that senatorial seat. So, like I said, still spaces to join. Anybody that does want to join, let me send the link again. But the people who have joined are King Emeka in the house. Good to see you, Emeka. Jide joins us from Lagos. Good to see you, Jide. Ajale Koko is in the house. Good to see you, Ajale Koko. So anybody that wants to hop on. Let me play this couple of clips, and then the conversation kicks off. But first, to that space then, Tinubu sounding that warning that there were too many busybodies hanging around the Federal Executive Council meetings. And I was surprised actually that I had to sound that warning, but because it's always been my imagination that sensitive a gathering and just the the high level, the VIP status of the people present one, and the sensitivities of conversations being held there, I thought that meeting is always heavily cordoned off with security. But alas, people are just strolling in and out, grabbing a sandwich, grabbing a sausage roll, etc. Enough of all that, says Tinubu.
Again, last week I noticed the undue access of people sneaking in and out of this council, including I saw the photograph of my son. So he's sitting behind the cubicle there. That is not acceptable. I will announce to you those people who are supposed to be here with my consent. Adisa Bala Usman, as a policy, Bayo Nanuga, information and strategy, Akim Mori Okola, principal, private secretary, and Damilotu Aderemi, private secretary. Those are the people who are granted exceptions to be here when we are conducting the business of the nation. Unless I send for you, don't come.
So there it is. That's Tinubu sounding that warning. And this is Yul Adache sounding a different warning in a different direction. So watch this.
Is this not the same Rufai Oseni? Same Rufai Oseni that was caught driving against traffic. I think he drove on BRT lane. I think that was last year or 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I don't know. Somewhere in Lagos. Rufai Oseni, same guy. He drove on BRT lane, which is wrong. And when officials caught him, instead of apologizing, and admitting that he was wrong, what was he saying? He was saying that he was shouting, "Do you know who I am? I'm going to call the governor of Lagos State." Is it not the same Rufai Oseni? Same Rufai Oseni that is insulting people on national TV, all in the name of doing journalism. My friend, shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down. I'm talking to you. You don't have no rights. You don't have any moral justification to talk where people with integrity are talking. You're talking nonsense on national TV. You're a very disrespectful person. You have no respect for the laws of this country. In fact, if somebody like you becomes president, believe me, you'll wipe out Nigerians. Are you not the same person that was caught driving on BRT lane? You could not even apologize. If not because somebody had a video was made. That was the only time when you saw the video, that was when you came on national TV to apologize. If there was no video, what would have happened? This is what you do. Just imagine the other ones that we've not seen before. How can you invite somebody? Who taught you journalism? Believe me, who taught you journalism? The first thing they should have taught you is to respect your guests. If you have a guest and you're talking in a particular manner and the guest does not like it, first thing you do is to apologize to that guest. Make the guest feel comfortable, then you continue with your question. How can you tell a guest that if the guest is not comfortable, the guest is free to walk out of the studio, and you call yourself a journalist? What nonsense. Who taught you journalism, Rufai? I am talking to you, Rufai Oseni. You're not better than anybody out there. You're a very disrespectful person, and you should go and learn journalism. You are insulting people on national TV. The video is there on the internet. It's there. Somebody can call it up. Call up that video and post it, and you will see who Rufai Oseni is. Same Rufai Oseni that is insulting people, acting like God on national TV, making your guests very uncomfortable. They form like you get Nigeria. You are the most concerned citizen. You are more concerned than all of us. My friend, shut up. Shut up, Rufai Oseni. I'm talking to you. You have no moral justification to talk to anybody on national TV that way, because you're not better than any Nigerian. You are not. If nobody will tell you, I will tell you to your face, Rufai Oseni. You are getting it wrong. That is not journalism. You are even laughing. I saw you I watched this video. You are even laughing at your guests. What rubbish? Who taught you? Where did you learn your own journalism? Which country? Where? Huh? You're a very disrespectful person, Rufai Oseni. You're getting it wrong, and I'll tell you to your face. Listen to me. Jagaban, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. That's the Grand Commander of the Federal Republic. Okay, GCFR. He is the president of Nigeria, whether you like it or not. He is our president. You must respect him. Okay, give him the respect that he deserves. If you feel like being president, you have the next 4 years. Go and buy form and contest. And of course, President Tinubu will defeat you. The man just came in. He's been there for just months. Give him time. Rome was not built in a day. You're not better. You, Rufai Oseni, I'm talking to you. You're not better than any other Nigerian out there. Ordinary to apologize on because you drove on BRT lane. You couldn't do it. You were shouting on the road. If not, that camera caught you shouting that you want to call the governor of Lagos State. So how are you better? Stop it. Have respect for our president. And the man deserves to be given time to work. Rome was not built in a day. He's been there for a couple of months. He needs time to fix the country.
All right. So that's Yul Edochie giving it to Rufai Oseni, both barrels. So he was referencing to a misdemeanor that Rufai Oseni committed about a year and a half ago. So when that what he was referencing to was this. This is Rufai.
Let's go. This is the road. I will call the government. I will call the government. Nonsense.
So that was Rufai Oseni, of course, driving on a BRT lane, which essentially is a bus lane for those of you living abroad, which you are not allowed to drive on because, of course, the buses have to have free flow so that they can meet up with time. He was summarily stopped by the police, and rather than being contrite, he was threatening to beat the police up and call the governor. So this is the sanctimonious Rufai Oseni, a verilous lawbreaker. So we kick off the conversation. We kick it off with King Emeka, and then we go to Morris next, and then Jide, and then we continue to go as the place populates. So Emeka, good to see you. Emekus.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, one man. I hope we've not only liked and shared, we've invited our friends and enemies to come listen to this epic show where logic is being dispersed evenly. Thank you very much, woman.
All right. Thank you, Emeka. So, Emeka, go to it. Where do you want to come at it from? So many stories. Tinubu telling his son not to dirty the office. Oluwo telling us that Yoruba culture is not fit for purpose. Lagos secures $1.4 billion to build a Fort Minden Bridge and the Blue Line. No plans to redominate the Naira, but should they redominate it, so to redecimalize it somewhat? Tinubu intervenes in the Fubara-Wike fight, and on it goes. So I'll pick it up.
I'll pick it up from Tinubu intervening into the River State crisis. It shows that Tinubu is not just the president, he's also a leader, and he's also a father. You know, in the event of situation or crisis like that, previous presidents would try to stay away and allow the crisis to brew and eventually capitalize on the weakness and see what they can do. But we thank God for the president stepping in to try to resolve the issue between Wike and his, what I call him, his godson, Fubara. And then we're happy that he has stepped in. Hopefully, we would see peace in River State. But to speak on the politics going on there, I think if I were Wike, what I would do is, respect the decision of the president and hopefully just watch what the governor of River State will do. But in terms of me helping him out to get to seek re-election anymore for a second term. No, it's not going to happen anyway. Once beaten, twice shy. If you would advise someone and you've also warned the person about, this is the route you shouldn't take, and he still goes about to take that route, there should be no room for future reconciliation in the sense of trying to put your weight over to help him out with his re-election. But again, let's see how it goes. We are happy that the president has stepped in, and rather than the crisis hitting up the polity and making Nigeria getting worse, we will begin to see peace in Rivers State. I hope both of them reconcile and peace is restored in that state.
All right. And Natasha Akpoti finally confirmed that she's been on that journey for so long. Good news for her. I rather like Natasha, and it's not even because she's a pretty girl. She's balanced. She always comes as a balanced sort of a person.
I was wondering what she's doing with the PDP. She ought to come to APC, right?
No worries.
She's a smart, intelligent woman, and hopefully maybe she can become to APC in the future. With Kogi state politics, you have to be very careful with the white lion. If you are not in his camp, you must begin to watch your ways. And so she coming out to say that after her life, I looked at it. I know that the possibility or the truth in that allegation it could be found. Because the governor plays a lot of dirty politics, and you have to be very careful with him. If you are not on his own camp, he tries to do everything to ensure that he doesn't enjoy having opposition. That's the way I would put it. He doesn't enjoy having opposition.
How much longer is off cycle, isn't he? Yahaya Bello, is he not? Has he only not got months left in that?
Yes, he has months left, and if not weeks, before he hands over the reins of power to whoever is going to be the next governor of Kogi. And, probably he's trying to see how, as much as possible, to cement his successor, clear the road for his successor to take over the reins of power in Kogi State. And, let's see how the election plays out. From the look of things, it appears that the APC may win that election. So we would see how it turns out to be. I know my good brother, the PDP man, the dancing senator. I know he's going around trying to see what he can do, but I know that place is not going to be occupied by him.
All right, take us to Yul Dache versus Rufai Oseni. So Rufai Oseni has found this level because really that's an even match, isn't it? They are pretty much in society at the same level. And Yul Dache, he's crossed over to the Tinubu camp, so he can have that battle with Rufai.
Of course. I think I was just listening to his statement or comments, and him going after Rufai. I also feel Rufai is creating more enemies for himself, and is creating more enemies with powerful people. He needs to be very careful. People now, what's going to happen is once he begins to ask questions that are sensitive or questions that his guests don't like, they will go after him personally. Rufai should stick, or he should learn how to ask questions without the smack of bias involved in it. Yesterday, I'm not trying to want to take sides, but I think both of them, both the guest and Rufai, they went at each other. But Rufai, who is the host, should know better, should act better, should conduct himself much better, and try as much as possible to avoid any crisis. It shouldn't be. This is like a steady reoccurrence now with him, and he's not the only one who loves Nigeria the most. Though even those who he invites or asks questions, everybody loves Nigeria, and despite the fact that he appears to be very biased and to take sides. A journalist do not have to appear in such manner. A journalist must try as much as possible to be neutral and act neutral and to be seen as being neutral. So, but for him, it appears, that who knows if he has been compromised by the obedience. But anyway, the future will tell.
All right, brilliant. And these are 1-point-something billion dollars that Lagos State is looking to build the Fourth Mainland Bridge. By the way, I thought the Fourth Mainland Bridge was a federal project. This 1 point, so that should be a federal project. So I'm not quite sure why they are sourcing money to build it, and the Blue Line. So a lot of people anticipate that under the 8 years of Tinubu, Lagos will be transformed to one of the golden states globally.
No, not just because of Tinubu. Lagos is always moving fast ahead. Lagos is a country on its own now. That's the way we can identify Lagos. It's not because the president has been a Lagos governor or not. No, regardless of whoever takes the realm of affairs in Nigeria, Lagos will continue to progress. There's only one route. Lagos, it's spearhead the route of progress, and other states copy what Lagos is doing. And you just have to give kudos to the current governor as well as his predecessor, and currently the Nigerian president who laid the foundation for such growth. So that's what other states should emulate from. That's what other states should copy from. You see, Lagos is trying to open up. I saw them invited the German chancellor, and they were showing the German chancellor.
They invited him to Lagos?
Yes, they did. Yeah. They showing him some art and cultural stuff in Lagos, and that's trying to rub shoulder and discuss certain things and other businesses that the German chancellor might be interested in. The German chancellor was talking about the gas supply. You understand that they may want to benefit from in the country, as well as the distribution of security weapons and arms to the government. Now we can see the Lagos State governor bringing him to Lagos to show him things, and as well have meetings with him to see how the doors of the German entrepreneurs can come into the country. So it shows we have to give it to Jide, Sanwo-Olu. He's a very smart, young, vibrant governor, and up and doing, and forward thinking. He just recent or last week.
You know where he started to earn my. I just thought it was a lucky. I thought it was just a Tinubu lucky, like a Man Friday bag carrier. But when he started to earn my respect was how he handled that ENSA space. That he went in the middle of those guys and spoke to them directly. Very, very few security. I'm sure there was security there. And he said, look, you guys should steady it down. We are paying attention. Give me a list of items, and I'll make sure that it's addressed. So I thought he expertly handled that space.
Oh, I like him. You are like, I share your concern, your initial concern, but you can see that he has created a niche for himself in terms of leadership. And he's pioneering a lot of new, innovative, forward-thinking projects. For example, last week he opened the motor plant for GAC, and also the same last week he was in the Lagos fashion show. Likewise, previously opened
Yeah, as long as you walk in the wrong way, can you
yeah,
imagine
you
that? As long
understand? You know, because that's tourism coming into Lagos State that could be generating funds. If I think that's the first time a governor has gone for that kind of fashion show in the history of that show, and with him putting his hand into it, it shows that there will be much more returns coming in if it can be done every year. And that show would continue to make headway and bring in inflow of tourists as well as international fashion designers coming into the country for the Lagos Fashion Show, and that's funds, funds coming in, to the Lagos economy. Likewise, he also did a new film was it a film and culture industry or whatever
Film
show.
Village.
Film Village, thank you. I was looking for the right word. Film Village, and then again, you now see him looking at the Fourth Mainland Bridge, trying to the red line for red railway line in Lagos, the blue rails, and they will also to expand the blue rail that is currently working, as well as the waterways. Lagos is, it's the only thing I can tell. I will be very honest. I don't know if you can hear my voice shaking. Why is my voice shaking? I'm jealous. I'm very, very jealous. And
Sorry,
I have
Emeka, good morning.
good morning.
Yeah, this is what pace.
Yeah.
It seems that everything you champion is just APC and Lagos. Why don't you champion Southeast? For me, any little thing I get about my state, I champion it. Why don't you use the same energy to champion the good things in Southeast or things to come? Or why don't you use the opportunity to drag up things to awareness of the awareness of things that are going on, so we have the awareness of Southeast? Why?
Thank you very much. For first and foremost, I'm being presented with the topic, and so I will have to respect the host and those who are listening and watching the show to go through the topic. And at the same time, I would say there's nothing good coming out from the Southeast, other than kidnapping, Biafra, IPOB, hostage taking, insecurity, bad roads, and corruption. So those are those news are not news that we need to begin to speak about and celebrate. But be rest assured, if we get any good news from the Southeast, I want to talk about it. If the Southeast, I've always been talking about the Southeast progressing, and that's why I said I'm jealous of what Lagos State is doing. If it's Anambra, Enugu, Abia or Ebonyi State that is doing this, I would sing the praises of the governor and be very, very happy and proud of them. But we are not doing any of this. We are busy kidnapping ourselves and killing ourselves. I think we're hearing somebody running away, businesses running away from the Southeast and moving elsewhere, either to the South or the Southwest to relocate their businesses there. So the Southeast is not a place that is good for business at this point in time, especially if you are citing your shop or your industry there. You are going to be losing one day or Monday. Why would you want to cite your company there and then you are now having 3 days to rest, and then you will pay your workers for the days that they are not going to come to work? That's already you losing 51 days in a year. You don't want to do that. You see, I think was it last month last 2 weeks. We are talking about the vice president going to Agbara Industrial Estate and discussing about how they are going to give them regular, adequate power supply. That alone is, those who are involved in the manufacturing sector will say, okay, let me go site my business in Agbara and see how to grow exponentially, because if I can reduce my cost of production, my profit margin would increase. Then we are talking in the South is where we should be discussing about how to collectively organize ourselves. We are busy, fighting, and what is happening in Imo State because of politics, things are not moving. I I'll be very honest. Let me be very honest. I'm disappointed with what is happening in my place. I'll be very, very honest. I'm very, very disappointed in it. We need to replicate. We need to copy the good things going on in the Southwest. We need to look at Lagos State. Yes, we can't catch up. We can't catch up to Lagos State at this moment. But if we can borrow a leaf of what is going on in Lagos State and see how to begin to implement some of those things economically so that we can become better. Look at Lagos. I'm very jealous. This is the first time I'm saying I'm jealous. I'm upset. I'm jealous. Lagos State is growing, and that's more money for them. Building Fort Mainland Bridge, opening up the place, opening up the sea, opening up a film village. You understand? And we're in Asaba there. I know Asaba is not like a south east area, but it's close to Anambra, which we can tap in. There's a growing Nollywood industry going up there that we can exploit. But now that would now begin to move over to Lagos State. It seems like Lagos is attracting the money, you understand, and attracting the wealth that the country is providing. You know, it's painful. Let's be very honest. I'm jealous. I have to say my mind here. Thank you.
Let me move. I think that Emeka wants to come in.
Emeka, even in due to insecurity, as you said, a lot of businesses are moving away from Onitsha to Asaba there now. So Asaba economy, Delta State economy is growing, while that of Soludo Anambra State is struggling seriously. Soludo cannot meet its target. Its target of 4 billion naira a month is hardly making 1 billion due to a lot of business are moving out from there due to insecurity.
Yeah, businesses will leave with insecurity. Yes. Who wants to stay in an insecure place? Once there's insecurity, you can't thrive. You are fearful for your life, and you can't sleep properly. You have to leave because you want to stay safe. You must think of safety first before you begin to think of other things. That's what our people don't understand in the Southeast. Why are we doing this to ourselves? Who is doing this? Who's doing this to us? We need to get our acts together and begin to build. Then when we talk about then we're not talking about IPOB, we're talking about Biafra, we're talking about the war. Woman, please take it away. Give it to somebody.
All right, let me take you to another talking point. Take us to Sheyi Tinubu and the warning from Tinubu.
Let me correct one man. One man was given an impression that Fort Mainland Bridge is federal government. It is not. It is state government, it is Lagos State that is handling that case. I stand to be corrected, but I think it's Lagos State that is...
No, it's Lagos State that is handling it. You know, initially the federal government was thinking about doing that, but Lagos State wants to take over that project and tow it. You understand? They will build the place and now tow it. So they are not waiting for the federal government to come and do their business for them. They embark on projects because they are rich enough. They embark on projects, and every day we in the Southeast we are waiting for a handout from the federal government. If the federal government does not give us, we won't eat. Let me go to Sheyi Tinubu. Well, for Sheyi, I don't know. You know, Sheyi needs to be. I listened to what the president said.
Does it surprise you that people can casually walk into a federal executive council?
Oh, I'm very surprised. I'm really, really surprised, and that's an insecurity situation or a security threat. Let me correct myself, because those who are not supposed to be there are not supposed to be there, which means sensitive information can be filtered out of that meeting and into public spaces. If family and friends can be gaining access into a federal executive council meeting, it's strange. It's very strange for them to even gain access to Aso Rock. I don't understand. Yes, you might be close to power, but what are you doing in a meeting you are not invited for? But I'm very happy that the president called it out. And Sheyi, I don't know what Sheyi is up to. I'm surprised. Okay, what are you trying to do? What's your business rolling around? Create something for yourself. If you are idle, do something for yourself, or if you want to be a politician, express yourself, or you want to be a businessman, just do something for yourself. Stop tagging along. The president had to call it that he's surprised that in the picture he saw his son in at close to a cubicle. It shows how open that place is. But again, since he has said it, I think that will be the end. So many people who are not going to be invited should not be invited. Not only that, he also made mention of those who would be in fact meeting on a weekly basis, and if he does not call for you, you should not appear. So, which means if he calls for you, you are coming to come and give him updates. If he does not invite you, you are not supposed to be in fact meeting. Stay in your office and do your work. So, for Sheyi, the last time the news was you are taking public properties and flying around for parties. Come on, man, behave yourself.
Did the president typically mention his name, or what's about?
Yes, he mentioned his name.
The president called him
out at some point. Ajale Koko, he did mention his name.
The president called him out.
Particularly about him?
Oh, he attended FEC meeting. I think it was the last week FEC meeting. The president didn't recite that meeting. So the president was citing a photo op that he's surprised that in a photo op, he saw his son in the corner of a cubicle and he was wondering what his son was doing in FEC meeting. His son is not a minister. His son is not an appointed commissioner. His son is not even one of his appointees. You understand? I don't expect his son to be that. So I think he was using his son as a reference because other people are also coming along, maybe with their own private secretaries and the rest. That the FEC meetings, which is supposed to be for ministers, and is not being filled up by people who he doesn't know and doesn't understand why they are being invited to FEC meetings. So I think he used the son as an example to let them know that if you are not invited for FEC meeting, you should not come around. So whether you're a minister or not, if he sends for you, then you must come for FEC meeting. If he doesn't send for you, please stay at home. Then you also use the opportunity to tell those involved, the people who should be in FEC meeting on a weekly basis, and that is Bayo Ononuga, who is the special advisor for information and strategy. Then his principal private secretary and his private secretary, and I think there's then the woman who is in charge of policy coordination, his special advisor to policy coordination. So those 4 people are the ones that would be in FEC meeting every week. Then others will be on a rotational basis, and that is on a need to know basis.
All right. All right, brilliant, excellent. Stay with us. There's still a few more to talk about, but let me take the conversation on and welcome Maurice on board. So Maurice, it looks as though you are ready for bed.
No, I'm at a French place.
All right. What's her name?
Yeah, by the way, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Good morning from Copenhagen.
Oh, you are back?
No, I'm not in Norway yet. I'm in Denmark.
Okay.
You noticed for 3 days now you didn't see me, right?
Yes, I did notice. I thought maybe
I spent 2 days in Frankfurt, and then I got to Denmark today. I'll be leaving this weekend for Dublin. My wife, I have to see my wife, and she already gone today. And then I'll come back to Norway after like another 4 days or 5 days. I'll be in Oslo.
All right. Have you finished everything you were doing in Nigeria? Have you settled affairs?
No, we are doing finishing. So I came back. I need to take care of business also here, and I have people also that work for me here. So I have to be in Oslo. But I came to Copenhagen because I needed to see this guy. It's been a long time. It's close to 4 years now we haven't met. So I said, okay, since I was already in Germany, and Kiel is very, very close to Denmark, so I might as well use the opportunity and spend a little time. Actually, it's my second time of coming to Denmark. You know, the first time was
You know, I've never been. You've done more Europe than I have. I've never really been.
I think I've done close to 42 countries, but not only Europe, all over the world.
I think I may have done maybe about 10, no more.
I used to spend 5 weeks every year in the Caribbean. You know, Caribbean is like a half moon. The only one that is outside that half moon is Barbados, you know, which is like close to 4 hours from. So I don't even know why they call it Caribbean Barbados, because it's very far away from the rest. The rest is like a half moon, and they're really, really close to US. And the closest to US is Bahamas, and followed by Curacao, you know, and St. Thomas. So I used to do 7 days in each, and there are so many of them. At first I thought maybe there are like 15 of them. They're up to 30 of them.
Yeah, some of them ridiculous, like St. Kitts.
Yeah, St. Kitts and Nevis.
I don't think there are up to 100,000 people in that.
Do you know the best way? Do you know what the best way to do it? Yeah, you start from since it's half moon. Start from one end. You can drink in one, and then you get drunk in another one. Like for instance, when I was in Curacao, after 7 days, I got a flight. You know, it's a small airplane. You know, passenger airplane. Those small, you know, those small ones that looks like private jets.
Yes.
Yeah. So the funny thing is that what I heard is cabin crew take a seat for takeoff. We took off, and I was just adjusting my seat belt. And then what I had, cabin crew prepare for landing. I mean, I felt robbed. To be honest, I could have swam. If I say I swim, I for reached there like 30 minutes. Before you know it, we just went up and then we went down. We're in St. Martin's. I said, man, this is robbery. But the best way is, you know, those cruise ships, like all those My Fair Lady, Stena Line, you know, those kind of love boats, those big cruise ships now. Yeah, that's the best way. If you take
the island hop, don't they? They go from one, then they will
yes.
Go and get drunk and
when I found out, that's what I was using. Like I use it. We use it from Montserrat to Guadeloupe, and Guadeloupe to
those are Dutch islands now. Montserrat.
No. Montserrat is British. Guadeloupe is French, and
Montserrat is that not where Ruud Gullit is from? Ruud Gullit, the footballer.
No, Ruud Gullit is from Suriname.
Suriname, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Suriname. I've been to Suriname. Suriname is just share border with Brazil. It shares border with Brazil and French Guyana. Suriname is only Dutch-speaking country in South America. Suriname is in South America, but it shares border with another Caribbean, Latin America. You know, Mexico is not South America. Mexico is Central America. Mexico, all these all those countries. A lot of them that you think they are South America. South America is only 10 countries. And in that among those 10 countries, Brazil is 50% of the whole continent. Only Brazil. It's precisely 50% of the whole continent.
South America now. Mexico is South America.
No, Mexico, bros, no argue now. Mexico is Central America. It's Latin America. Mexico is close to the US now. It has border with all those Texas areas now. Mexico is not in South America. It's in Latin America. It's Central America.
Mexico is not America.
That's what I thought. I thought
Mexico is not America. North America is Canada, Mexico, and the United States.
No.
So they're also part of the NAFTA agreement. Don't forget the NAFTA deal that Trump was trying to vote.
Am I tripping or what? Let me check.
Mexico is not America. It's part of the North America Free Trade Agreement.
All right. I think we lost Maurice for a moment. So let's go on to Jide then as Maurice reconnects. So Jide, you're up next.
Oh, good morning, woman.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, everyone. Woman, can you take me through the?
Yes, we were talking about Natasha Akpoti's victory. So give us just a brief commentary on that, and then I'll take you on to Oluwo of Iwo, who is telling us that deity worship is not, it should not be allowed in Yoruba culture.
Oh, well, for Natasha, I think it's just a testament to the good work that the Supreme Courts and the judicial, let me put that, the judicial system have done so far in this election. One of those good ones. I'm not saying everything they've done is good, but this one is good because it proves that if you have proofs that you won elections and you can prove it beyond reasonable doubt, your mandate will be given to you. And this woman, she's not even from the ruling party. She's from the opposition party, and she's winning or getting her mandate back, which proves that there's in this election, the judicial proceedings of this election, even the power of the ruling party is limited in terms of influence on court proceedings. It's a good one. At least it still gives hope to the common man that the judicial system in Nigeria is not totally bad as people like to represent or present them. So that is that for Natasha. I wish I had
I'm back. My hand.
Okay.
I mistakenly pressed one button. I wanted to raise the volume, and then my hand just locked me out.
All right. So sorry, Jide. Morris is back. So let him continue, and then after him, you.
Yes.
Mexico is Central America. Central. They call them Latin America.
Morris, North America.
You are right. I just confirmed it. You are right. So
100%. Okay, well. Bros, I've been to all these places. I'm telling you where I've been to on holiday. You know what the place they call in Mexico? They call it Cancun or something like that. You remember that place?
Yeah.
It's a very popular tourist
what
place.
said, as in, it shouldn't even be I mean, it's quite, nobody should be in the US and we should be making this error. So, I mean, I should be closing my eyes.
Yes, look at that. You Americans, you don't even know your own continent as much as
those some Caribbean countries are really, really close. Like from Curacao to Florida is just only 2 hours. It's only 2 hours. From Bahamas it's a stone throw. Even in Bahamas, especially in Nassau is their capital. In Nassau, what I notice is that they have so many Jewish people there, and it's so rich. It's so rich. But then in the second biggest city, it's called Freeport. You have more like Americans there. You understand? But people of Bahamas, they live very, very good. They are ruled by black people. But the countries, like the population, let's say now if there are 1,000, among that 1,000, 800 are whites and 20 are blacks. But the blacks are the one ruling. But of course, the economy are controlled by America and the Jewish and the Italians and the English and the Indians, And Pakistani is always like lapdogs. They're always waiting for the crumbs from the whites. You understand me? So that is one thing I noticed. But it's very, very fantastic. But if you ask me now, suggest if you have to go travel to the Caribbean, where I would suggest, I've been to like about 12 of them, which is easier because if you go to one, let's say you go for 5 weeks, it's easy. You do 5 countries in 5 days, So I will suggest 3 top places. Aruba, this is my favorite number 1. And my second place that would be my favorite would have been Guadeloupe. but they are French. If you don't speak French, it's a very, very big problem there. You understand me? But when it comes to natural distance, and my third favorite place is Curacao. You understand? Bahamas is the most beautiful, most advanced, but the problem with Bahamas is too expensive. Well, all Caribbeans are expensive because they import literally about everything. And do you know what is more expensive? The most expensive thing you can get in the Caribbean country. Do you know what it is? Fish. And they are surrounded by water. And the cheapest meat.
How do they explain that? How is that explained?
Yeah, you ask me now. I've been scratching my head. Water is everywhere. Even I remember I went on fishing trip. I will send the picture to you. You see me, I was on a fishing trip with some fishermen. They have this nice boat, and I was afraid because I can't swim. So they gave me this vest. That was in...
you know, a lot of black people can swim. Why is that? Why is it
I don't know. My son can swim, but I cannot. I'm afraid of water. That's why I rarely travel by water, except in those big ships. You know, when you are inside, you don't even know you're on sea because it has casino, restaurants, nightclubs. You understand? And it has so many floors, sometimes up to 7 floors. You know, so
a lot of us don't grow up around swimming pools now. That's why. You know, the average Yoruba person, they have swimming pool. Swimming pool is nothing to them. But many of us,
that is right, countries. Mike, you are right. But that is not the reason I can't swim. You know, let me tell you, when I was a kid, I saw somebody go inside water and didn't come out. So that scared the hell out of me.
Maurice, it's not a bad pool. It's natural. It's just kind of genetical stuff. Black people have been around sea. Black people have been around sea coastal line. Now we didn't migrate to go discover Europe now. Black people don't swim. Black people love chicken. Go and check it out. We consume more chicken in the world than anybody. So we say
one man.
Yeah, swimming. It's not about genetic or whatever. Mike, black people don't like swimming. Black people don't like heights.
I don't think so. If you go to countries where there's people around water, they swim a lot. Even in Lagos, what's their name? The lagoon guys, they're always in the swimming pool.
Area.
Exactly, they always swimming. If you go to this place in Tanzania, people around rivers, they like to swim.
He's talking about majority of black people.
Majority of us, majority of human beings. Hold on,
majority of white can swim.
And that's what I told you. Majority of white people,
they're not even close to sea. They're not even close to sea.
Hold on now. Can I explain it? Majority of white, there's no white society you go to where they don't have swimming pools around them.
And also, Mike, it's part of some of the school activities.
Exactly. These people, they are advanced countries, man. Almost every white country is an advanced country, and that swimming pool is just like part of the activities. Swimming, all those things.
Go to schools. Go to schools in America or anywhere in the world. Black people don't do well in swimming, but white people do well in swimming.
They don't go to swimming classes and swimming.
Hold on now, Mike. Don't you say you're confusing yourself? They are born. They are what black America.
It's not that what do you like it? Oh, they don't do well. They don't like it.
They don't like it. It's black genetics. They have done tests on this.
It's nature. Yes. That's our nature. We don't like
our nature. We love chicken. Black man. There's no black man.
Even some of my friends that are from Cali, they don't like swimming.
No, they don't like swimming. Mike, not like I'm saying it. They have done tests.
Maybe you're right, sir.
Black people just born not like chicken.
Mike. You know, to show you how much I'm afraid of water, one man knows. I don't know if you've been to UK before, Mike. You see, from Calais to Dover, the ferry is only 45 minutes. But I'm so afraid to take that ferry that I will take a train from Ashford all the way to Lille in France, just to go to Calais.
That train goes underwater, you know that train goes underwater.
So underwater now. As long as I'm not seeing that water, I'll take the Eurostar. I'll take the Eurostar all the way to Lille and then come back to Calais. It's like now you.
Is it because you're afraid of danger, or is it just swimming that you're afraid of? Is it danger that you're afraid of?
You know, that phobia, that water something.
Danger now. No, black people hate. We don't like risking our life.
Yeah, my brother. You understand?
We love life.
Mike, do you know, I have a theory on that. I think black people, and I have a phobia for water, same as you, Maurice. I think it's they don't want to be in a space that they don't have a fighting chance.
Exactly.
Yes.
We hate danger. That's one thing about us. The whites, they can risk their life today. Those people are just, even like when I around them, white boys, they do risky things. And I'm like, guy, come on, man. Some of these guys, when I remember I bought my bicycle, they told me to come and join a bike club that they want to do. There's this one highway within the city I live in. It goes around, it's a circle, it's called a loop. They say we are trying to do 16 minutes around the loop. I'm like, that means we have to go 80 miles an hour. I'm like, this is, dude, any slight accident we can die, man. And they don't care. I'm like, dude, I'm not doing that. It's a chance I can lose my life. But damn, they just enjoy it, you know.
Like I prefer traveling by road than flying. That's why, but I fly a lot because I don't have a choice.
It's the same phobia. Your phobia for flying is the same as your phobia for water. But Maurice, let Prince Daddy come in and then you take the floor back. Prince. Prince Daddy.
Well, I want to correct you guys about this. Mexico being Central America. Yes. There's no continent called Central America. The old Central America is part of North America.
Mike, they call them CONCACAF.
Yeah, CONCACAF, that's what I'm saying. They are all North America.
Including the Caribbean.
Yeah. Those Mexico, those Central American countries, they are all part of
Honduras, Guatemala, all of them.
They are all part of North American continent. But
no, they are not North America. They call them CONCACAF.
Cool down now. United States CONCACAF too, and Canada is CONCACAF. Yes, I got CONCACAF. I get it, but they are part of North American continent. They are not American.
No. Google it now. You see, it's Latin America.
Let me learn. I'm not saying they don't call it Central America, but Central America is not a continent. It's just a term used.
Okay, It's Australia a continent. It's Australia a continent.
But wait now. Let me learn. If you Google North American countries, you see Mexico, all of them. Those Central Americans, they are all North America, but we refer to them as Central America because they are third world countries. Right. That's the only reason. America refers to countries that's not Canada and US as Central Americans because they are third world countries. That's the only difference. But they are not Americans.
No. I haven't seen where they refer them as North America. I swear to God.
They are not in formal terms, they are not American.
Maybe they refer, but I haven't even come across where it's written in a book. All I know everywhere I go is Central America. Even when these Mexicans here, even Mexicans, even wherever you find them here in Europe, if you ask them, they say they are from Central America.
Are you saying there's a continent called Central America?
No, I didn't say there's a continent. Get my point. I never said there's a continent. I said, but everywhere they are called them Central, because they are not South America, they're North America. They call them Latin America, which is Central America. Both Guatemala, Honduras, and all those places. You know,
they all Latin-speaking countries are called Latin America, but we are talking about in terms of continents. They are part of North American continent. That's what I'm telling you.
No, hold on, Mike. North America is not a continent. North America is part of the Americas.
No. One man, if you look all the continents we have in the world, there's South America, North America, Africa, Europe, Asia.
Okay, Mike, what continent is Australia now?
Australia is one continent now. It's one of the continents.
No. Australia is under Oceania. But Australia is so large that it's almost a continent.
Okay, no, you are mixing terms. When you are saying how many continents we have in the world.
Let me finish. Then you can correct me. Okay. Listen, Australia is almost, they call it Australasia or Oceania. Oceania comprises of, because the only place I've been in the whole Oceania is Australia. But I vowed never to go there. It's 36 hours journey. You understand me? Flight, 2 days journey. So you have New Zealand, you have Australia, you have Kiribati, you have Solomon Island, you have Tonga, you have Papua New Guinea, you have West Samoa, East Samoa, Fiji. They're all and all those Marshall Island and so small islands, this and that island, American Island, West this island.
I know what you're saying. There's
all of them are called Oceania.
There's a difference between island and continent.
You see Oceania.
It's like saying Sub-Saharan Africa. You're saying it's like saying Sub-Saharan Africa, and then you're saying
no. You have like Africa.
You are mixing terms.
You have Oceania.
So I think
Maurice, you are not listening to me. You are mixing terms.
Can I say
You are mixing terms. When they are saying Oceania, they are not saying continent. There's a difference between island and continent. When they are using terms, it doesn't mean you are using the description of area.
No, I said check. Hold on. Why don't you Google how many continents we
I don't know
have?
why you are. Okay, one man, just Google it and present it. That's simple.
Yes, I just did.
How many continents in what? Tell me, name them.
So it says there are 7 continents in the world. A continent is one of the a continent is one of Earth's 7 main divisions of land. The continents are from the largest to the smallest: Asia, Africa, North America, South America, Antarctica, Europe, Australia, or Oceania, etc. So that's how they've made the division.
That's it. I said you Oceania is a continent. Australia is under Oceania with New Zealand.
Okay. With the North and South America, what about that one? So did you get my point now?
So basically,
yeah, get your point, Mike. So
exactly, that's not Central American continent.
Mexico is not North America, no.
He's just broken down to you now.
Let Prince Daddy come in.
There is no continent called Central America. So basically, there's this issue of Mexico has always been a thing that has been on within the public discourse. So, but if you want to say Central America, it's just kind of like the southernmost region of the northern. It's lying between Mexico and Southern America. So that's where the Central is. So it's not really like there's a continent called Central America. So if you look at Mexico, most people, if you ask 10 people, and where does Mexico belong to, they will kind of like tell you that Mexico belongs to the northern side. But Central America, it's just like within that southern and the northern side. So that's where the Central America is. So if you Google Mexico, it's something that it's almost everywhere. It's Mexico northern or central. So you always see them within the middle.
Okay. Hey, Mike, one man, let me go back to the main topic we are discussing, right?
Before you do that, let Prince Daddy come in. I think he wanted to come into that space. So Prince Daddy, come in, and then Maurice take the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Mormon. Yeah. So I think the last speaker cleared it. Mexico is in Central America, but it's part as a continent, part of Southern America, right? South America.
No, North America.
No, Mexico is not part of North America. I don't think so. I just do.
Are you kidding me, man? So Mexico is part of South American continent.
Is the southern NAFTA? So is
all right, let's again.
Okay, well, Mike, you can be correct on that. But somebody said earlier about black people love chicken. That's what I'm more concerned about. I'm not sure how that came about, because it may be in America a lot of black people eat chicken. But overall, if you go to Africa and other parts of the world, I don't think so. I don't think black people love chicken. That's a stereotype, and I don't think that's true.
That's what people. That's what they told him in Japan.
Yeah, black people love chicken. I'm not even sure where that came from.
We only eat chicken at Christmas. Only Christmas we eat chicken.
Yeah,
telling us we like chicken.
Correct the impression. Mexico is in North America. Please Google it. Is in North America. So that's what I correct it.
I haven't had any Mexican say I'm from North America.
So I've known so many Spanish now. Maurice, they speak Spanish. Why would you hear what they're saying? Do you speak Spanish? They speak Spanish now. You hear them now.
Also, when it comes to swimming, you guys are talking about swimming. I think white people or the Europeans are more adventurous, but and just like naturally, black people are like maybe faster on the ground because of their makeup. They have high twitch muscle, they call it. So maybe naturally, white people they swim better, or they're better in water. But the notion that the reason why black people don't swim is because it's all about teaching, or having the availability of pools or places to swim, right? And don't think for 1 second that all white people can swim, because there are plenty of white people that are scared of water. They can't swim. So we just like anything else, you know, what you teach people, especially young people, that's what they learn. Okay, white people can run too; they've been running forever. But is it strange that mostly black people that dominate like short distance, even long distance? So that's the point here. So it's not that black people can't swim; they can swim. If you go to many places around the world where they have black people that are close to water, they can swim. They just swim naturally. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Let me tell you what this.
Sorry, Mike. Sorry, Prince Daddy. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, Graham.
Yeah, sorry, good morning. You said you came into the show that somebody said that me said that black people like chicken is funny.
Oh, I don't want us to be stuck here for too long.
No,
so
we won't be stuck. Sorry, one minute. Just
2 minutes and then we go back to politics.
yeah. And you say in Africa, in Nigeria, we don't have chicken. Somebody makes statement about a gesture of Africa not having chicken. How come we love chicken? Now, I wrote this in my thesis in my Japanese language and business communication. I did it project. Is in every library. It's generic things. Black people love chicken. Even in your village, the day they will kick chicken, you see everybody will surround, gather, be happy like you are celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ. It's just what we love, just like the specific food white people love. It's not like it's a crime. Black people love chicken.
You said you wrote a paper. I didn't catch that. You said you wrote a paper.
I wrote a thesis on it. I did it on my project. I'm not just saying it. The things black people, I did in base of business, how to tackle business, look for what people like and then market it for them. Black people don't like water, not like black people don't swim. Black people don't like heights.
Okay,
not like they don't enter plane. Black people love chicken.
How did you draw your conclusion that black people
I didn't draw the chicken. Professors for ages, decades and decades, they have done projects on it. It's just what
because in the village they like chicken. That's where I draw it from. Yeah.
See, black man can eat. Hold on.
I'm not sure that is something you can state categorically that black people like chicken.
I will say everybody. Majority. See, we just love to eat chicken. Hold on now. Mike, hold on. Mike, hold on, please. Let me make my point. I can speak for myself. When I say black people love chicken, it doesn't mean 100% now. When they mean black people don't love water, doesn't mean Ilajepo don't swim or Ijepo don't swim now. Actually, we are educated, yes.
100%, but even as a general statement.
But one man. The answer is that a black man. Hold on, please now. Hold on, I'll finish now. It's just saying that a black man can eat chicken all the time and doesn't get tired of it. Just like there's certain things white people love that you don't get tired of it.
Okay, can I?
So, I get tired of chicken.
I don't even like chicken that much. I prefer
I prefer fish. I mean, I
prefer fish and goat. That chicken is my last.
I prefer goat meat. I prefer goat meat. I don't like chicken at all.
Yeah. One man.
So I think that thesis was biased from the onset.
My favorite meat is goat meat.
Unless you're saying that black people love chicken more than goat meat or cow meat, well, that is fine. But saying black people love chicken, I don't know what that means. Sure, they love chicken. Okay.
Look at it from an economic perspective. Look at US, for instance. If you ask me,
let's not hold the show down on chicken. One man, sorry.
If you ask me, what's the cheapest thing to get? Is chicken. And for you to get our chicken, what kind of chicken are we really talking about?
Chicken wings.
Do they really like organic chicken or they like any chicken? Because someone was saying in Africa.
Yeah, I like hot chicken.
So in Africa, right?
I will take rich chicken.
I don't know, man. I'm trying to escape from this.
Let's move on, man. I'm going to explain.
So, like one man, what I was trying to say, before I went off, I'll just say it in just 2 minutes. So, 3 places I will not suggest for holiday in the Caribbean. 3 countries. You can go to Tobago, but don't go to Trinidad. You have Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad is too many crimes. People from Tobago don't even allow people from Trinidad to come there. But it's one country. It's like somebody from Ondo is not allowing somebody from Lagos to come. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I will suggest Trinidad, no, don't go there. Belize, don't go there. Jamaica, don't go there. Too much crime. There's 80% chances you're going to get robbed. And there's a type of robbery they do there that is so dangerous. They will rob you even for just a pair of Nikes, sneakers. They rob you and they still shoot you on top for the hell of it.
Yeah, so, Jamaica is known for that. Jamaica is,
yeah,
it's even the capital
but
of the world, right?
Belize and Trinidad is even worse than Jamaica now. Jamaica is even a bit
Jamaica is one of the worst countries in the world.
Belize and Trinidad, these two places don't go. And then, but if you want to have a place you go and you feel like you are in Niger, you are in Lagos, you go to Barbados. They are very, very gentle. Very, very gentle. But it's far away from the Caribbean. It's almost 4 hours flight. It's far away from the rest of the Caribbean. So back to politics. I would like to start by saying like about the Fort Mainland Bridge and whatever Lagos is doing. That is very, very good. But I'm a very realistic person, okay? The way Nigeria is structured to favor Lagos a lot. Yeah? Then you check the seaport there, you check everything that they have access there. You have the international airport there, you have the seaport. And then other seaports in other parts of the country are, I would say, deliberately shut down to favor one particular place. So it's a case of Lagos has the financial power, the Southwest, and the North has the political power. And then both of them can work together and run the country themselves and leaving everybody out. Now, if you check, there's no reason. The deepest spot we have in Nigeria is the one in Port Harcourt, not even the one in Lagos. But why is it all those ones are shut down? So when Emeka is saying the
Maurice, they are not shut down.
Lagos,
sorry, those people that are working, sorry, they are live. You can use them. They are not shut down. Let's stop this. This thing will keep spreading.
No. Wait a minute. Do you know? If you set up, let's say now a state will build an airport, say they want to make an international airport. Do you know how long they had to fight for Enugu to have international airport? Even when they got 2 flights, Ethiopian airline and what do they call it, Turkish airline to come there, I know that they systematically remove one of those airlines and making it. Even right now, they're still struggling. Just give license to one thing. So
no, man,
we have to be honest.
It's the market. It's the market that you have to blame. It's not government.
Mike, if you argue back everything he says, then we'll be here all day. Let him just have a say.
Yeah, but we just got to fact check people. You know,
sometimes you have to counter what they say.
Morris.
You have to counter something.
Let me calm down. Then you can. Then I'll allow you. You can, correct me where you think I am wrong. Okay. Now let me get it wrong first, and then you can correct me. Now, secondly, the way Emeka is talking about, Southeast criminality, this, sometimes, and I say, is this not the same Southeast that I'm going around? I go from state to state. You see, the problem is that they say when they want to kill a dog, they first give it a bad name. There was a time there was a lot of unknown gunmen and all those things in the Southeast. It was so rampant at that time. But it's not so anymore. I don't even where they get this idea of Mondays, everything is shut down. It's not true. Before, early those days, it was happening. But now it's not true. Some places, they shut down because of fear, like people in remote areas. In the cities, I didn't see anywhere. I was in Aba, I was in Onitsha, I was in Oka, I was in Enugu, I'm living in Owerri. I didn't see anytime anything shut down, not bank, nothing shut down. Okay, now, when it comes to achievement, but I can understand why Emeka is saying that. I bet you, I'm not 100% correct, but I bet you Emeka is one of those that doesn't go home. Maybe the last time he went home was 20 years ago. You understand me? He's stuck wherever he is. So he has no idea what is going on there. Now, the achievement, it's not like you're not going to compare the achievement Southeastern states are the achievement to compare it to that one of Lagos. Lagos, look at the economy, about 50 billion a month. So I had, right? Of course, they have everything. They have the port, they have everything. They have the taxes. They have the population, 30 million. So, but you also have to give kudos those who have less income But they are trying to do like, for instance, in Imo State now, the governor dualized the road from all the way from Owerri to Olu, because I'm from a town called Unkwere, which is next to Olu, and it's about 45 minutes journey. He dualized it from Owerri all the way, very wide, with drainage standard, that is the same Lagos standard, with drainage and street lights all the way from Owerri to Olu. And he did it Okigwe. Okigwe is even much further, I think almost 2 hours. He dualized it all the way to Okigwe. You understand me? So a lot of infrastructural development is going on. He's creating industrial park. He's creating this and modernizing things. A lot of things is happening. Now, the new governor, the one that achieved the biggest achievement in the whole Southeast is Umahi. Umahi, this works minister now. Ebonyi State. He moved Ebonyi State from a rural village. When he came in, Ebonyi State was more like a glorified village. You understand me? But he moved Ebonyi State from that nothing to where Ebonyi State today. Ebonyi State has the best road network in the whole of the Southeast. I'm not from Ebonyi State, but I will tell you the truth. Ask anybody, any Igbo man who will tell you the truth. David Umahi achieved more than everybody. Check out the airport he built, everything. But America is not seeing it. Look at the new governor. I'm coming. Look at the new governor.
You're taking us off topic, but carry on.
But I'm not taking it away. I'm saying I'm talking about countering what Emeka said, because that was one of the points he was mentioning about question, then he moved it. So Emeka, when he was talking, I was not surprised. But I used to be surprised, but now I'm not surprised, because it shows the way he talks that he doesn't even travel home. Because if you can claim, oh, killings here, nothing like that. I'm not saying, you know, when they pass one gas, somebody pass gas.
This year, he went home early this year.
Eh?
He went home early this year.
He went home early this year. Listen, yes. Some people. Make I tell you something. Do you know a lot of people will travel from abroad? They go home, they hang in Lagos. You will camp in Lagos. You say I went home. If you travel, anybody, if you're coming from abroad, let's say you're from Southeast, you say I'm going home, and you went and hang in Lagos or in Abuja, you never reach home by brother. You still there abroad. You understand me?
Morris, I didn't want to interject you while you are speaking, right? I wanted you to finish, because there's no need. Just continue.
No, Emeka, because Emeka, if you're going home, you will never ever say there is snow. You will say maybe it's not to the how you expected the speed, the level they are going.
My brother Morris, right? We cannot compete with the Southwest.
You cannot, of course, you cannot compete. Look at
whatever story you are trying to paint here.
You are also, Emeka, you are not being fair.
I was in my village. I was in my village in May, June, July. Right? I was in Owerri, May, June, July. I was in Umuahia, May, June, July. And I was in Lagos. I went to Lagos. I went to Abuja. I went to Owerri. I went to Anambra. I went to Abia State. Okay. And when I was in the Southeast, I cried in comparison to what is happening in Lagos and Abuja.
But let me tell you something. Yeah, that is the point.
Lagos. You know, they made me come down from when I came out from the airport.
You are not being fair.
When I came out from Owerri Airport, right, going to Umuahia, right, the soldiers there were three military points. They made me come out from my car, and allow my driver to be driving. I was walking down.
But they do the same thing. Even they do the same thing. Or this Lagos road, everything, they do it everywhere.
That's not true. In Lagos, I didn't witness that. In Abuja, I didn't witness that. I came out from 3 times. Imagine me coming out from my own car, right, and walking to go and meet my car, because that is the humility. The humility that they subjected us to.
Okay, I know what you mean. That place, they ask everybody to step out of the car. It happened to me too. If you are going to Aba, it happens to. Do you know why? Because of the unknown gunmen those days. But this military
you are telling us that the insecurity is not about. Is it not because of the insecurity that we have military men? They've militarized the Southeast.
Travelers cannot travel in peace. My brother Morris, let's say the truth. Travelers cannot travel to the southeast.
Let me tell you something. When you're talking now, let me tell you something.
Imagine coming down from your vehicle when you are in the south. If you are moving everywhere, you come down.
Okay, that you came down from your vehicle, Emeka. I'm coming. That you came down from your vehicle. You came down from your vehicle at a certain point. Me too. I came down from my vehicle. Do you know if you're going to?
When you are in Ogun State, you will not come down from your vehicle.
No, it's not inside the Owerri. That thing doesn't happen inside the Owerri. There is nowhere.
I'm drawing your attention to the stigma.
No, Emeka, but you're lying now. There's nowhere inside the Owerri. That thing is
here now.
It's outskirts of Owerri.
All right.
Emeka, that thing is outskirts of Owerri. It's outskirts of Owerri.
Where is the lie here now? You experienced it. I experienced it. It's an experience that we
Emeka, I'm coming. Emeka, that is not the point. What has that got to do with infrastructure development? What has that got to do with infrastructure development? Emeka, don't forget.
I am not only talking about infrastructure development.
Don't forget, Lagos was once a capital.
I am also talking about how impoverished we are in the southwest.
Emeka, don't forget,
Lagos was once because of the insecurity situation in the southeast, that investors will not want to come to the southeast. They will prefer to go and site their.
All right, sorry, I've muted both of you. You are talking both at the same time, so nobody can really hear anything. But I'll unmute Morris. Emeka, you can interject, but if it gives you the window, Morris, what Emeka was actually speaking to was the why Emeka came back was he said insecurity, all of these things. You were saying it's a lie.
That's a lie.
Hold on. He then cited you a personal example of what happened to him.
Yeah.
When he was made to come out of his vehicle and made to walk the road because of our insecurity. So he's telling you from a direct lived experience, and he's telling you.
Okay, now let me. Yes, it's good. When he said that, you should give me you should give me a chance to explain what happened, because that thing he said, he experienced it once, but I've experienced it more than 6 times. Every time I pass that place, it's only certain point. It's never in the city. It's outskirts of the city. Listen, now you're traveling to Anambra now. Somewhere there's a place they call Ihiala. That is Mbidi, border between Anambra and Imo State. Those military, they stay there. Everybody will come down. Then you walk across. Your driver will drive over. It's not like just because they say, because those points where unknown gunmen attack them, so they don't know when any car. Those unknown gunmen, they can come with any car. They don't come with.
But that's the point he's making now. Unknown gunmen.
Well, I'm coming, but what I'm saying is that the way he made it look like it's like the whole state. No, that is a lie. Secondly, that has nothing to do with the infrastructural development that is going on in the place. A lot is going on, which I'm pleasantly surprised. It's not like the same pace as Lagos. But let's face it, Lagos was once Nigerian capital. It wasn't Tinubu and his men that constructed the Lagos. No, it wasn't Tinubu that constructed the Tinkan Island, Papa Wharf, all this. No, it wasn't Tinubu that constructed Third Mainland Bridge, First Mainland Bridge, this, that. No, federal government did all these things. It was a capital. I can't remember when anywhere Lagos Island or Racecourse or Marina was not tied. That everywhere was tied. Ikeja, they tied everything. Sulere, where I was born, everywhere was tied always. Tinubu didn't come that time. Do you understand me? So, but you say that Jakonde, from the time of Jakonde, now they started, they have a plan to make the city better. When they move our capital to Abuja, now kudos to them, fair play to Tinubu and here. They have that steady progress. That is also where I support his own, godfatherism.
I'm to interject.
Go ahead.
You live in Lagos before, right?
No, I never lived in Lagos. I was born in Lagos, but I left Lagos when I was small.
Oh, really? Okay. Because I wanted.
Well, you were born and raised in Lagos.
No, I wasn't bred in Lagos. I was born in Sulere, Lagos. But we left Lagos for River State when I was like 6 or 7.
Okay. So at that time, I believe it wasn't in the 1990s. So can you paint me a picture of Lagos prior to 1990 and 1999? Can you paint just a few picture of what Lagos looked like before that?
No, 1999, I already left I left to Nigeria like 1990 or early 91.
Okay, but at least you've traveled to Lagos before then, right?
Yes, and I've been going to Lagos. You know, that's why I'm saying kudos.
No, I wanted you to paint what you've seen when you traveled there. You know, the kind of environment that you see compared to now.
Compared to now, Lagos was cleaner then.
Are you sure?
100%. Compared, listen, Lagos was cleaner and more organized. Even now that this governor is trying to organize Lagos, I like what he's doing now. Because I was pleasantly surprised. I took flight, you know, the new terminal 2, that new one they built, you know, and at the airport there.
I don't think that is true. I don't think so.
No, to me, you ask me my personal experience. You can't have your own and have my own too.
I'm trying to establish or paint a picture of. You think federal presence in Lagos make Lagos what it is? Now, I won't dispute that, but at the same
80% of infrastructure in Lagos, solid infrastructure in Lagos was constructed by federal government, not Lagos State now.
Hold on now, hold on. But if you compare that to the influx of migrants from other states to Lagos on a daily basis, compare with the infrastructure that is already
there. Of course, there will be massive because the country, the system shut down all the. Before, let me tell you something. Before, when I was in Aba, my uncle, he used to trade in all this, importing all these second-hand cars. Those days, second-hand cars it's not even popular. People don't buy it. How much were they selling Peugeot? 5,000 naira. You understand me? So Volkswagen, you know, Beetle, they were selling it brand new for 1,500 naira. You understand me? A plot of land that time cost like, I remember my old man bought one for less than 500 naira. A plot of land in a very nice location.
A place called Abraham Adesanya, right? Around the
I want to move back to the politics at some
point. Okay, let's go back to the politics. Secondly, you this guy, what's his name? Yule Dochie, right?
Yes, I wanted to take you there.
Yule, you see that Yule, you know, let me tell you something, one man. Sycophants abounds everywhere you go. I see him as a sycophant, not because whether he's supporting Tinubu or not. You have right to support anybody you want to support. Everybody cannot be 100% bad, and everybody cannot be 100% good. There are certain things Tinubu did that is good. There are certain things he did that is bad. You understand me? But why is he so convenient for him to attack? Because I watched that interview. Luckily, I watched it today. I was sitting in my friend's house. I went on YouTube and I watched the interview. You understand me? Rufai did with Abati, and even one time Abati was telling them, are we going to stop the show or something like that between him. Now, what happened was that man himself, that man is rude. That man is number one. That guy is rude and is arrogant.
Are you talking about Yule Edochie?
Yes, now that man, Yule Edochie, is defending the man. Say this guy is insulting his guest. That man is himself. He's rude and arrogant. You could have seen the way what the man gaslighting and the way he's talking down on the opponents and other like Obi and these people. You they ask him another thing. Now, when Rufai asked him, confronted him with facts. Because of what Rufai asked him, he felt because he said he's a lawyer or he's a barrister or what, then that Rufai cannot ask him that. Answer the simple question Rufai asked him. He never allowed Rufai to finish his question. The man kept interrupting. You need to watch it, one man. The man was very, very rude to Rufai. So I don't know where is something I watched. Rufai said, sir, please, first of all, what
was
the man
Rufai
said,
also rude?
Wait. Yeah, Rufai was rude. Okay. After the man was rude. Listen, I don't choose sides. I don't, you know, some people can choose sides. I don't choose sides. That's why I say, don't take my word for it. Why don't you watch it? If you just go type Arise TV interview yesterday, that thing happened yesterday. Now, please watch it and then judge. You be the judge. The man is very arrogant, very rude. Rufai asked him confronted him with a genuine question about the state of the economy, and this man started insulting Rufai.
Yes, sir.
At first of all, do you know how he talked to Rufai when he was greeting everybody? He said, "Good morning." He said, "Young man." That's the first thing he called Rufai. Rufai said, "Sir, my name is Rufai Useni." You understand me? He was so. It's like the man came there knowing that Rufai will ask him tough questions, and then he was prepared to attack Rufai. He didn't even. The person that is a psychopath on that studio is Abati. Why is it that you, Ladeche, is not attacking Abati? Why? Explain. Why is he not attacking Abati? He can't. You can.
Abati that was trying to bring.
No. In other interviews, I listen. I watch Arise. I watch Channel TV, and that I never watch TVC. TVC is the most biased TV. It's a useless TV channel in Nigeria.
Can I ask you one question?
You are
Go
trying
ahead.
to blame Abati now for
watch other times where Abati himself, I think he's an APC member now. Safe the way he talks.
Can I ask you one question?
Okay, make I leave you.
Can I ask you one question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I am not a journalist.
Right.
There are some words.
Larry, you need to speak up a bit.
Okay, I'm not a journalist.
But by the way, one man snow the further side, snow this country too much.
It never begin, though. It never begin.
All these Scandinavian countries. Only God knows for Norway how you go there that side.
Yeah, so I'm not a journalist.
Right.
But I've watched journalists, professional ones.
Right.
And there are some words that I've not really seen journalists used.
Right.
That I've seen lawyers used in the courtroom. You know, when you have a guest and you're telling your guest that I put it to you, right, that you are misrepresenting what you're saying. You see, there are some words that, you know, this is just more like you're a guest.
Right.
And you want, even if someone thinks that what you're saying is not right, but there are some decorum, which I think Rufai is actually missing, right? I think Rufai is just, you know, there are instances that you get into one profession and you want to be heard, you want to be seen, but you're not really doing the right thing professionally, right? So for me, Rufai has constantly been using that word, and that word is outrightly wrong. Because when you keep telling people that you put it to them, because Rufai is supposed to interview someone, right? You are not supposed to take the show, because now, if I'm Rufai on this call and I'm interviewing you, I'm supposed to give you questions and you are supposed to give me answers.
Right.
The moment I start to be a judge, that's when I start telling you that I put it to you that everything you've actually said on this call, you are misrepresenting, you are lying. That's what it means. You will be defensive, right? So for me, I think what Abat is actually doing on that call, right, is just to be that matured person to moderate things. I think Rufai.
All right. Are you asking a question? Or?
I'm in harmony. No, one man. I'm in harmony. One man. I'm in harmony with the first part of what he said. I'm in total harmony. You know, he made an agreeable statement. You understand? Yeah, that is true. But what I'm trying to say, two wrongs do not make one right. You understand me? So, and what I'm trying to say is, let's face it, Rufai, to tell him that he's lying, even though it's very clear that he was gaslighting, and but then he shouldn't say that. That place, I agree. But we have a proverb in Igbo land. Emeka will also tell you that. They say, if no go carry problem, go mouth, big mouth. You carry problem, go mouth. You carry gossip, go mouth, house. And you go leave that house empty-handed. You go collect one too. You understand me? This man started by kind of like, it was like a disdain kind of like, you know, disdainfully when he said, "Hey, young man." That was the first thing. Rufai said, "Good morning, sir." I say, "Hey, young man." You know, it was like, if me, I will be pissed off. I don't know who will not be pissed off. You understand me? So maybe that was why Rifai came in the way he came. But that does not justify that he should come in the way he came in. But that man is very, very rude. And I'm glad that he got it back. I've watched that man 3 times. I've seen him every time he come and interview. Okay, you can criticize someone else, but you don't have to talk down on them like they are trash or something like that. He's always doing that.
So let me say another thing, because when I do a lot of research when things happen, that was not the first time Rufai had issue with that man. There was this particular other one I watched. That was, I think, someone came on the show. That person was saying some derogatory words on the judiciary, and I think the man was more like, yeah, he won't sit in the studio while that person will be doing that, right? I don't know. Probably it was against Pharaoh Timi. I've forgotten the person. So, but what I want to say...
No, that was not the same man.
No, it wasn't against Pharaoh Timi, but I know...
No, it was Pharaoh Timi and another guy like that. It's not the same man.
Yeah, I know I watched something that this man actually had one.
Yeah, it was not this man. But I've seen this man before. Pharaoh Timi was with another guy. One man like that also.
Yeah,
APC guy like that.
I think there are some words, right, that are not professional. I think Arise News need to help Rufai.
You see, we have this thing, my brother.
Rufai got the job through connection. You know, when they hire you through connection, it's not to fire you. You know?
Mike, we have this thing in Nigeria. We have this thing. Oh, this one, don't talk like this to your elder. You must this to elder, and they are all criminals. Okay, our judiciary are they? Our judiciary are essentially worthless.
Yes, sir.
Let's be honest.
Yes, sir. Let me ask you another question. Do you know that every profession has its own ethics? Yes or no?
You said?
Do you know that every profession...
You have to speak up, Larry.
Do you know that every profession has...
If I say a whole woman that place,
okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know that every profession has its own ethics?
Right. I know that.
Yeah. So are you in support of every profession kind of like taking to that ethics or doing something contrary to that ethics?
When they do things contrary to that ethics, then it becomes bad. And that's exactly what the judiciary are doing now. And I'm not the one that said it. Even their colleague that retired the other day said it clearly. I don't think anyone here on this platform will be so low to say that what that man, that retired Chief Justice said that was wrong.
Okay.
Because I haven't seen any channel. They've been talking about that thing today. Nobody condemned. Rather, they're saying what the man said is right. Even Falana, even all of them, they said that man is right.
Okay.
You understand me?
So judiciary, let me
I don't think anybody will say that man found fault in anything he said.
Another question.
Go on.
All right. We need to move on, but
one man ask me one more. Ask me one more topic. If something I know, I'll say. If something I don't know, then I yield the floor to someone else.
Yeah, take one more question from Larry, then I'll take you to another talking point, and then we'll move on to Ajande Koko.
I have one question for Morris. So,
okay, I'm ready.
Hey,
I don't get work. I know get work here. Day holiday here. So,
Morris, wait, so
they ask me.
Is Morris a special guest today?
Mike, I be special guest today. No, sister, I dey on that black. Mike, you know they pity me self. Call they finish me here.
Wait before they attack the floor. I have a question for you on your favorite.
My brother, go ahead.
Your favorite journalist, Rufai Hussein. Yeah. Since you love and you like the way he's acting and comporting himself on the show, when are you going to find him a wife?
Okay.
Is he not married?
Okay.
People like him don't get married. They can't stay with people.
Point of correction. My favorite journalist is not Rufai.
I thought Rufai is your favorite.
No, you see, that's the difference between me and you.
You need to find him a wife
You follow things blindly. I don't. Listen, my favorite journalist is that one of channel. What is that channel? Not Ichenwu, that lady.
Oh, Maokwe.
Yes. You understand? Because she's so intelligent. She's so intelligent. She's so intelligent. The way she asks
She's
questions.
the #1 journalist in Nigeria, even above Abati.
No, but the present best journalist in Nigeria is Rufai. He won it. We cannot deny that.
Your Rufai is the omniscient. He knows everything, right? He's the
No,
next to
listen,
God.
my brother. That's why I say point of correction. My favorite journalist is that one of Channel TV. She has always been my favorite channel. That lady. You know?
So when are you going to find him a wife in Umaya? When?
I'm not from Umaya now. Make him go meet. If you need a bonyo, Umaya now, Abia State now.
Okay, where are you from? Anambra.
Make him go Abia State. If you like, they get big yacht well. For Abia women, there's a big big
Where
yacht.
you come from? Where you come from?
Imo State.
You see, a grown-up man like that, who almost about 50, never get married. You don't know, so you get problem.
For that place where you day, you know they see people where they 77. They know what man.
Yeah, but that's on Igbo people. Rufai, that's your favorite. At almost 50, you never get wife. You never get any issue.
My brother, you don't know the reason.
We don't know your girlfriend.
No one get wife. These days, make I tell you something,
And you call that person a normal person. We don't know
I don't know how old you are. Maybe I'm older than you, or you are older than me, or we are same age.
You are an ancestor compared to me.
Okay, good. Now, what I'm trying to say, my brother, is, I've seen things in this life, and you see, these days, we live in financial times where money buys you love, and love ends up in money. And if you think you found love, if you think you know your woman, wait till the day you meet her in the courtroom. That's the day you know you married an actress. You understand me? So I don't judge people whether they are married or they are not married. But the point is that marrying does not make you a man. I think what makes you a man is the ability, is the ear, the ability to listen to your woman when she's talking. I think the secret of successful marriage is not even money, or is ear, the ability to listen to each other. So I don't know why he's not married.
That guy is not normal, Morris. He's not normal at all.
All right. Any woman that marries Rufai Oseni, it have to be an act of charity.
One man, if you want to marry one of your sister now or cousin, you no go agree.
You go agree that kind of person marry your family.
Listen, my one man, my senior sister for East London there. Now your husband now from now your brother now your state, you know your man now.
Morris.
No, your man. You know Peckham now. You know Peckham, one man.
No, there's from there I come from. I don't even know from there. There's from there I come from.
One man. If you go to Peckham, you will know my sister shop. You know that Peckham High Road next to that pharmacy where all those African shops full.
I don't know Peckham very well, but carry on.
Okay, but there's only one Peckham High Road or African shop full there, and I'm full everywhere. If you just ask for Bro Yemi wife. Now my sister gets big African supermarket today. There's only one big pharmacy there. You no go miss them. And this place, fish and chips, this thing there for the right side. That side only African shops, now there for Peckham High Road, that place. Naya brother, now they marry my senior sister self. They get like
now. You know, say Yoruba men, they get this thing for Igbo women. I don't know what it is, but most Yoruba men, they want to marry an Igbo woman.
No, it's not that. It's also I come from a family that we don't see actually where you're from or where you're not. We can work with anyone. I work like here. I work with Yorubas. I work with even people from Somali. I work with everybody. You understand me? My uncle in Holland. If you Google Centric BV, Europe, Centric BV Europe is my uncle, my mom's younger brother. Yeah, it's a software company. They develop software. Most of their jobs, contracts come from China and Ireland. You understand? The managing director of that company, Bralade, is also a Yoruba man. He's been a manager now for as long as I know, almost 25 years. You understand me? So But that one no marry Igbo. Bralade married a Yoruba woman too. You understand? So we work with everyone. Like I told you, I gave you a history of my destiny. My grandfather was born in Lagos. My grandmother was born in Lagos. They met in Lagos, married in Lagos. My mom was born in Lagos. My father met my mom in Lagos, married my mom in Lagos. I was born in Lagos. You understand what I'm saying? So,
all right. Maurice, give us very brief commentaries on Sheyi Tinubu, and then we go to Ajanle Koko. So
that's the impunity. Is he not the same guy that took a private jet to go and watch a polo match
in
in
Kano?
Congo?
Yes.
You understand me? So that man, listen, this is what I'm saying. Listen, the places now we are now, can the son of Biden do that kind of a thing? They will even impeach Biden himself. You understand me? He can't. But we live in a place where there's so much impunity. That means it becomes normal. You will see some idiots who will start defending, no be president's son, waiting there wrong, that. You understand what I'm saying? So, my brother, I yield the floor to somebody else. Those people, I know they get, if something else man will talk, those people, they don't get manners. Leave them.
All right. Thank you, Maurice. So thank you, Maurice. Stay with us, Maurice. Let's go from you to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, you're up next.
One
man. Sorry. Let's go to Jide. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yeah, Jide, you had go on, Jide.
All right, you can go to Baba Ajanle Koko.
No, actually, I was with you.
No, Jide, I mean, you are from Nigeria. Speak. So it's okay, Kagbo.
Good.
Look
at that, Kukuruku. No, by Christmas, I could disappear by Christmas.
Nigeria.
Well, man. Good morning to everybody on the platform. It's a nice one again being here today. So, Woman, where do we start from now?
I could take you through the talking points, or you could highlight something that caught you in the news. We were talking about Natasha Akpoti. We were talking about Sheyi Tinubu. We were talking about the 1-point-something billion that Lagos is borrowing to build the Fourth Mainland Bridge and the Blue Line. So we were talking about things like that. And then Yul Adache going after Rufai Oseni.
Okay. Woman, before I start anyways, I feel our time management on this platform has to improve. Now, for the past almost 2 hours now, I didn't complain because I felt, yes, there are times like that when you just give probably a particular speaker the leverage to enjoy himself or to
are you going to be admonishing us every time you start?
Yes, woman. So just to say that there are times you give people that kind of opportunity to just be the star of the show, and that's why I didn't say anything. But before you know it, now you start apportioning 5 minutes to the remaining people that will speak, and you start time.
So Jide deserve that kind of treatment to one man tonight.
Yes,
that's not what I'm even after. Actually, that's not what I'm after. I'm just trying to say that we should try to look into that, because before you know it, now it happened to me yesterday. I was talking. He said I should round it up. Maybe probably after like 4 to 5 minutes, and it was okay for me. It's okay. I come here every day to learn, to listen to people that are more exposed than myself in certain areas, and just to learn from them, like what Mr. Morris has said today. Now I've learned so many things about the Caribbean and all those places, and if I want to go now, I know where to go so that I won't get robbed. So it's a good one. So if I'm to start my discussion for today, I want to start from
my brother, please, no verse. 3 places: Belize, Trinidad, Jamaica. Avoid all these places. St. Kitts even they're nice well if you go, and it's very cheap. It's cheap.
All right. I will keep that in my memory.
Yes.
Woman, if I want to start, I will start with Duduche. I think what that man has come out to do is what Rufai deserves. Rufai has not been professional. In fact, I don't even think they should call him a journalist. This is the same Rufai that was shutting down a particular panelist of his for another panelist just because the other one is from his own school of thought and ideology and supports the same person he supports. When you have interviews or you are granting interviews, you should understand that you should stay neutral. And that's why I always say, if you listen to Seun Okinbaloye, Seun will ask questions that will bring the positive out and also ask questions that will bring the negative out. So in that way, there's a balanced conversation. But Rufai always goes or approaches his interviews like it's a battle. It's a fight, like he's fighting somebody. And that's why I feel those people coming to his show now are now double prepared and they're ready to give him his nonsense for double nonsense. So I think what Yoedoche said to him is right. The man does not look in the mirror. He is clamoring for a better Nigeria with less what's it called, corruption.
Dide, you sound half asleep. Are you in bed?
No, I'm not.
Okay,
Woman, I'm actually doing some reconciliation office work, so that I'm on my system. I just kept on listening to what you're doing.
All right, carry on.
So for me, I feel what's its name? This man Rufai needs to be spoken to. He needs to soft pedal. He needs to go back to school of journalism, enroll, not enroll as maybe a direct entry student. He should enroll as a rookie, year one, and learn the core principles of journalism. Then maybe when
you mean Dr. Rufai to go back to school? Jide? A old Dr. Rufai,
the truth of the matter is that man is a disgrace. The way I don't know, we tend to, we want good standard, we want foreign standard on our TV around us, our amenities and things like that. And something as simple as that, I cannot imagine having Rufai, that a personality as Rufai on Al Jazeera or an international TV station. That man will not last a day. He will have been sacked. Because Rufai cannot comport himself. He's so partisan.
No, Jide, I want to ask you a question. Oma, can I ask him a question?
Yeah, of course. He's on.
Go. Yeah, I wanted to ask you, are you familiar with, I'm going to call it a string of reporters that ask questions on TV? One man, you might know some of them. Are you familiar with Stephen Sackur from Hard Talk?
Yes.
Okay. And you're familiar with Larry King?
Yes.
And you're familiar with Chris Matthews?
Yes, but are they rude? Are they arrogant?
Have you watched? Now, I call those three because there's a clear difference between Larry King and Stephen Sackur.
Yes.
I can pull interviews with Stephen Sackur right now where people were furious at him, yelling at him because of the kind of questions he asks.
Not the kind of question.
The point I'm trying to make is that there are different styles with different journalists that ask questions. Some of them probe and are more polite. Some of them are very direct and may come off as being rude.
You know, yeah, it's not so much that Rufai has a combative nature. It's not. That's not what people object to. It is that he is rude. I put it to you that you are lying. I mean, I mean, how can you even?
No, he didn't. Well, the man was lying now. The man was trying to tell us the economy was great. How can you say something like that? The man was lying. One man.
View, but hold on for it.
He didn't say lying, but I do agree. He said, "I put it to you that you're misrepresenting the facts." Or
yes,
like
that's
that.
What he said. Yeah. He never said lying.
But he didn't say that. And I listened carefully to it when he interjected or when he tried to correct the man.
And then he was laughing at the guest. I mean, a presenter.
Yeah, because the man was embarrassing himself.
Hold on, Maurice. Let it on.
But the laughing was.
I've never.
I will concede.
And I watch a lot of interviews. I've never. Even who's that shock jock? Who's that shock jock with the curly hair in America? Even he doesn't do that. Even Charlemagne the God, he wouldn't do that.
I mean,
actually, Charlemagne does that.
He should have been suspended for that. Just on
laughing at the guest. I mean,
I mean, he should have been suspended for like
the laughing. The laughing was unprofessional.
No verse. And also all the APC supporters who will say make they suspend them. Of course, Angelico don't suggest them now.
No. But hold on, Maurice. Look, Rufai is one of those guys that I really admire. I admire the way.
Make you go suspend them yourself now.
No, hold on. I admire the way he had asked questions. You understand? But yesterday, I was very disappointed in him for laughing at that man, making mockery of your guy. You can't do that. It is very
bad. The man insulted him first.
Maurice, in all fairness, Ajele has defended Rufai on this platform several times. In all fairness, so he's not one of the. These days, it's hard to know where Ajele. Yeah. Ajele.
Nah, that lie. Forget that time where Ajele could shout, "Show where this, show where that." That one now that's small screen. You recall or don't come out now. We know where Ajele could be. Forget that one.
Maurice, hold on for his own. Let him put a good position to Jide, and then we carry on. His own.
Yeah, Jide. So I'm asking that question, and I mentioned all those global, highly successful journalists because I've seen interviews. I've even seen interview with Steven Saka where people got up and walked out. They walked out. They were angry and got up and left. So the point I'm trying to make is, given our society and the fact that these guys get away with murder, in fact, they don't feel anyone should ask them any difficult question. Don't you think Rufai is actually doing us a favor by being as aggressive and as forward as he is? I digress.
Okay, thank you.
By balance in Nigeria, sir.
Thank you very much. You see, Yoruba will say, "Ogede baje and don't bo." Your plantain they spoil. You say they ripe. You understand? Rufai is a typical example of that. Rufai, if it was the question, then nobody would. Have you seen Shimon Kibalue ask some question? Shimon Kibalue will ask questions that will put the person on the show, throw him off his balance. When the person is even trying to come back, Shimon will pick it up from another angle. You know you're asking a question. But when you are telling somebody that comes to your show to get out of this, of the studio if he wants to get out, and you say that is professionalism. This is somebody that was shouting at a lawyer. He was shouting on a lawyer in the studio because the other lawyer spoke something about the Supreme Court justice, and the other one was trying to say that, okay, fine, these are our justices, we should accord them some respect. You are a lawyer in the same profession, you should not talk to them like that, trying to correct his colleague. And you should stay neutral. He came in and he was castigating the lawyer, saying a lot of rubbish about the lawyer. So this guy has crossed the line so many times because of his interest. That's my own point. And it's no longer professionalism. It's not doing us any service. It's not doing us any favor with all those attitude. If he was asking good questions and they were technical, tough questions, then people will want to watch him or watch his show, listen to him. You understand? But the truth of the matter is, he's just there displaying some level of arrogance. And that is even when Abati is your guy will be correcting him that you are wrong on. It's a shame. It's a shame. And the guy is so heady, will not even listen. That's the problem. So I'm not saying he doesn't ask intelligent question. For those that see him as intelligent, for me, Rufai is not intelligent. Rufai is an opportunist that jumps on the bandwagon of whatever is trending. You understand? But when you talk of intelligent journalists, you go to channels and you start picking them, you will see how they place questions and how they treat their guests. If you go to Arise and Rufai is in...
Channels is a far superior platform to Arise, by far.
By far, by miles.
In fact, if you ask me, we have only two stations in Nigeria, which is NTA, which is just a government mouthpiece, and then Channels Television. I cannot see that anybody else offers anything else.
Yes, Omo. If you go to what we're trying to say,
One man. When was the last time you watched NTA? One man.
When I was 12, which was in 1802. In 1802.
One man.
Yeah, it's one of the best. When you watch him last
One man. One man. I want to say one thing, then I'm going to leave because I won't go fight kebab while I go chop self. This guy while they in place, you don't cook nothing. I go fight kebab. Listen, I want to say something. I beg, man, no verse. You see what the last speaker now said, my brother said, you know, he made very, very good point. I have to be honest. When somebody said the truth, he made very, very good point. But even in that place where they live one man, they get one proverb where they talk say, when there is a doubt, then there is no doubt. Anyone could have said this, it would have been a perfect something. But as long as it's coming from an Abadonian, I will never believe what he's saying. Because even if Rufai say good thing, I never see somebody come out here. Only Ajele Kuku one time defended Rufai on this platform, you know. So, which I was even surprised what came, maybe Holy Ghost touched him that day. You understand me? He was defending him. But now what I'm trying to say is that this last speaker now, whatever he said makes sense. But
I go look for you for the way you did. So you see?
My brother, you are my man now. You are my man, but you understand. No, Allah. You see, so as long as Nabadonian they talk this one, I not take him. But the point he raised is very, very correct. But because say na APC man they talk, I don't believe say Minam because nothing where Rufai go do and una go agree saying do anything good. By the way, have a very good morning, gentlemen. I beg.
And happy Halloween.
And tomorrow, what time will the show they start tomorrow? I still there here. I go there here now. Weekend itself. I go Dublin weekend.
Around 10 o'clock UK, we should be on.
Okay, waiting be the time now. I think here now after 2.
Then here now after 1, so it just 1 hour.
Okay, after 1, that means say the same time with Dublin. I go there here now Saturday or Sunday. Now I go Dublin. Tomorrow I go join on Nana.
All right, thank you, Maurice.
Okay, good night, gentlemen. Yeah,
we'll see you tomorrow. So thank you, Maurice. So back to you today.
I go find food job before hunger give me. Okay then.
All right, one man. I think I should leave Rufai's matter.
Yes, go to Sheyi. Go to Sheyi Tinubu and give us a thought on that.
Okay, whatever Edoche has said, Edoche is right. and for Morris to have agreed that I'm right, just disagreeing because I'm from another side of the world to him, then it means that we all agree that the guy
Jide,
wrong.
òwe tó pa lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ ń bàjẹ́ wọn ló ń pọ́n. You know, to support what you said. Remember that man, that guest, said yesterday that this child that is not well brought up. This guy, remember? He called you. He said that to Rufai now. Did you guys? Can't you guys remember that man mentioned that?
He said you this badly brought up
child.
Boy.
So that statement is I think he aligned well with what Jide just said now. You know, Ogedembaje, plantain they spoil, and now the talk say they're right. So Jide, kudos to you.
One man, if you are in that situation, what would you have done? Would you have walked out of the station, or would you have been like, don't you respect my elders? We even think of saying that. How will you approach that situation?
You know, the guy should have walked out of the studio. But if he had walked out of the studio, Rufai would have claimed that as a victory. Often instances when you walk out of the studio, you look bad. You look worse than the person doing the questioning.
I'll be honest with you. Rufai's manner of approach is everybody should know the kind of person. First of all, I think the interviewee or whatever that came on this program did not do his research, because most people do that research before even granting interviews. And he was not well prepared. That was one. From the fault of Rufai, the only reason why things went south, like I've said, was that the old man was really not well prepared. And at that point in his time, Rufai put him on the spot. I only blame Rufai for his antics of laughing, like he went a bit too far, trying to humiliate his guests. That's the only aspect. That's the only aspect I would say that it's a bit, you don't do that to your guests. But I also blame the person being interviewed for not being adequately prepared. Because if he was adequately prepared, people like Rufai, the only way you can keep those people on their toes is to give them facts and hit them hard on.
Yeah, Rufai doesn't allow you to. He will use his position and he will start to badger you.
I don't think so. I think it depends on the person. I think the person, if only you allow it. Just imagine someone like Wike on his show, or someone like
when he interviewed Wike as well, it was a battle.
But even at that, like I said, he was wrong, but the interviewer did not do a good job. He let himself wide open, and that's where I would fault him. But Rufai was not professional he took it a bit far, making it personal and trying to humiliate him. That's what I just saw. That's all.
All right.
One man. Let me remind you. Remember when you went on Dr. Damage's show and you asked that guy a question, and he lost his cool and called you stupid or something.
You told me to shut up. He said shut up. He said shut up.
He said shut up. Okay.
Shut up.
I was listening to that banter back and forth that day, and I was thinking, you were asking him a question, and he was like, oh, he was. Sometimes he answered the questions, other times he didn't answer the question, but he preempted by insinuating what you were trying to say, which wasn't the direct question. But at the end of it, I was like, okay, they're going back and forth. I was scoring the fight. The minute the guy said, shut up, I was like, you've lost. The minute he said, shut up to you,
I knew I owned him at that point as well. He was rattled and he folded, and it was meant to be a professor. What was he, a professor or something?
Yeah, it was a professor. So likewise, this case here, Rufai is going to come at people with difficult questions. But they have to show their intellectual superiority. You can't get rattled. You call him out on his hypocrisy. Fayose, all credit to him, was quick on his feet enough to say to Rufai, you're being hypocritical because you are pointing fingers at me. Meanwhile, you are on the BRT telling people you know the governor. So that's how you beat him. We wait with smarts, being quick on your feet. But that guy lost his cool. He called, you little boy, this and that. That was the end of it. He let Rufai win.
You thought Rufai won that exchange? I didn't. I thought he lost that exchange.
I thought he won. He won because the man lost his cool. As an older, elderly man with wisdom and knowledge, you say, okay, young man, listen, let me educate you a little. And you put him in his place with knowledge. You shut him up. The minute the man got angry and he started trying to yell over Rufai, he had brought himself down to Rufai's level, into the gutter.
And the annoying part, the thing about it, what he did wrong again was that when Rufai asked him the questions initially, he now told he was now referring to Abati. It was more or less like he was telling Abati to step in and check this guy. He wasn't really answering the questions. It just looked deflective. Like, are you running to Abati to save you from these questions and stuff like that? So really, the guy lost.
You can go to a studio in anticipation of a robust exchange, but you cannot go to a studio in anticipation that your host will be rude to you, and that was what caught him off guard.
I'll tell you one thing, woman. If you watch during Obama's.
Hold on, let Prince come in. Prince.
Okay, Prince, go ahead.
I was asking, should Rufai be held to the same standards as politicians and other, honorables, for that way?
Actually, let me add on to that. Should he be held to the same standards as his colleague, like Ayo or Abati, who are also quite pointed in questioning, but never across that manner of etiquette? Should he even be held to journalistic standards, Rufai?
We talked about yesterday. Rufai has his own personality. There's no doubt about it. Rufai has his personality. Now, we don't expect them all to be the same. And I think they actually bring a really good balance to that show. They do. I don't think without Rufai on that show, that panel.
What about ethics?
No,
do you think Rufai's journalism is ethical?
No, it's about it's about style. As long as you're not violating NBC rules, I think it's fair game. Quite frankly, I don't like things being boring. As much as I don't agree with Rufai pretty much on everything, only maybe a handful of things. But I think it should be the way it is. We should not try to box him up. I mean, it's that thing. That's his personality. I don't think I care for it, but I like the vigor and the energy. Quite frankly.
And I think we should be careful because if we shut Rufai up, I think it will lead to a snowball effect. Journalists would be at the back end. They will not even want to actually interview anybody or try and challenge anything.
Can I say something?
Yes. Sorry. Let me say this, Larry, and then you can answer it by way of coming in. Who do you think does the most piercing interviews in engagement with the guest on that platform? So there are three of them. Who do you think asks the most piercing questions? And not the most outlandish questions, not the most sensational question, but the most piercing question. Larry.
Yeah, so for me, I think it depends on the perspective you're looking at it. For me, someone like Abati, I learn a lot from Abati, particularly from the legal perspective. Abati comes here, calm things down, and try to make the listener understand things and being objective. I know some people might not really like Abati, and I think the other lady too does a good job. But for Rufai, what I want to say is this. I think the person I have to blame is the management of Arise TV. Because I said something then, because I remember this same Ortega 1 month ago had the same issue with Rufai live. Ortega came there immediately after the presidential election tribunal, after the judgment, and he had a clash with Rufai. The same thing that happened. A month after, you brought the same Ortega and Rufai, and the same thing happened again. Why will you allow the same thing to happen 2 times within the space of a month? So I think Arise TV needs to do something on that, because you don't. It was just the same thing. I just had to like go back to YouTube, and I saw that it was exactly 1 month.
But do you agree that Rufai brings views? Look, I see.
No, see. The thing is this. It depends on the perspective. Are you interested in the bills? Right.
They are. What do you think?
They are.
Let's just get something right. If you are interested in the bill, I can tell you, you are going to get the short-term benefits, because the bubble will soon burst, and that's just the obvious truth. You can get the boost now, everybody, it will soon burst. But if you are really interested in consistency, stability, then you go through the channels route. And if the whole arise and all those things, it was what made Arise popular. There was this obedient movement. They keyed into it, right? And they have a good audience in the obedience, right? And that's the whole thing. But if you look at a station that is looking at consistency, stability, then I will always give it to channels. It's just like, they say something. When you want to see people that are wealthy, right? You see people that have been in that space for a long time and they still maintain it. You can't compare them with someone that just got rich in a day, and you want to put them at the same level. So that's, for me, I think the whole thing, I don't really blame Ortega. I don't really blame Rufai. I think I blame the management for not looking into that and making the same thing to happen within the space of 1 month, which is, today, I think it's unprofessional for the management of Arise TV for them to have allowed that. That's what I just think on that.
And quickly, if I had to add to that, you see, Arise Television on the network, right? I think it's unique, quite frankly. When I want like in-depth analysis and more journalistic approach to a matter, I go to Sean or Kim Baloy. But on Arise, they have their own flavor. We got to give it to them. Those are words that they're winning, rightfully so. Of course, I don't think Rufai is exemplifies what a good journalist should be, but they have a niche in the Nigerian media space. Again, channel is good, but the other stations is like boring and kind of mundane. But Arise, they have a really good thing going. Even their setup in the studio and how they approach news. Even though, of course, they always inject a lot of some fake news into their presentation, but nonetheless, they are a unique bunch.
But can I say something?
Do you think Ruben Abate will be better served? Do you think his talent will glisten more on our Channels TV rather than Arise? Because he's always struck me as more of a Channels TV sort of a journalist than an Arise guy.
Yeah, it's gonna be yeah, Dr. Abate would do good anyway. It has energy too. I mean, it commands the space, the language is good. It doesn't matter where it goes, actually. It's kind of unique. But going on channels would be like kind of boring. Again, I'm telling you, those guys on the Rise, especially in that segment, they do have kind of a balance that works. Ayo has her own flavor. And we know Dr. Baptiste, and we know Rise is going to come with shenanigans. It's good. I'm telling you, it's good. To me, they're pretty good.
Do you think Ayo is better than that Abiola girl? Do you think she's better than the Abiola girl?
Oh no, Tunde Abiola. I used to enjoy her actually. Because of her. I used to watch the show a lot actually.
Because you fancy that. Did you fancy her? Look at this guy. Did you fancy her?
No. She's pretty good. I hear she's getting much better. I don't know if you realize or remember when she came on board. Man, she used to give this corny analysis. Like, come on, we're not high school students listening to you. But I'm telling you, she's got much better. She got much better. But I'll prefer Tunde over her, at least for now.
One man.
Yeah, back to you, Jide. Yeah.
Okay. Hello. So let's do the next topic.
Okay. All right. Let me take you to. Let me take you to Tinubu seeks House of Representative approval for 2 trillion supplementary budget. So now a supplementary budget, as I'm sure you know, is not their main substantive budget. It's a budget to insulate shortfalls in an already existing budget. 2 trillion naira in 2 months. They are saying they're giving 605 billion, I should say, to the security agencies. So what are you then making of this spendthrift government that we have in Tinubu?
Oh well, one man. I think it's too early to start shouting, to start making a foul cry on this kind of issues, because there's one thing that I know, that the president has sanctioned, and I think the defense minister and some other people went to Turkey, sanctioned the purchase of 5 Turkish attack helicopters, and I think they went there last week or so, and they are expecting the helicopters. So probably they are paying. They will be paying for some of those things too, because I don't know why defense would have that much of a huge budget. But we know that the defense sector has always been a sector that is prone to corruption. All around the world is a sector where this government find it easy to siphon money and do all those things. But I think it's too early to start crying foul, because this is the first time they are even putting out something on the budget or something. So the main thing for me would be to look at, okay, the budget is out. How did they spend it? Then we can now start, shouting. And the breakdown said they were going to use some part of it for this wage award and things like that. So for me, I feel let them do it first. Let's see what they want to use the money for. That's what will point us in the direction the government is going at. So, but for that value for the defense, I want to feel like it's too much, but from some of the information that I have around the purchase of equipment and things like that, I think maybe that's what they want to use it for. But I would still wait when the budget is properly, sanctioned by the House. Then we'll see what they spent the money on before I can comment. So that's that.
All right, let me take you to this headline. Idol worshipping detrimental to Yoruba culture. This is Oluwo of Iwo. And when I read it, the headline, it doesn't give you the fullness of the body of his argument, because there's some content reasons that he's putting forward. But what do you make of it just off the back of the headline, if you did not hear the readout?
Well, woman, just off the back of the headline, because I'm interested in religion and things like that, I've read some books that have pointed some things to me about the history of the Yorubas.
Jide, your voice is very low. It's very, very, very low. If you can bring it up a bit, yeah.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, be better. Yeah, carry on.
Okay, so because I've read a lot of books on religion, because I'm really interested in this religious aspect of things, I can say if Oluwo says idol worshipping, Oluwo might be right and it might be wrong. Because I actually read a book about the history of the Yorubas, how they did things in those days, the story of Morimi and all those things were in that book, how they file out for war and things like that. You know, in that book, I sort of learned something that the two things the Yorubas worship from the beginning was Ori and Eledumare, but they really don't have a shrine for Eledumare. You know, it's like they believe is an unseen God, the most powerful that created everything, and so they have reference for him. The only thing that they really worship then would now be Ori in terms of the rights, but Eledumare does not really have a right. It's just what they refer, they praise, they worship with songs and words like that. So, but you know, along the man now said Shogo was the second king of Oyo, thereabouts. And when Shogo died, he started worshipping Sango. And now Shogo was worshipped in Oyo. Some areas in Yoruba land never adopted the worship of Sango as at that time. Then, you know, he started stating those idols that they were worshiping in different regions that were not, you know, passed down to the other side until when they started intermingling, you know, conquering one another and things like that before this all idols now spread across all the tribes that we have in Yoruba land. So if that is where he's coming from what I have read, though, I might say he's right. And if he's now saying it in a derogatory way, I will now say he's trying to go against the culture. And when you go against the culture, you're going against the way of life of some people. And then I would frown at it and I would not agree with him. But that's just it for me. You know, Oluwo for whoever he is. For me, if he says the tradition is wrong, then I would tell him that Islam is also a traditional religion of some people. You know, it is a traditional religion of some people. And you now adopt it as superior to your own traditional religion. Makes you more of a slave to me, the way I look at it. But that's just my own view. Oluwo is known for saying he's rubbish. So he's not somebody to be taken too serious like that.
One man, sorry, can I interject? Can I interject? One man.
Yes, sir.
One piece. One piece. Let me say this. Please,
okay.
Give me 1 minute, please. Yeah. Look, Oluwo is totally wrong. I like the way you conclude your statement there, that while he's condemning the religion of others, he is worshiping a foreign religion. I like that. Oluwo did not only condemn idol worshiping, he even condemned sacrifice. The sacrifice that we do in Yoruba. Even you know, the way you started your comment on this topic, you talk about Ori, and you talk about which other one did you mention? Eledumare. There is no way you want to worship your Ori and Eledumare without do some sacrifice sometimes. to appease to them. I mean, to Eledumare. So he is he doesn't know what he's doing, and he's trying to market a foreign religion that is his objective. So he's trying to rubbish our own traditional religion, promote Islamic religion, and that is what he is trying to do. His objective is for everybody to turn to Muslim. So that is what he's doing. So he's totally wrong. He's a confused man that does not really, even that throne that is sitting on what basis did that throne, on what basis on what basis did that throne
It would have poured libation before getting on that throne, is
yes, on that particular throne, that traditional throne, the crown, because Oluwo has, that ancient crown from Oduduwa.
Yes, it's one of those.
Yes, and that crown is, I mean, there are sacrifices you have to make sometimes before before you put on that crown, the real crown, not.
I think we lost Ajanle Koko, but carry on, Jide. Oh, I think
let me interject. Like what just was saying, it was like the Bible. I cannot add, I cannot remove, but I will just explain a little bit. Hold on. Oh, my daughter. Is what I get. sorry.
Well, all right. Let Jide carry on. Mute yourself for a moment. Let Jide carry on.
Okay. So what Baba Janle Koko was saying, I understand him, and it's not different from my point actually. But I was only answering from the way you have asked me that if I see this headline, how would I have reacted to it? And I was telling you from the two perspectives, I would have reacted to it. But for me, Oluwo is number one hypocrite we have in Yoruba land when it comes to this kind of a topic. You understand?
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry. Can I continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. What you were saying at the beginning that idol worshiping, that is well, for me it's totally wrong. Oluwo said idol worshiping, and you now specify some certain idol like Shango and that. He just used the word idol worshiping, which make him, I don't know what he smoked. But on your part to say Shango worshiping and this, that, on that part you are wrong. Everybody's tradition is their tradition. It could be my tradition could be idol worshiping. I want to say tradition like what I worship. It could be idol worshiping to you, and your Christian until you're practicing, it could be idol worshiping to me. So it never ends. So Oluwo don't have the moral right to say worshiping the idol is wrong. Him says worshiping the idol, and you are explaining that Oriki and rumor how you say that never sacrifice. That is wrong. There's no African deity you don't do one form of sacrifice for. Even Western deities, they do sacrifice to them. Depend what they use. Some people use rice and flour, sunflower. They use sunflowers and all that. When we Africa, we use animals and other things. So that guy coming out to say this is totally wrong. And my dear brother, and like what you said that you read the Yoruba people, no, that is wrong too. Please go read further. There's no place you would do sacrifice and you're a person deity without sacrifice. It's not done.
My brother, I think you didn't hear me well. Okay. Every Yoruba man knows that there's no shrine dedicated to Eledumare that we know of in Yoruba land. Okay. So Ledumare is a separate entity on its own. But Ori, even me that I'm standing here, know that you cannot worship Ori without doing some sacrifice. Okay? It is not, I'm not talking about the sacrifice. Even in the Old Testament, they do sacrifices. So it is not a big deal. For me, sacrifice is not a sin, it's not a bad thing. It is the way by which people connect to the spirituality of the African spirits, you know, and ancestors. No problem about that. I was only saying if I saw that line, and I'm to think of it from just the way one man threw it at me, to think of it from what I've read, I could say, okay, maybe this is what he's saying. Okay, going back to the Genesis. But if I'm to look at it and I read it and I now saw that what this man was saying is that it's like using derogatory words, then I will now say, man, you are an hypocrite. Because for me, Islam itself is the traditional religion of some people. It is local to them. Then they spread it around the world. Then if you want to be a slave, now place that religion above your own father's religion, your forefathers' religion, then it now becomes something of concern. Then we need to frown at it. That's what I'm saying. That Oluwo is known for his shenanigans and his rubbish way of doing things. You know, the man has lost respect with me. I can't talk to other others like that, but you know, this man does not speak with some level of dignity or reference for even his stool when he talks. He wants to be an emir rather than be an oba, and he wants to bear the name Oluwo, which is an oba title. If you want to be oba, there is space in Kwara State and there is space in Sokoto. Go and contest. Leave Iwo for them. Let them do their things the way it is done in Yoruba land. I don't have anything against it. I was only saying the two perspectives I would have looked at it. You know, you understand. So I'm not saying that.
Okay, I understand you. Okay, carry on.
So, woman, can I yield the floor? Now, I just want to touch on this Tinubu and his son and the people.
Sorry, who's that? No, Ajale Koko, we couldn't hear a single word. Could anybody hear that?
Yeah, like a scene from the Star Wars.
It's like something out of Star. Ajale Koko, we couldn't hear a word. No, we still can't hear you.
Babajale Koko. Ẹ ṣọ́ pé kò ń ṣe pé Olúwo tí lọ ń ṣe nǹkan.
We can't hear you. No, we can't hear a word. Scroll it back and then you hear what we're hearing. Scroll back just 1 minute, then you hear what we're hearing.
He said I should go ahead. He said I should go ahead. I think it's Oluwo that is trying to, you know, he's trying to attack Babajale Koko's network.
If I is speaking, no.
And I was going to go to Ajale Koko. So, did you want to speak on?
The network sounds more like Osoyin. Woman, you know Osoyin now.
Yes, I know Osoyin, of course.
Okay, I wanted to speak on Tinubu and his son. I feel the people coming to the Aso Rock are already misusing the opportunity. The leverage of liberality that the president has, you know, as somebody that loves, you know, people around him. So they are already misusing the opportunity. And I used his son as an example. Well, there are two ways to look at it. For me, it could be a deliberate attempt because.
Oh, sorry. Woman, did you put me in the bag or I accidentally put myself in the bag?
No, I think you may have put yourself in the back.
Oh, okay. I can click on. Yeah, Gide, I was going to ask you one question about that book you read.
Yeah.
I think I have that book.
What's the title of the book? It will start from
It's
there.
called The History of the Yorubas.
Yes.
Now, did you pay attention to the author of the book, the name of the author, and who the author is? Did you pay attention to it?
Yeah, I paid attention to it now.
What's his name?
Is it Samuel Johnson or something?
Reverend Samuel Johnson. Reverend. He's a reverend.
Yes.
So now the question I ask you is, if one imam decide to write a book about Christianity, would you take anything he's writing as credible? You know?
No. If you read it,
so
wait.
Okay, that's all I want to ask. Okay, that's fine.
Understand. I understand where you're coming from, but if you read into the history of that man at a point had a fight with Samuel Ajayi Crowther, saying that Ajayi Crowther is trying to westernize the Yoruba culture. And that book that he wrote, that book was not published.
The man that wrote this book, is he a Nigerian? Is he a
He's
Yoruba man?
He's one of those the returnees. Basically, it's not even relevant. The thing is, what happened during that time? One man was the British. They had this agenda of like killing the African thing and just replace it with Christianity, like Christianize us, basically. So they started doing propaganda, and then the people they were using were these guys. They were just using it. Even Fela talked about his father now. His father was one of them. He later regretted
Fela father.
I mean, his grandfather, not his father. Yeah, I think his grandfather.
No, that's the grandfather, Kuti.
Yeah, the grandfather.
Then Ajayi Crowther and this guy, some others too from the southeast. They're using them to write books.
Yeah, they were just writing propaganda. I mean, for those that are into the tradition, they understand the knowledge and actually study tradition. When they read that book, you just want to puke because it's just pure propaganda, man. It's like you that you're a Christian. An imam write a book about Christianity. You that you are a Christian, you can see the propaganda through it. But someone that's not a Christian will read it and think it's reading a book. So I read that book. I have it here. The first person that showed me that book was not even a Nigerian. I think it was a Cuban. He read it and he was laughing, and he came to me and said, "Why did Nigerians write their own history upside down?" I'm like, "What?" He said, "Is this not Nigeria?" Because they understand our tradition. They know that what I write in that book about our tradition was bullcrap. And these are people that left Africa. That the tradition moved across the ocean with them. They even understood it better than those of us in the continent. Like he showed me the book and started saying, "Look what they're writing about this thing." I'm like, "Wow, oh my God, will save us." So I mean, I can't blame our people to write this thing. Even the Iwo, I can't blame the guy because obviously he doesn't know better.
Mike.
What is that sound?
No, that's Ajale Koko trying to connect. Ajale Koko is still the same thing.
Okay.
Say something now. Hold on, Didi.
No,
We can hear you, but it's like you're using like an analog system instead of a digital one. That's what we're hearing.
Papa Ajale Koko, you're sounding like Latisi Elenu.
Choma is calling you a Halloween monster. This is Choma Orobalenu. Look at this. I thought was a favorite.
He's funny that guy that always doing the damage. That will be the guy.
No, that one is I'm not odd. What happened to Deben for the last time, Mike? Especially
when that guy talks, it just annoys me. Man. I'm like, okay, can this guy just shut up? He always wants to interject, but he doesn't say anything that make any sense. Like he just I'm like, yeah, Lord, I can't start listening to that guy, man.
Mike, I understand what you're saying about your view about the book, but the truth is this: if you read into the history of this man fought.
No, it doesn't matter history of the man or anything. Let's not even. What I will say is this. No, listen.
Let me just land my point. You see, this man fought the rest that the British were trying to use to a standstill, and he did not find favor among them, and that's why his book was. I think that they
are you saying that book is credible? Was accurate? Everything is saying that.
I want to point out something. Okay, I want to point out something. That book was not published until several years. It was the British press printing, whatever, kept on denying them access to print that book. Now, but what I'm trying to say is this: there are some basic facts in that book. Shango was a king in Oyo land.
Yeah, but that's not the first origin of
I'm coming. How did Songo become deified? Songo was a king, a human being, then deified. So that book did not say anything. I've read the book, and it did not say anything against the culture. In fact, he explained how they lived their life that time, from marriage, things they should not do, and things like that. You know.
No, here's the deal. That's not good. That's not drag. I don't want us to drag, but let's stick to the basic points I'm making here. Maybe it was unintentional, but the basic point I'm making here is that the things they wrote are just not accurate. Maybe it was writing out of ignorance. I don't know. But the intention may have been good. But wait. Hold on. But the advice I will give you is this. Just like I said, if an imam write a book about Christianity, that's not a book you read. If you want to learn about Christianity, you don't go and read a book written by an imam. So if you want to learn about tradition, you go and sit down with a traditionalist. Because a traditionalist have to sit down and learn the history, the accurate story from the beginning of the creation, the entire story of all the Orisha. You have to learn it. You got to go to training and learn it. So if you want to get accurate knowledge about the tradition or the spirituality, you sit down with people that are initiated, are going through the training, going through the school. Those are the people that can give you accurate knowledge, not some scholars or one bourgeoisie or one reverend because they can speak English. They think they have monopoly of knowledge. They can just write books and and give it to you. So that's the point I'm trying to make here. Okay.
No problem, Mike. No problem. But I know that I've had discussions with some people too, and they confirmed some of these things. Okay. And this man too, this
do you concede what Mike is saying, Jide, that a friend cannot write a book on tradition and deities of Yoruba land without it being affected by his religious backdrop?
No, one man.
You don't consider that?
The reason why I don't consider is this, okay? The reason why I don't consider is this. I've had this Yoruba professor that acts Yoruba film. What's his name? This man, this popular man. Is it Fality or something? I've forgotten his name. They interviewed him and he gave the story of at least that day they were discussing Songo. Okay. Yes, we want to say we want to mystify them as the Orishas. Yes. I'm not arguing that. But he was a king in Oyo.
Yes, he was a king in Oyo, yes.
So, and then he was deified.
No, he was wait, listen to me. Listen.
Okay.
Listen. Shango existed. Do you know that it was even oracle saying Shango is coming to be born? Now, these ancient days, this old time, these deities, they come and go. They didn't only exist one time. They come, they go. Our story even go back to all the way to the beginning of creation. If you go and study in our scripture, in the Torah, they will tell you when Olodumare wanted to establish the planet to be habitable. The first people he sent were about the 16 of the deities. Shango was one of them. Oshun was the only female that came with them. When they came on the planet, Torah is right. Even Black America will break that story down to you. When they came, and each of them had something to contribute to make the planet a habitable place. That's why Shango control rainfall. Today, if they want rain to fall, they usually consult Shango and they can make it fall, make it rain fall. So these are deities, and now they used to come in our midst, right? As humans in different ways. Sometimes they will be born. Even before Shango was born to become the king of Oyo, the oracle already said it that Oma be, and he will be born in the palace. You understand? So the story is deeper than just the ordinary things. You understand? So
Mike, I understand.
Here's the deal. What I'm trying to tell you is this: if you wanna Although the way we would tell you the story will look kind of ridiculous because the things we'll be saying will be like, how is that possible? Because
It
the
is
ancient
not.
time, the way things were happening.
It
Hold
is
on.
not
Wait,
ridiculous.
listen. Don't do so much argument. The way things were going on back then, it's very difficult to comprehend it with today's reality. You understand? But our story is our story, and we know it. Shango, it wasn't after he became Alafi of Oyo that he became known or became deified. He was already a deity known before he came and was born in the palace, came back as a deity. What do you think they say Oluwa will soon return the third time? The third time. What did they call the crown? And what did they call the Oni of Ifa, Arole of Oluwa? They're saying he's holding the crown because Oluwa say he's going to come back again. You understand? The deity said they will return. Even Orimina say it will return. And there's the old Unifa, they even said it like when Orimina is ready to return, you begin to see the whole world start to practice Ifa. That means it's getting close to time where it's going to return. So we have our own.
Is Bola Ahmed Tinubu the return of Oduduwa?
Well, that's maybe to you, yeah, maybe. But we have our own knowledge. Now, if you want to get...
Hold on. Aiza, you said that in jest, but I've always believed that part of the journey of Tinubu to that aspect of I'm not discounting the honest involvement and the involvement of deities in it.
Woman, come on, man.
Yeah,
Okay, woman, I would like to yield the floor, but before I yield the floor, Mr. Mike, I might like to learn from you because I always believe in learning from people. Okay, I might like to learn from you in future. But if I'm to sum it up, I would say I'm not saying that these people these deities didn't exist before them, but they existed, to the people of those times as the forces of nature. And it is the same in almost all mystical or
And it's
traditional
still
beliefs.
the same till today.
Yes, they existed as forces of nature. Okay? Now, it is when...
You can, well, yeah, we're all forces of nature, even we human beings. Everything about you comes from nature, so...
Exactly. So what I'm trying to say is I understand where you're coming from. I'm also Omo Adoagba. Also, I want to learn some things too. I work with people just to learn. You understand? So, but I understand that they were the forces of nature. They interacted with them as forces of nature.
Jide,
Baba Janle Koko,
can you hear me better now?
you are 100% right now.
Okay, better now. You see, look, there is no way you want to write Yoruba history that you will not mention Reverend Samuel Johnson. He is the first Yoruba man that wrote the history of Yoruba. There are some of what he wrote that he witnessed, that he saw physically. There are some that they told him. And we should consider the way the life was back then. It's not easy. I mean, it wasn't easy to move around collecting this history from one place to the other. Collection of history takes time, takes energy, require a lot of money and determination. So for this man to write this history, I think we have to give kudos to him. There are some that he didn't get right, that some other historian that came after him were able to get it right. But if you are talking about, the first Yoruba man that wrote the history of Yoruba, that is the source of what you can call the history of Yoruba, the man that first wrote that history, that traveled to so many places to collect all this history is Reverend Samuel Johnson. So people should not rubbish his name that, oh, maybe colonial were using him. No, they didn't use him.
I will rubbish his
Some
name.
he didn't get some right, and some
They had no business writing the book if you can't get it right. Because the part I think he didn't get right is dangerous. It just destroy people's mind, man. If you don't have accurate knowledge, they don't write anything. It's like actually, people, give me 1 second. What you are saying here is I serve you food with poison, and because the food part is there, you should praise me.
Do you want to learn or you want to argue?
I mean, what I've listened to you just said just now. I mean, come on, I don't think I should learn for that.
Listen, but you like to argue, you want to push back. This is not a matter of two of us arguing and somebody must win. No, I'm not saying this because I want to win I want to win you over, or I want to win.
No, but the logic now.
Your argument.
Okay,
so
go ahead.
What I'm telling you, look, what I'm telling you, you can go and research it. I'm not making it up.
But Johnny Coco, this is what you just said just now. Let me quote you. You're saying, you admit that some he didn't get right, some he got right. And I'm telling you, what you just explained to me, what you just told me is, I give you food mixed with poison. And you're saying because some is food, some is poison.
No,
hold on. You can't give somebody wrong knowledge and say because they are right knowledge in mixed with it, we should give credit to. I mean, come on, man. Don't give knowledge at all. If you don't give your knowledge, it's not going to be 100% accurate. You can't give people wrong knowledge because
you like to listen.
I'm listening to you. I'm just responding to what you said. And
you are not just listening first before you start fighting.
Okay, finish. Yeah.
Listen. What I said is that there are some that he collected by himself, that he saw, he witnessed. There are some that he heard from people. And you know, when you hear something from people, sometimes they might not get you, they might not give you the true picture, the exact picture of the history. And, you know, those people that history is concerned can come back later after writing his book, after so many years, and say, no, it wasn't like that. This is the real thing. It wasn't like that. So it has happened like that. Some of his work, because he heard from people, and those people that told him that history then, they didn't get it right, and people are him to correct him, to give us some facts.
Okay, every day, Ajale Koko.
So, particularly between the history and the Oyo and the Ife, because it's from Oyo, it's an Oyo man. Some of the history that, I mean, some of what he wrote as our history, some were, according to Ife people, were declared as untrue. They
it's not even people. When you're writing about the dates, it's not. No, that's the deal.
But what I'm telling you is that we have to consider the factor of moving around. Back then, it was so difficult because we don't have good road as we have it.
He didn't have to move around. All he has to do is sit down with the.
Stop it.
No, I can't stop it. And that's the problem with African Nigeria. That's why we are where we are today. This way we reason, the way we approach things. That's why Oluwo, a Muslim, is crowned the king. That's the problem we're having. This mentality of let's just leave it. Let's ignore the obvious cancer. That's why we have a Muslim crowned the Oluwo of Yoruba. He said, let's leave it. Everything is just going upside down. And that's just the way we do things in Africa. Let's leave it. And everything is just going backward. The fact of the matter is, things that is dangerous, let's address it. Let's not ignore it because he did one good effort or something, now we now ignore the danger of evil that is something that he did. Whether he purposely did it or not, that book should be banned. You can't, you mentioned maybe you didn't know, you want to get knowledge from somebody. In the Western world, if you're going to write it, they have rules. If you're going to write a book and give it knowledge, they're going to ask you, what's the source of your knowledge? You have to say, this thing I'm saying, it was this man that told me. according to this person, according to that person. No, he's writing the book. He's giving that information categorically as this is my knowledge. This is Yoruba knowledge. Who are you? You have monopoly, which we have the custodian of our tradition, of our knowledge, which are the Awo, the Ogboni.
You don't know. You don't know.
Wait now, wait. Is he wait now? Hold on. I don't go. Let me talk now. Give me chance. You told me not to interject. Allow me.
Of Yoruba.
Allow me now. Allow me. The people,
This
the custodian.
man took his own effort. Hold on.
Who cares about his effort? I'm talking about the rubbish he wrote. They are telling me about his efforts. What's my business with his effort?
Hold on. Listen.
Let's not go this
If you
route,
want to
please.
learn, listen. This man used his own effort, not sponsored by anybody. It was his own effort to travel to many places within the Yoruba land to collect this history.
I ended up writing rubbish.
And can you please, for God's sake, have you ever written Igbo? Have you ever even write the history of your own village?
Why would I go and be writing the history?
So let me tell you this. This America you are talking today, you go to the library, you will see a book about American history, right?
And go and write first story and see if you don't go to jail. No, go and write American story backwards. See if you don't end up in prison.
Hold on. How much have you people in that, even in that Yoruba land? I'm talking about the government now. How much have they spent? How much have they invested in?
No, yeah, it's different. Now you're talking about government.
Do you know how much Americans spend to write the history of this country?
Shifting the argument. Let's focus on
something. You know how much they spend?
Okay, we get that. We got bad government. We all agree. But it doesn't excuse the fact that
somebody the importance of historian in this society. Do you
we understand? Am I disputing that we have bad government? Am I disputing that we have bad government?
Do you take historian as important people in your society? Do you know the way they worship historians?
So you are calling Samuel Johnson an historian, a reverend?
Look at you. Forget about it. You don't know nothing. When
no, I'm expressing logic here, no emotion. And
you'll be talking ignorantly. He's a reverend. He's an historian.
The reverend is writing a book about our tradition, and you guys are praising him. Are you
kidding? Let me round up this space, please. I want to round up.
No, as a pastor, send a pastor to go and write a book about Islam and go to the north. See if the northerners they don't chap his.
Please let me round up.
Tell a reverend to go and write a book about Islam and travel to northern Nigeria.
It's a cost to be reverend, right?
It's rubbish to be reverend. How can you be a reverend? How can you be a reverend writing a book about Yoruba tradition? Are you kidding me?
What are you saying? Is it not from Yoruba? What is this?
Are you kidding me? Hey, you must well be supporting the Oluwo of Iwo now. That's telling us to go and abandon Orisha.
Mike, please just let the argument go because I understand your history. Your own part of history is different from that Jango Kogi.
No, the history is constant.
I know, because yours is more deeper because you have to add some songs and all that. But just let this argument will not end. I don't think it's nice for us to be.
No, it's not about argument. It's just logic I'm trying to express. It's not really what is what. It's just common logic.
Mike, please.
So because it's a reverend, so he cannot write anything good about the history of
a reverend writing about Orisha. Really? Okay.
This is just absolute.
What I just want to.
I just hope the next generation of Africans can change the way they think. They just don't think like the way that our people think. Man. Honestly, that's the only way Africa can be free. Because it's just the way we think that's our problem. Like, it's just there's so many ways that we think, man. That's why we find ourselves in a mess. Like, it's just I don't know.
Okay, Babaja, I so much respect you, and I what you have said today has made me a bit happy. And the reason is this book we are talking about. There are a lot of things in that book that even the Oni of Ife confirmed in one of his Olojo festivals that they did. The man wrote in that book that there is a scroll in Yoruba land. They call it Idi. And that the Oni of Ife confirmed that scroll is still with them. But there is nobody that has the power to open that scroll. And that history was written by that man. And if you read you know why I respect him is because he fought Ajayi Crowther to stand still, saying that Ajayi Crowther was going with the British and trying to change the narrative of the Yorubas, and that is not the way it is. And that was why his book was rejected severally, and they will not publish it. So they demand the main disparity on the questions on his book, because I follow this book very well, is because the Oyo and the Ife supremacy, whatever, is where the problem came in. Nobody argued the remaining part of the story. It's just that Oyo and Ife supremacy thing. You know, he was the one that pointed out that it was a chief.
Sorry, where did they conclude in that supremacy?
You know. Yes, he gave the supremacy to Oyo, saying that when Orunmila left.
So this excellent writer, he concluded that.
Yes, he saying that when Orunmila left Ile-Ife, he left when Orunmila left Ile-Ife, he left his chief priest to oversee whatever was happening in Ile-Ife. In fact, it was from this man that I knew that there was a place called Oko in Yoruba that is very strong. It's a very, very strong origin of the
Sorry. You said Oromia left his chief priest
No. Let him actually say that, because I think.
Yeah. Because he was going to Oyo to become the king in Oyo. He now left his chief priest in Ile-Ife. And till tomorrow, if you have watched it very well, there are times when they used to say it's not Oni of Ife, it's just a chief priest title. That it is Oyo ni Onile, Oyo lo Nile. You know, Oroyo was somebody that was a fighter that goes to fight different battles and win territories for his father. So when he came back, they had already cleared all the properties of the father when he came. The only thing that was left was the land. And by virtue of the fact that nobody could dare, go into battle with him, they had to concede the land to him, and it was the one that shared the land to them. That's where Oyo gets Oyo Onile. This man was thorough in his history. He was thorough. You understand? Even down to the issue of
Mike, apologies to you. Sorry for you.
No, I don't even want to continue, man.
Get these things from.
I've learned it. I've had these things from elders too. From the reason why
that elder is probably one pastor like that. One problem we have in Africa is we believe when someone is older, they tell us something, it means the truth. The same with these Biafran elders, we tell those young ones a bunch of flip story about Biafra, and they believe it. They will say, "My papa tell me," because he's an elder.
Look, just because Brazilian just told Mike that, look at what this man said.
No.
And because of that, the entire thing written in that book is rubbish.
No, you misunderstood me.
Does that even make sense?
You misunderstood me. You misunderstood me. I make reference to him because he know better than you guys. Because he studied Ifa, and from Ifa he knows. And he came to me and I saw it. I'm like, wow, that's true.
It doesn't mean
I know
that
myself. I'm not telling you that. Hold on.
Yoruba land.
Don't flip something to me.
Ifa doesn't mean that he know the history of
That's where our story is. That's where the history.
Ifa study is different from the history.
Are you kidding me?
Land.
Are you kidding me? Who's the wait? Who are the custodian of Yoruba land story?
Ifa is a spirituality.
Are you kidding me? Well, obviously you don't know now. Okay, cool.
Different.
Really?
Yes.
Wait. Give me a second. All the Oriki.
There are some Odu
this guy
that make reference to the history of Yoruba or some places in Yoruba land. But it doesn't mean that because you study Ifa, then you know the history of Yoruba land. Don't confuse
the entire history of Yoruba land is right in it.
No, Mike. The story of Afonja is not in any Odu. Afonja is not in any Odu.
Sorry, you're talking about this guy. we are talking about a story that pertains to our origin, the deities. Afonja is not a deity. Afonja, when anything.
It's not an origin narrative.
Exactly. I don't know what he's talking about here.
Even when you are talking, even an
It's like talking about the
historian,
history of Tinubu is
even
100
an
years from now. He's saying it's not
historian has
what kind of
written the
rubbish?
history of Yoruba.
Ajani Koko, the problem is your generation, man. You guys really mess up.
Mr. Mike, hold on. Hold on. With this guy, last narrative, the last one you just talked about Oromia, this thing. I don't know where he got that story
He
from.
said Oromia was the king of Ife.
Sorry, I'm not trying to laugh, but that one is politics. It did not happen. Like you guys are forgetting, at one time, Oduduwa, Oromia, and Eweka was alive. Oduduwa's son and his grandson, three of them was alive. So how come became king in Ife, in Oyo? I don't know what this guy. Sorry, Oyo in Ife. What is where they get this story from?
Even a Benin man knows that Oromia was not a king in Ife.
Oromia is the grandson to Oduduwa now. It's Oduduwa grandson.
Even Benin people will tell you that Oromia was never a king in Ife.
Okay, Jalikoko, you know what I said to you. Sorry, Jide.
Hold on. One voice. Carry on.
Yeah, sorry. Jide, listen. Just go and do research. At one point in time, around the 11th century or 20th century, Oduduwa, Oromia, and Eweka, the three of them was alive at the same time. Oromia was Alaafin of Oyo, while Eweka was about to become the Oba of Benin. Oduduwa was still alive. So how come Oromia left somebody? People that follow Oromia back to Ife when Oduduwa didn't accept him in form of punishment, following to Oyo from Oyo. Who did he leave there? The families are all that follow him.
Hold on. You are right. Yes. Oromia, when Oduduwa was alive, Oromia was alive at the same time, the grandson.
Eweka was alive at the same time, three of them.
Owomika was alive. So what happened is that while Oduduwa was the king in Ile-Ife, Oromia left Ile-Ife and went to establish Oyo Alaafin, and that was the time that he gave birth to Shango. You understand what I'm saying? He gave birth to Shango, and after his death, after he left Ile-Ife, after he left, when he established Oyo and Oduduwa died, he went to Ile-Ife.
Very good, Baba.
He went back.
Very good.
He went back to Ile-Ife, and during the time while he left, Oromia became king in Oyo land, and when Oromia left Oyo land back to Ile-Ife, Oduduwa already died by then. Then Oromia now took over the throne of Ife, while his son Shango became the king of Oyo land. So that was what happened. So the history is very clear, and who brought this history to us is Samuel Johnson.
You are on point.
Samuel Johnson. He is the source of that history.
So Oromia was the king in Ife.
The politics.
So wait, Oromia was the Oni of Ife. Is that what you're telling me?
What are you saying?
Oromia was the Oni of Ife. Eh?
Oromia was after he established Oyo. When Oduduwa died, he went to take over the throne. He was a king.
Let me not waste my time. Anyway, I'll just be all night with you guys. It's okay, Sha.
Look at you. You don't know your history.
Yeah, teach it to your children. It's okay. I can't save you, Rubana. You guys continue your propaganda rubbish.
Mike, it's okay. It's good they have the narrative, and this narrative I had is only for one side. To be what I know, from what I've heard from both the Ife, historian, and Oyo.
It's only Oromia that during his lifetime, at different time, was king of three kingdoms of Edo. What do you call it? Benin. What is we know as Benin kingdom today? This Oba of Benin is the one that established that institution there, and he's the one that created the Oyo. And as well, he became king in Ile-Ife after Oduduwa. You guys should go and read your history. And when we are trying to tell you, you want to argue as if one Brazil told you one nonsense that, oh, Tinubu is not this thing.
No,
You want to carry that one
no,
and then rubbish the good work of
He said,
President
when you ask
Tinubu.
him what Brazil told me something.
There might be
Well, I don't know where you are learning your history from a classroom from Samuel Johnson. You are learning your history from a reverend, from a pastor, and you are coming here.
It doesn't matter. He's a Yoruba man.
You are learning history from a pastor. Can you imagine?
He's a Yoruba man. Forget about
You are a Yoruba man learning history from a pastor, and you think you are making a lot of sense.
Now, because somebody
go and learn from Oluwo of Iwo too now. Imam, go and learn history from him too. Oluwo of Iwo.
Babajale Koko, I want to ask a question.
Yes.
Where was the burial site of Oromio?
Ile-Ife.
Very good. He died at
Ile-Ife.
He died
as a king there, and he was buried there.
He was buried there. He now said because his heart was never far away from Oyo, that they should cut his fingernails and his hair, and they should go and bury it also in Oyo Kingdom. When you don't read, I read so many books about Yoruba history because at a point even this man Ologundudu Toman Kewi, Otishe research. I have a lot of audios of him doing research with some professors from University of Ife on this matter. So the truth of the matter is our history is
Jide,
the way.
You know, I don't take that history from you. You're seen something.
Jide, pick up my number in the private chat. I want you to do a session on this particular topic. I've been asking Mike to do it for so long. He's not been able to, but I want to document some of these things. But pick up my number.
Mike doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Wait, Jide, you know I don't buy to this history you're saying.
Oh man, let Ajali go do it now. Let Ajali go do it. He's the elder, you know.
With Mike, I beg. See, yes, we might agree that Romeo was buried in Ife. That place they call Ife. But I've heard some scholars say that Romeo was the 6th Oni of Ife. The question now becomes, who were the remaining 4 before him? If he took after his father immediately, then
no.
Who was the 4?
Oromia is not 5th. It's not 5th.
6th. They said 6th.
Oromia
is
not even 5th.
What?
He's
What?
not the 5th king.
Not the king. Not the king. The only title. I said he was the 6th from the only title. Duduwa is the first with that only title. Now, who is the Who was the?
Let me tell you this. This only title that we have today was not what it used to be back then.
Exactly.
It was a different title they call it back then. They have changed it several times. They have called it Olufe. They have called it Adimula. And before they changed it to what do you call it? This Oni. They have named it several titles before in the past. So this Oni was not what it used to be. It wasn't Oni they called Oduduwa back then when he was alive. It was a different title. They called.
What's the meaning of Arule of Oduduwa? What's the meaning of Arule? Tell us now. I'm learning from you now. You are the elder here.
Mike, I want to ask Federico one question.
You can't tell me to back me now. Since you have the knowledge than me, tell me.
Mike, I want to ask Federico one question.
Abanjaleko, tell me that. What's the Arule of Oduduwa? What does it mean?
I'm not.
Now you don't know. Okay, thank you.
You don't want to know.
Wait, Agadjiko, take this straight question from. Agadjiko, take this straight question from me. Yeah, I agree with you. The name change at a certain time and a certain event, the name were changing. But at which point and at which dynasty started the Oni dynasty?
I can't say specifically. I don't know.
Cannot say specifically, but let me ask you.
Okay. Let me tell you from Orisha side, everything side. It was Oduduwa that started the Oni dynasty. He started it.
No. It's not from is not from Oduduwa time. No.
No, the world only title, they are changed to only title started from Oduduwa dynasty. There has been king coming since, it has been changing. But the time he changed to Oni, that time
Okay.
he changed in Oduduwa's time. You understand what I'm saying now?
Sorry. What piece? What piece? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Let me ask. Ajale Oko has the problem. That is a history argument. There's a hole there. Oni is the grandson of Oduduwa. I say Oni. Oromia is the grandson of Oduduwa. Oromia went to Ife, went to York and took territory and became king. When Oduduwa died, Oromia came back to become Oduduwa. What happened to his own father? How come? His father was the only child, which makes it a very easy succession. Are you telling me that Okobi died before Oduduwa? How come it is Oromia of the seven? And from history, Oromia is about the last son in history. And in Yoruba history, there is no way you have like 6 sons, and the last son will become the successor to their grandfather, not even their own father. And their own father was also still alive.
Anything Fabanyon now, anything
No, you see,
one man, yeah.
If I will choose when there are options, when there's only one, the decision is already taken by Olejumare. That gave only one child.
No.
You see, when Olejumare gives you over one child, that means that guy has been chosen from heaven. That's what it means. In Benin, the first son is the choice because it's believed that God has chosen that one from heaven. So there's no way Oromia could have been the Oni when his father Okobi was still alive. So that's the whole that argument.
Wait.
Okay, hold on. So Patrick, how do you plug that hole? What do you feel right to that?
The only possibility is that Okobi died before Oduduwa, and there's no record that suggests that. One, there are two, that all his older brother had died or advocated or offered to say, okay, take the title. You had Orogun, you had Alake, all of them were older than Oromio. In short, Songo that took over as Alaf, he didn't take over directly from Oromio. He took over from his elder brother. That was being
what happened?
Ajaka.
Yes, I agree.
He took over from Ajaka. I'm telling you, it was a weakling. He was sacked by Oluwo.
Yes, he was sacked because he's not a
strong. He took over from Ajaka.
He's not a strong personality, so they sack him. And then being a warrior, a strong guy, down became the right. So
the only way I could plug down is Okobi died before Oduduwa, and there's no record that shows that Okobi had died before Oduduwa. Then all these Orogun, Alake, Onishabe, all of them died before
Oga Patrick.
So Oduduwa is from Benin. That's what I want you people to know.
Can I answer that question?
What is the meaning of Oduduwa?
Oga Patrick.
Oduduwa. Benin man will tell you the meaning. Yoruba man will not tell you the meaning of Oduduwa because there's no such words in Yoruba language. Oduduwa. I have friends whose children are Oduduwa. Their names are Odua. Even look at Stella. Stella Odua. Stella Odua husband is from Benin. My friend's children, their name Odua. And they will tell you the meaning of Odua.
What is the meaning?
Cannot tell you the meaning of Odua.
What's the meaning?
Tell them the meaning of Odua. So that it's a common name in Benin.
Tell us the meaning now. I'm trying to know.
Like this thing. No, I'm working now. What is about me? Tell them.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is the meaning? What is the meaning of
Odua? Odua means it means like center or the beginning of wealth. It means that it's like what basically is like the heart of something. Oduduwa, the way of wealth. My son is Izoduwa. I walk into wealth. Izoduwa, I put the road of wealth.
The road of wealth. That's what it means, right? In Benin?
No, it means so many. But what matters?
Okay, what does
Oduduwa
Odu? What
means.
does Odu means in Benin? What does
Odu means center, middle, heart of everything. That thing that hold middle. Oduwa, Odue. That's the heart. You say Odua animal means give me the heart of that animal. Oduwa. That is center of wealth. My children, my cousins, everybody have Uwa, and everything. So,
Odu in Yoruba is where the secret is kept. You know.
it's the same thing. That's a heart, the same thing. But now, that's not my argument. My argument here, to Ajaloko and Jide, now, like Patrick said, something is missing. And we that are into data, we know. But we were telling you guys, you think like we want to write history. No, it does not cohere. Because at the same time, Oduduwa, Oromiyan, and Eweka, that's Odudu, the father, the son, and the grandson, were alive at the same time, and they were king at the same time. That Oduduwa was the first to pass on. Hold on. Oduduwa was the first. Hold on, sorry, please. You asked me. Oduduwa was the first to pass on. There was no way a king would drop his title and come and take a title in Ife. Oyo was bigger. There's no way. But I agree he was buried there. The title Oni started from Oduduwa's time. Now you say Oromiya became the sixth Oni. Then who was in the interval? Who were the other four people that took that stage? This thing. Did Oromiya live for 300 years? So it doesn't add up.
Can I answer the question? Very good. In Benin history, where do you place Oromiyan in terms of kingship?
Oromiyan never took. Listen, Oromiyan came, yes, but he never established any kingdom. He came as a king, but he was having battle with the Ogiamen. Then you see that like Ogiamen, you see this lineage, they were having battle with them. He only stayed 6 months. He didn't step into Benin.
When exactly in the dynasty of Benin Kingdom did Oromiyan come? When?
When did he come?
Yes.
Sorry, Abi, ask one more time. Sorry.
When exactly in the dating of the dynasties of Benin Kingdom did Oromiyan appear in the scene? When?
First, now the Oba dynasty, the Oromiyan dynasty, where Oromiyan started from.
When? You know?
It's 12th century now. 12, what date? 12, I think 1225 or 1235.
Oromiyan is the first Oba of Benin. Yeah. Basically, that's what you're trying to say.
Let me explain now. There was like a chieftaincy arrangement in Benin before Oromiyan came.
Chieftaincy arrangement?
Yes. And,
like what?
Even if you go to the Benin Kingdom, Benin website now, Oromiyan is as number 2. So the person that wait now, your website
let me make his point. Yeah.
Your website says it. Your website says it. The person that was there before him was counted as a king. Now Oromiyan was given number 2. Okay. Now, if you look at that timing alone tells you that there's no way 6 kings will have reigned in Ife before Oromiyan. Okay.
So let me respond. Sorry.
Wait,
I don't know what the book you read, but I can tell you.
Let him land. Also, when you respond to what he's saying, not to him.
Let me land now. So because if you go through the history that was written on that Edo page, it says that Oduduwa was from Benin. Now Oduduwa was a king, the son of a king, the third chief in Benin. And he committed something or he did something wrong and he was banished. So after he was banished, the king died and they came to him to call him to come and become king in Benin. But he said no. Then he now said Oromiyan should follow them as his grandson. Oromiyan now went. That was where he met the woman that gave birth to a waker for him. Okay, that is where he went. And when the place was, not conducive for him, he, out of anger, left Benin. And that's where even some people say the name Benin comes from Ubini, Ibi Ibinu, Ibinotimu Ibinu, or something like that. But if you read from that Edo page, Oromiyan was the second king of Benin, and that is why till today, even if they want to install a king in Benin or Ile-Ife, the two of them don't do it in apart. They do it like together, like brothers, because they accept that the first son of the person that should have been king came down to Ile-Ife. So when Oromiyan now left that place and came back to Ile-Ife, because Oromiyan was like a warrior that goes to fight all the battles. So when he went to fight battles, before he came back, his grandfather died. Now his elder brothers, they were sharing the thrones. In fact, what's his name? Oluwo. Why they say Oluwo is the son of
What of his own father? You have not answered that question. What of his own father?
Please, let me respond to you. Let me correct something before we move on. I'll let you move on.
Okonbi might have died, but Okonbi might have died. But if I
not
go
might.
No.
Not might.
Because listen, there are three strategic locations that were mentioned in Yoruba history. There's Oko, there's Ile-Ife, and there is Oyo, which was called Koyo before. You understand? So those three locations are very important. I have not even gone through Okombi, and I think from what you have asked, I will go and research the history of Okombi on his own. I want to know what happened.
Jide, please let me add this before you finish. You can add it up. First of all, let me correct that story you were saying. Like what I was just asking at Jelokoko. Oromiyan was not the second Oba in Benin. Oromiyan was supposed to start the Oba dynasty in Benin. There was already a dynasty before, that was Ogiso dynasty, which ended in Ogodo, that is the father of Ikaladera, which is now Izodowa. That's why Ogodowa sent Oromiyan to Benin to continue the Ogiso dynasty. But when he came, the Ogiame didn't allow him. There was war. He stayed in Ogo. He married the Ogiego, a daughter. Her name, Ewemade. He married Ewemade. When she died was 6 months old. 6 months pregnant, or 6 months. When Oduduwa went back, he left back. He didn't even stay for delivery of the child. Eweka started the Oba dynasty. Now, if you add Oromiyan, we had the 40th Oba. If you don't add Oromiyan, we have 39 Obas. So please, that's this thing that there was a king before. No, when Oduduwa left, there was vacuum. The Ogame was administrator, which is a Vian, was administrating for that position before they go and find Oduduwa. But then I thought Oduduwa was very old. He said he cannot come back. He didn't send his son. But a Vian son wanted to take the power when his father was passing away. That was the trouble in Benin. Then I said, you are not even royal blood. Don't talk of your father is not even royal blood. Don't talk of you. That was the problem Oromiyan was getting in Benin. So please add that to your listing. Oromiyan did not meet any kingship in Benin.
You are making a big mistake. What I'm saying is the Ogisho dynasty was captured
What is telling you is that what Peace is telling you is that the king there in Benin today is a descendant of Oromiyan.
Yes, I'm not doubting that. What I'm saying is that the Ogisho dynasty,
Jide, is it your contention that the Yorubas founded Benin? Who founded whom? Start from there.
yes, a man from if it depends on who is telling the story, and that's the problem with this thing. If the Yorubas tell the story, they say tell it a different way. And if the Edos tell the story, but I want to go through his own story now. You understand the story from his own side. There was an Ogisho dynasty. Then after that, Oromiyan came, meaning that Oromiyan would have been the second dynasty of king. Okay, but because he did not stay, he was there ruling. He was ruling, but he did not stay because of the problem he was encountering. Then he left. So what I'm trying to say is that between Ogisho and the next dynasty, there was no king. It was just Oromiyan, Ogisho, and Oromiyan. Oduduwa left the vacuum. that made Oromiyan come into play, because Oduduwa said he was already old and he cannot come back to become a king. Then rather, he will give them one of his grandsons that is very, very a warrior, and he gave them Oromiyan to go and rule over them. But when he got there, he started having problems, and he left out of anger again. So what I'm trying to tell him is, his narrative of there were 6 kings in Ile-Ife between Oduduwa and Oromiyan does not add up. That's what I'm pointing out to him. It doesn't add up. Because, like Babajide Koko said, Oromiyan was a king of 3 kingdoms at the same time.
Yeah, Jide and all this story from Benin that Oromiyan is from them. I don't know where they get it from. Yoruba history even told us, Ile-Ife history particularly, told us Oduduwa was born in Ile-Ife. His father was a king in Ile-Ife. And there is an Oduifa that make reference.
Sorry, what was his father's name?
Hold on. What please? You have to let. You don't have to put
Okay.
the beginning. So yeah, just let him land. Yeah. Go on, Baba Ajale Koko.
Yes, his father was a king, and Oduduwa was a warrior. Oduduwa went on an assignment outside Ile-Ife with his warrior, because back then they can travel to maybe to Mali or to all these things to go and fight.
Oromiyan, not
No,
Oduduwa?
I'm talking about Oduduwa now. So there was a time he went on a mission, and when he was coming back with his troop, before he entered Ile-Ife, he got the news that because his father was the king as at the time that he went on that mission, and when he was coming back with his boys, before entering Ile-Ife, he got the news that his father has been killed by, there's another king there in Ile-Ife as at that time. And that king was the one that sacked his father and killed his father. So what he did was to wage war against Ife, to sack that king. And the history is there. The king that was there then was Obama King or Songogon. Is the one Obama King of Songogon was sacked by what do you call it? Oduduwa. He entered Ile-Ife, he waged war to sack that, to install himself as the king. And the family, or let me say what do you call the people from the royal home back then that was sacked, are the ones that went to establish the Igbo in Ilaje area in Odo State today. They sacked them, and they all, with all their family, everybody left to go and establish this Oluwo of Igbo. You understand what I'm saying? So this history of Edo people that
I got Jaleko. It's time for me to come in now. You finish your point.
Do a run away from one prison in
okay. Let me come in. Let me
land now. And even the
okay.
curator of your museum in Benin wrote a book to that effect. I mean, he's the one that have the artifact. He's the one that
I'll come in after you. Sorry.
He has everything.
Okay.
He wrote a book to that effect. I don't know why some of you are coming with this story, because what you guys try to portray all the time is not history, but a story. because you
Okay.
have you don't want to surrender to Yoruba people. Yoruba people.
You finish your story. Like you are going to attack assassination. You are going to attack out assassination. Leave that one. Let's talk with
No,
facts. First of all.
I mean,
Yes, I got your narration.
Send down there up to today. You could find that.
Yes, let's go with your narration. Not my narration. Let's go to your narration now. First of all, I asked you who's Oromiya's who was Oduduwa's father. You couldn't tell me which of the court it came from. That which of the family court lineage from Ife it came from. You couldn't tell me.
Lakuri was the father of Odua. Lakuri.
Lakuri does not. Hold on. Everybody can come up. Hold on now, please. You cannot change this from 2,000 years. Now just start changing it. According to
Oduduwa is the 97th king.
Hold on. That's what that is the part I'm coming to. That's the part I'm coming for. That's the part I'm coming to. Hold on now, please. Hold on. According to your oral history, the one in the book, the 135, there was 97 king before Oduduwa. They didn't say there was 97 king before Oduduwa's father, whatever you say his name is. And the Oduduwa started Oni dynasty, point blank. Oduduwa sacked the Obatalas, who are today the Ugbo people, point blank. And that is war, whatever that happened. I don't know exactly, but he was the one that to stop that lineage, that dynasty. Now, Oduduwa was appointed by Oracle. The Oracle already told that you'll be telling they have 16 communities and they have a shrine. Their way of doing things like today, they have shrine and another Oracle, or I'm not saying Zifa, but they have their Oracle. Oracle has been telling them a man will come.
Wait, what's the name of the Oracle?
No, I don't say the Oracle. You are getting if I started from Oduduwa lineage. I said to me, listen, I'm not arguing with you. We're not arguing. I said to me, please listen now.
No, man, I'm not getting into you guys' history story. I don't care about this history. When it comes to the spiritual part of the knowledge, you guys don't stay away from that side.
For me, I'll say if I date stuff started from Oduduwa, I'm not saying that's where the thing started. Hold on now, please hold on.
You also look to marry that created a foul.
Hold on now, please. Let me finish my history. I'm
not saying talk history, but leave the part of it, please.
Okay.
You guys can argue whose father is whose father.
Mike, why I'm using their deity. I don't want to use particular deity because every deity have when it started. Now they are whatever they are practicing that they're always telling them, and that's Yoruba culture. You go and look at Yoruba culture. Before Oni time, the way they choose their successor is they are there to tell them. There's somebody will come or go to social place. The first person you see picking, that will be your next successor. That was the practice then. The data is only telling that a man will come that will take them to victory or greatness. Actually, when they found Oduduwa, it was what the Oracle was describing to them. That's how Oduduwa started. Oduduwa started the Oni dynasty. And that dynasty started from father to son. That's why you see Oromiya coming to Benin, Oromiya going to Oyo, his children is taking that lineage in Benin. The people before Oduduwa, the Obatala people that 97 before Oduduwa, they don't have secession culture. Now you coming to tell me that Oduduwa's father was a king that with no name, with no dynasty, with what era? Now you said his father is one name. You call only one name. Now, who was the father? Who was his father and whose mother? In every history, there's a mother side to father side. Every king that lives, he has a wife, he has a father, he has a mother. The two communities they are still existing. The character that we talk today, the father community still existing, the mother community still existing. Now, the question everybody asks you, there were 16 communities before Oduduwa came, and the 16 communities are still there. And none of them accept Oduduwa as their own. Oduduwa didn't come from there. He didn't come for the 16 communities that was there before the Oduduwa in Ife. So where did his father, not Oduduwa now, where did his father come from? Who gave birth to his father? Who did his mother marry from? Which community his mother married from that gave birth to Oduduwa? So all this does not add up. See, hold on, please. All this does not add up. I'm not here to argue with you Oluwo is a Benin man, it's not a Yoruba man. But that history, that story you are saying, Oluwo's father was a king, Oluwo was fighting in somewhere, that is a fallacy story because it does not add up. The Obatala was the last. Oni of Ife, sorry, Oluwo started Oni dynasty. So are you going to change it now that his father started Oni dynasty? Oluwo is the first Oni of Ife. So what are you not talking about? There's no issue that they killed. There's no issue they killed Oluwo's father. Where's history? Where's the very father they killed?
Okay,
Patrick.
Okay, now I want to ask you a question. You see, that my first question, that what happened to his father and how come he became the first? But before that, let me disprove Ajani quickly. According to oral tradition in Yoruba land, Oduduwa came from heaven with chain, and when they make Oriki of Oduduwa, say Oduwa Afawon Awon, that's the chain, was what he used to land, just like Spider-Man from heaven. That's the Yoruba tradition. And Oduduwa didn't start.
Story,
Wait
that
now.
one is story.
That's
One
the.
is story. It's
I
not
will
true.
give you. Hold on now. Hold on now. Let me finish.
That one is
Let me
not
give
true.
you.
Hold on. Let him land. Let him land.
Let me give you. So that's the common story. Even when they make
it's not that one is
wait now.
Historical
Let me. Hold on now. Hold on, Ajale Koko. You told people to hold on. You see, the Yoruba people initially they didn't write down their history, but the way they preserve history, the historians in Yoruba were the Ayan. If you want to know your lineage, the Ayan, they memorize the lineage of people because they beat drums to it and they use it to talk about. Those were the original historians in Yoruba land. You understand? And based on the Ayan, when they want to talk about Odua, they talk about him as somebody that used chain to come down from heaven. You understand? And then the Ifa also came around to talk about the history of Yoruba land. Let me tell you first thing. Orunmila was one that created Ifa. That's why they call him Orunmila Baba Ifa. And Orunmila is from Ekiti State. It's not even from Ife. If you find out, Orunmila, his town is from Ekiti. It's not from Ife. And Orunmila preceded people like Oduduwa. And where you will really find the history of Yoruba is with the Aryan and with the Ifa people, because it's in their OD. You see, the history of the Jews is in their Old Testament and the Talmud. That's their own OD. The history of the Yoruba people is in the OD of Ifa. The OD of Ifa will tell you about. I will close with this.
No, you will
the
continue. Let me correct one thing you just said now. Orunmila is not from Ekiti.
Orunmila is from Ekiti.
Hold on. Orunmila is from Owo.
Oh, okay. Ondo State, very close. Okay, from Owo. Okay. But it's not from Ife.
The Ekiti people accepted.
That's even closer to Benin.
Yes. Orunmila is from Owo. So the Ekiti people accepted that, Orunmila spiritual, worshipping more than any other part of Yoruba land.
Baba Janle Koko.
Yeah. So let us continue.
You are 100% correct. It is Ogun that is from Ekiti. Orunmila is from Owo.
All these are still close to Benin. These are closer to Benin than the East.
Carry on so that we don't break that stride. Patrick, carry on.
My argument is that the Odu Ifa is just like we want to know about the Jew, read the Old Testament. If you really want to know about the history of the Yoruba in a very preserved and sacred manner, because the Odu Ifa is the only sacred book or story that is not really being adulterated. You understand? Because they caught and they protect it.
Exactly.
So to get something that
even
is authentic, all the Alawo will tell you the same thing about those Odu. If they want to recite chapter 1 of it, they will recite it the same way wherever they are.
Exactly.
Ilesha or Oyo. So this story will be the same, but historians
let
of
me
Oyo
say
will
one
tell
thing
the
real quick.
story
Sorry,
from
before you
their
continue to add to your point.
Mike, let him
No, I know,
follow.
I'm not interjecting him. I'm not interjecting him. One man, I'm just saying I've traveled across Yoruba land and it's the same thing. That's what I wanted to say. Go on, continue.
Yeah, that's what the that's what the
Sorry, Mike, I want him to follow through. Yeah, carry on.
the far people will say the same thing wherever they are, whether Ketu in Benin Republic or wherever they are, they will tell you the same thing. But the historians will tell you the story from their perspective. The Benin historian will tell you Odua is from Benin. The Oromiyan people will tell you Oromiyan was the one that took over from Odua as the Oni of Ife. What happened to his father and his older brothers? They will tell you that. So that is inconsistency in stories. The only one that has been preserved and even has a longer history that is close to reality, because the older the story, the more likely authentic it is. The more or the closer the documentation of the history to the events, maybe something that happened in 1960, the person that wrote about it in 1961, that account is more likely to be true than somebody who wrote about it in 2020, because they are probably eyewitnesses that were there. So that's the sacredness of it. So left to me, I'm not an Ifa person, I don't, but let's be objective. The Ifa people are likely to have a more sacred history of a Yoruba man than a reverend that was born thousands of years after. No. That's
And let me add to it.
Sorry.
Before you move on, can I just on? I just said, JJ and Daluko, do you know? Sorry if I got Patrick. Do you know Patrick lineage is one of the people that escorted Oromia to Benin? Their practice, everything is still well preserved in Benin. But you just give no story about Oromia's father, Edodua's father, that we do not have a lineage. He was a king in what dynasty? Who was his father? When did he live?
Go ahead.
Hold on. What is his father?
I have answered to their question. Okay. Because now, this is what happened. Odudua was king of at Ilefe when there was tumor in Benin. He sent his son, his grandson Oromiyan, to go there and calm everything. When the elders came to beg him to come back and become king, he said no. Then he sent Oromiyan, because Oromiyan was a warrior. When Oromiyan left, before Oromiyan came back to Ilefe, his father Okanbi went blind. Odudua was dead. Okanbi was now the one instead of his father, but he was blind. So because of his blindness, he could not, do the normal rites, because in Yoruba land, anybody that has blemish cannot be king. So his priest, Owa Ajibogun, became like a regent. And that Owa said he was looking for a way to cure Okanbi. He was looking for ways to cure him. In fact, he had to go and to the sea, as far as the seashore, because they needed water from the seashore to do some things to cure him. When he left to get that water was when Oromiyan returned back to Ilefe. And when Oromiyan returned back to Ilefe, due to his prowess and this thing, immediately Owa Ajibogun came back. He had to hand over everything to Oromiyan, meaning that Oromiyan was king while his father was alive. And that is your answer to your question. Okanbi was struck with blindness.
No, sorry. That's not the question I asked you. I'm not. I'll argue that. I said, who's Oduduwa's father? Oduduwa's father.
No, you were not asking me that question. You were asking.
That's what I asked.
No,
okay, sorry. Yeah. But who was Oduduwa's father?
Wait, somebody asked me what happened to Okanbi. How come Oromiyan became king? Now I have gone to get that fact, and I'm telling you now. In Yoruba land, you cannot become king if you have any blemish on your body. So immediately he was struck with blindness. he was no longer qualified to be king. And that was what happened to Okombi. So that is how
Why was he not made king when the Owa of Oboki brought the water and his eye was opened and they still have to make his son the king? Look at these things, not they add up. The Owa of Oboki went to take water from Oki so that he can cure his blindness, and he was cured. So why did he become king?
Listen, before Owa of Obokun brought the water, Oromiyan had already taken over government. Okay? And there could, in Yoruba land, you cannot have two kings. You
Where
cannot
did you
have
get
two
this
kings.
story now? Is it from
Wait,
Samuel Johnson?
listen.
This
You
one you are
cannot
just
have two
telling
kings.
us now. Where did you get the
Wait,
story?
now, see, let me explain something to you. You cannot have two kings. If you
We know
listen,
you can't have two kings now, so you have not told us something that we don't know.
wait. Just wait, let me land my point. If you have read the history of the Oluwo, you know in his Oriki, they will say Oluwo Asunkun Gbade. How did he get his Ade? Ade is a baye that is with him. He was the son of a daughter. He came to meet, the daughter brought the grandson to greet his father, her father, which is Oduduwa. And Oduduwa had Ade, the crown on his head, but the boy was crying profusely and was saying that he wanted to have the father's cap, the grandfather's cap. They gave him the grandfather's cap just to appease him. Now he took it home and slept. The mother brought the cap, the hat, after he had slept, and the and Oduduwa responded by
So we
saying
already have that.
that is his own entitlement, that is his own inheritance, that the two kings alive cannot wear the same crown. I don't know what
Your
happened.
argument now, Olowo is not even the first son of Odua of Okobi. And that's
He's
against
the
what
son of a
the
woman now,
Yoruba history.
obviously.
No, they
This
said by Yoruba history, most historians said Olowo is the first son, and that's why they say Owula Koja. Owu was the first to be born. That's why they called it Owula Koja.
he was the
Owu ni wọ́n
son
kọ́kọ́
of
dá. Except you
Owuno.
are telling me
Listen, he was the son of a woman.
that argument is not. That's why I say, where did you get it? Most arguments say that Owu
In
is the
their
first
origin,
son of Okobi,
in their
and they
origin,
say
Olowu Asunkun no man
but that does not. But they say Owula Koda. Do you know that?
Owula Koda, see, the issue is this.
Owula Koda Obedo Weberewo. Owu is most historians that tell you about the history of the most historians that tell you the history of Yoruba. They say the first son of Okobi is Olowu of Owu. Ajani Oko, please confirm this. I know you have at least to be very objective.
Patrick, what did you say? Patrick?
I said Olowu is the first son of Okobi, and that's the generally accepted record history by most Yoruba. Olowu is the first son of Okobi, not the first son of a daughter. That's general. Yeah. Owulakoda Olowu of Okobi is the first son of Okobi.
According to
Jide, you have to speak up a bit.
Okay, Olowu was the first person to get his inheritance from Oduduwa, because Oduduwa was still alive when Olowu had already collected his own Ade.
Where did you get this history from now?
Oh my God!
Yeah, but he's
Where did
already
you get
giving you the
this
answer to what you asked now.
One man, history is not said like that. We that have interest in history, you don't just bring up something and just say history is like pyramid. It's there.
Okay,
When Patrick asks you, where did you get this from? You have to make reference to where you got it from. Is it book? Let's go. Who wrote the book? Who is the person?
Let me ask you a question. If they want to enthrone a king in Benin today, do they come to?
Do they come to where?
Do they come to Ilefe?
No.
You must be joking.
You are sure?
You guys don't even know. You guys don't even know.
It's the Oni that crowns the Oba of Benin
Who
now.
told you so? Who told you so? Woman, this is a very hold on, woman, hold on. Hold on.
Hold on now. We saw it at the Shola, even the last Oluwo. Was it not the only that? Do you want me to bring the clip?
What are you talking about? You're graduate for crying out loud, woman. You're graduate for crying out loud. This is
They're trolling you, Opis. They're trolling you. It's trolling you.
No, what are you saying, woman?
It's trolling you, man.
I invest my time and money for. What are you saying, woman? Please don't be rude.
It's trolling you, man. You don't even get it.
I know. I don't want you to know. This is history. We are educating people. I just told you.
I know.
Hold on. The Patrick family is Ojo from 800 years ago. They are still in Benin. See, when they just giving stories, we will just be laughing when the facts are there. Now, there's something like Okumbi. There can never be two kings in one domain. Sorry. That Oni came. First of all, I told you at one time, Oduduwa, Oromia, and Eweka were king at the same time until they were alive. Now, when Oromia passed away, they sent the message to Oromia, they sent the message to Benin. You know why they sent the message to Benin? Because your children will never tell you that. Because when they sent the message to Oromia did not leave Oyo is already bigger than Ife. A king will not leave his stuff and go to other smaller enemies to come and be a king. But I will agree he was buried there. They sent message to Benin. Everyone cannot leave Benin. That's why to today, the only position was a chief priest that was looking after the place. His children will return back. I don't know where people are saying all this story. People are saying that this is I can be this and this I can be that. Since Oluwa died, he has been a chief priest that is representing that throne, that position. Not even Oduduwa's children. Not his bloodline represents that position. So all this story of Akambe is coming here. I don't know where you guys got it from. Now, hold on. Let me just read this one. First of all, I asked Adelkoko, who's Oduduwa's father? You cannot give me an answer. That is settled. Now you are saying Akambe was the son of Oduduwa. And it's never in history, international history now, where they protect history from Harvard, Nigeria history and all that. Oromia is the name you see in Oduduwa children. Oromia, there's something like Akambe there. Oromia established Oyo, clearly. Oromia came to Benin, clearly. You don't even see the history of when Oromia went back to Ife. It's not there.
Now
because Oromia is not aligned to stay Ife. In form of banishment, what is not a favor for Oromia, Oduduwa did not allow him to come back and stay. He now moved to find his stuff in Oyo. So this story was just giving Akambe was this, Akambe was that, Akambe was this. And it's a section, like I told you, it's a section of kingship. Is that of Benin? Hello?
Can I say something real quick? You see, Wapis, you know me. I don't get into history, this and that and that and that and that, who's what and what. I don't care. The only part where I participate is the spiritual part of the knowledge. As far as this this guy went here, that one slept with this. I don't get into other people, you know. Now, my only question to you is this:
sorry, my mic dropped.
Yeah, but can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so the only thing I want to find out is the Ifa Oracle is all over it's in Benin today, it's in Yoruba land today. So my only question is, and also the Orishas in Yoruba land, also like Shango, the Shango is in Benin today. It's part of your deities. Oshun is there, Ifa is there. So how did the Ifa Oracle end up in Benin? You know.
Yeah,
was it during conquest when we went to conquer them?
No. Ifa is only so what people don't even know. Ifa is not only practiced in Benin. As far as Iseluku, as about the practice Ifa too. So Ifa is not what you take and say, it started from Benin or it started from Ife. Like I said, and like you said, Mike, you said it started. Hold on, like you said, it started from Olodumare. You guys were practicing it.
No.
Hold on, Mike. You guys were practicing it does not mean that other people were not practicing it on their own top in their own way too. The way you practice Ifa from your side is different from the way me Benin practice my own Ifa. So you understand this.
Where the Ogiso practicing Ifa?
Listen. Yes. Caladera was very good in. Yes. Why do you think they punished Caladera? Because of he was very good in Ifa and all that.
So Ifa came from Benin to Yoruba land. Is that what you're telling us?
Listen, I'm not saying Ifa came from Benin to Yoruba land. Listen what I'm telling you. Ifa was practiced as a general deity, just like Muslims have Muslim, up to some part of Southeast. I gave you, not Southeast, sorry, some part of Benin, Delta. Historical people practice Ifa or Romila.
What
now,
piece?
you people have
I wish Kulata was here. He has the accurate history of all of these things. That
you know, Kulata does not have any accurate anything. It takes for Google.
Let me tell you one thing. You see, my family is an Ifa family in Edo. My own father. No, let me tell you the truth. I saw my own father. I grew up to see my own father use Okpele. I have cousins, educated cousins. They have Okpele, they have briefcases. They want to go somewhere, they bring it out, put it on their table, and do their Ifa. Until my father became a Christian and eventually converted everybody. We had Ifa, and my brother told me my father would do Ifa, then do Ogun, and then he will worship his own father, ancestor. He will kill chicken or goat for his father, and then he will pray to his father. That was my father's. So you could see that he was purely a traditional person. And my cousin still practice Ifa. So Ifa is like a religion that is spread, you know. You can't say it started from somewhere. If it starts from somewhere, maybe the worshippers have traveled to other places, just like Muslim Christians travel to places and go there with their religion. But my family is a proof that Ifa is practiced in Edo, because my cousins, some of them still practice it.
Please, can I say something about what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Ifa.
No, hold on. Yeah, wait. What piece? How did Orumila end up in Benin?
No, my mind, please. Let me go.
I never said everything in Benin. It's the tradition that we were practicing right from day one with the Benin, from Ogidomigo time. Now, like I said, the way we practice our own is slightly different from the way you guys practice yours. And you go to Soluku, the way they practice their own is slightly different from the way we practice our own. So you cannot say, I cannot say Ifa started in Benin or started in Ife. But you guys practice it. Maybe you guys know the way you all started. And we have our own, the way we started practicing our own. But somebody cannot say when Oromia came to Benin, that when they brought the practice. Probably even came long before now, or who came after Oromia. But you cannot specifically say that it's Oromia that brought it.
No, according to Benin priest, hold on. According to Benin priest, your own priest, your Babala was there. You know, they say when Oromia was coming to Benin, he came with 2 priests.
Mike, please.
Oromia brought a lot of priests. A lot of me have brought a lot of priests to Benin.
Mike, let me support you. Let me support you.
Let Jide pick it up. Jide, yeah.
What piece? See, Ifa is practiced in Ghana. It is called Afa. Ifa is practiced in Igbo land. It is called Ejiofor. Okay? Ifa is practiced in almost all these coastal line countries. Okay? And the one in Ghana stated that the Ifa was brought to them from Nigeria, from Ile-Ife.
Yeah.
There's no denying that.
Yeah, wait, people. Even the Benin Republic, everybody says it's from everything is from Ile-Ife. Only Edo people that will tell me it's from Ogiso.
The Edo people, when Oromia was going to Edo.
When you land, sorry, finish what you're saying, Jide, but when you land, I also want you to just in a little summary, just give your perspective on why the Edos, why they are refusing to subordinate themselves to the Yorubas. I don't know why they are refusing to subordinate themselves, but I carry on.
Very good, Mama. So now, the Yorubas had contact with the Igbos at one point in time in their history. If you remember the story of Moremi very well, Moremi had direct contact with the Igbos. Okay? Now, the influence of the Yoruba culture.
Not the Igbo. Those people that had contact with were the Igbo. You know, those people, don't confuse them. No, let me just quickly correct that. The Igbo, the people know that they were this man, Obat became king. That place is called Igbo. It's different from the Igbo people. You
He's
understand?
not saying that. He's also saying they also
Moremi,
have contact with the Eastern
Moremi did have
No,
contact with Igbo.
you see, when we have these interjections, then we go off on a different tangent, and then by the time we get back to what he's saying, we've lost the flow of it.
So how can we now correct the error?
Can
If
we
we don't interject like
can I
that?
continue now? Can I continue?
But
So
but
when
do you take
You can
Patrick's
continue if you don't truthfully if you don't build on that error.
one man. You see, when we say our history as if we live in isolation, Shango was a king in Oyo. He had Fulani slaves. Did he not have contact with the Fulanis? How will he have
His
Fulani
mother
slaves?
was Takma now. His mother, supposed mother was a Takma woman.
Now you are coming back to
Taliban.
no.
No,
So
what I'm saying is
Who
that
became Mama Diora in Igbo land? Don't
so
you know
you are
that's true, though?
Moremi issue is with the Igbo. In short, Moremi went to marry the Igbo Oba so that they can conquer the
We
Igbo
know that, but that's not the one he's talking about.
So it's
He's
not
not
the
talking about that
Igbo
one.
of Southeast. There's no record of Igbo of Southeast.
Wait
Where's
now.
Bekele here?
Patrick,
Where's
let him tell that tale. Then when it gets to the end of it, you can debunk it. Jide, carry on.
Okay. One man. When Oromio was going to Ilefe, when he was going to Benin, he went with his priests. See, it is a culture of the Yorubas. In those days, any warrior has his own priest. In fact, top chiefs have their own priests. Kings have multiple priests. So they move with their priests because it is a way of knowing what to do. On a daily basis, they consult Ifa to know what to do that day, how to go about the day. So the Ifa influence got to Benin through Oromio. There's no denying it. The Dahomey people said that it was brought to them from Ile-Ife. A woman brought Ifa to them from Ile-Ife. And that it was a time when they were having drought and they were having serious problem. That woman through the Ifa resolved the problem for them. And that's why they have adopted Ifa. So Ifa, headquarter of Ifa is Ile-Ife.
One more, please, let me interject, please. Sorry.
Please, don't. Let him just carry on.
And there is no denying that. Okay? So now, what we said something that Eweka, Oromio, and Oduduwa were kings at the same time. My question is, how was that so? Oduduwa sent a son to that place to rule over them. That means that zone must have been subject to Ile-Ife at one point in time. And that is why, when I sent you something just now, that even in time past, it's just now that, when all this supremacy stuff is what is making them forget the culture. In time past, if they are going to install a king in Edo, they visit, their chiefs will first visit a particular shrine in Ile-Ife. And they believe that is the burial place of Oduduwa to seek for blessing for the new king. It is a custom. So now that what Peace is trying to tell us another version of the story is what I am asking. Eweka became a king in Benin after Oromio left. Oromio left, became a king in Oyo, and went to Ile-Ife. His father was blind, stayed there for a while, then went to Oyo, came back to Ile-Ife and died in Ile-Ife. Okay, and that is the story. So how if I go to Benin is a question. In fact, even the bronze carving, I don't know if you know that they have found bronze all these bronze heads in Ile-Ife that are even older than that of Benin. Way older.
That's not the point we're talking about. This is history. I thought you were a very good historian. You're trying to bring what into this is not the history we're talking about.
Wait, I'm trying to tell you that at one point, the Benin were subject to Ilefe.
Okay, I've heard you. Please, one man, let me just ask this guy one simple question. Simple question. You are very sure that Oromia, we are not disputing that Oromia came to Benin and you said you brought Ifa and he came with people. At least, can you just name 4 of the family line that came with him to Benin?
What do you mean?
He didn't come with family now.
As a family line, people and the people that have come with him, they have family line now. The chief priest that come with him, that came with him, that brought you, which family line did he come from in Ife? What was his name?
The family line of the priest. What kind of a question? What kind
Okay,
of
now thank you. Hold on now, because you put just talk history from how they tell you.
Don't be doing you people. Just give us.
Okay, sorry. I'll give you a fact. I'm not. Do you think I speak? I talk history like the way
we the family are here.
Yeah, we're just now. Ojo is there. That's Patrick family one. Use, where they put where Oba Osun is the guy that carried the pot of Use, Alaro of Use. The pot is in Use. 2, Olo 2, 3. Oswan 4. Do you want me to continue? Origbosola.
Wait.
Hold on, you guys should hold on, please. Hold on now, please. I beg. I don't just come here and give.
I wanted
This
to ask
funny
you.
line. Hold on now. Let me land now. You just say priest. All the data they brought from Ife is still in Benin. The people that carry the pot, they are still in Benin. Their family are still practicing today in Benin. Now, if Oromia left Ife and came to Benin was a warrior, you guys can even give the general's name that laid the squad. You cannot give the name. But all you talk about is Oromia. You can't talk about the people that came with him. He came with oracle men. He came with fishermen. He came with doctors. You cannot say anything about apart from Oromia. And that's just a write-up history. History is facts and political proving.
Let me ask you
accuracy.
accuracy.
The Benin case is more accurate.
Yes, where Oromia followed to get to Benin, all the places they stop is not a community. It's not a community.
Let me give them one thing about history. You see, for example, look at the history of the Jews. When they want to start any book by the Jews, they will say Abraham was the father of Isaac, Isaac was the father of Jacob. They will name the knowledge until that person, and then they will tell you he left maybe Hebron to Judah, and he became Jesus. They will give you locations, people that went with him. Moab was in his company. That is how you put history. This Yoruba history is a bit funny, but if you want the clear Yoruba history, go to Oduifa. I don't know why you are not reading. I'm a Christian. I've had cause to read it.
I don't just understand.
Go to Oduifa and read it.
Everywhere Oromia followed.
Please, we don't want 2 voices at the time. Yeah. Let Patrick land and then carry on.
Okay, Patrick, continue.
No, I'm done.
Okay, see, everywhere. Hold on. No. You'll be speaking and I allow you to talk. And I've asked 2 critical questions.
Let me ask you a question. What piece?
Hold on now, hold on, please. You ask me. After this, you ask me. I've asked you 2 guys a critical question about Oduduwa's father and Oromia too. You people cannot answer it and to just come up and say things that does not add up. I can come up and say anything to just to make an end point, but it doesn't make sense. It will not add up. You create a vacuum. First of all, let's make these things clear. When Ogunomudo was existing, Ife was existing. Not only Ife, the Ida people was existing. We call Ibira people today, Kogi State. They were existing too. Now, the connection between Ife and Benin is the throne, not the people. We keep telling you people all the time. It's the throne. The throne are related. Yes, no dispute about that. But not the people. The people are there.
You are right on that. Yes, you are
right. People just come writing things that this that.
You are right on that. But
ask me a question.
First of all, let me reply. Patrick was making reference to Bible. Who was the father of Abraham? Did they mention the name in the Bible? Did Abraham not have father?
They have this. They mentioned his father was Terah. Leave that one. His father's name was Terah.
Okay, who is the father of Terah?
Terah has a father. I've forgotten his name
No.
now. They mentioned it
The father of that one.
of Aaron.
Uh-huh.
They mentioned his father now. I don't have the name, but I know his great grandfather was Levi.
Levi. What of the father of
Sorry.
that one?
The father, Jacob, was the father of Levi.
No. Hold on. Abraham, right?
Abraham was the father of Isaac. Isaac, the father
Okay.
of Jacob.
The father.
Jacob, the father of.
Patrick, do you not get the wider point that Ajale
Who is
Koko
the
is putting
father
through?
of Abraham?
Terah was his father.
Terah. And that one, they mentioned the name of that one. This is that
They
one.
mentioned the name of his father too.
Okay. And the name of that one, father, they mentioned it.
Yes, they mentioned
So
it. They
all
mentioned it
from
down to Adam.
the fourth generation of the great grandfather of Abraham.
Yes,
They mentioned it in the Bible.
14th generation. They
But
mentioned
they
14.
mentioned their
They
name in the Bible.
mentioned it to. Yes,
They mentioned everything in
yes,
the Bible. Where
yes.
is that? Where is that mentioned?
God is in Matthew chapter 1. Is in Luke chapter 1.
How
Luke
is that?
chapter 2.
Hold on.
Is in.
How is all that whole Testament got to do with New
Okay,
Testament?
let
It's
me
a
give
history.
if
Hold
you
on.
hold on
It's the
now.
history
Let me
of
give you the record. Let me give you the record. You see, anytime they mention a particular person, they trace his lineage back there. So when they were talking about Jesus, they trace his lineage back there. If you want an Old Testament version, go to the lineage of David when they made him king. David was the son of Jesse. Jesse was the son of Obed. Obed was Obed of Ruth. Ruth was a Gentile that married that was Naomi's daughter-in-law that lost her husband and eventually came with his mother. That's why they call it Ruth Apokokuda. The husband had died and he still followed the mother-in-law to Israel and he married Obed. And Obed was the one that gave birth to Jesse. Jesse was the one that gave birth to David. They will calculate Obed to his father, to his grandfather from David to Abraham to Adam. So it depends on where you are starting from. If you are starting from New Testament, they will pick that person, that individual in the New Testament, and they will name his lineages. The Jews keep record of family. They have very strong family trees because the families are even buried in family sepulchre. So there are records,
Okay.
and
So
they are not the only one. Even the Yorubas have it.
yes. Okay. Now, this guy has been asking of who is the father of Oduduwa. What's the name of the father of Oduduwa? We will research into it and we'll let you know. So don't bring that as a big issue because the history of Yoruba land, when we are talking of the Yoruba land of Ife.
I'm
Ajale,
looking at that.
do you know why that is?
Ajale,
Hold on.
Sorry.
No,
Do you know
let
why
him
that is?
let
Sorry. Woman, please. He said we should not bring it up as a big G. Do you know why it's a big G? The big G, your father is a big G because
it's a big
when
deal.
they say what's your name, you say my name is Patrick Ajale Kuku. That means your father is part of your identity. If you don't
Hold
have a father, maybe you don't even exist. Maybe that
on.
character does not even exist.
Hold on.
You understand? Because if you don't identify his father, then that means it's a fictitious character. If we are
Hold
now able to prove,
on.
hold on, if we are now able to prove that his father does not exist,
Patrick,
that
please
means that man does not exist.
Patrick, let him speak. Yeah. Ajale Koko.
So let me tell you, Patrick. In Ile-Ife, as you see it, as small as it is, we have 16 kings in Ile-Ife. And the most supreme one among them is the Oni that we know today. 16 kings. So the father of Oduduwa was one of the king, was one time rather the supreme king in Ile-Ife. But the history started from, the Oduduwa was the one that spread the how do I say it? He's the one that spread the kingdom of Ife outside the Ife itself with his own family. And therefore, the glory of Ife, according to the history, when they are writing that history of Ife, because Oduduwa and his own children are the one that extended, that spread the glory of Ife outside and beyond Ife. That is why you see the story started particularly from Oduduwa. And like I told you, before Oduduwa became king, they will have had 97 kings in Ife, among whom was Oduduwa father himself. And Oduduwa father, while he was on throne, Oduduwa went on a mission with his group of warriors outside Ife kingdom, outside what we know as Nigeria today. And while he was away, his father was overthrown, was killed by another, by Obamaki or Songogon from the Obatala family lineage. They occupied the throne. So when Oduduwa was coming back, maybe when he got to Nukwe or what it is not Nukwe today or somewhere closer to Ife, the news has been overthrown. He actually has been killed. So with his warrior, they launched attack against that king that was on throne. They were sacked, they were pushed out outside the Ife. Those ones went out to form Oluwo of Igbo. You know that the richest king in Nigeria today, who owned this thing in a large
Obat. Obat.
Oil. So he's the one that was his great grandfather that was on the throne, and they are from Obatala side. And that's why you never see the Obatala family lineage and Oduduwa. They still manage the relationship, but they are like not, because of that history, they still have some kind of grudges against each other. You understand what I'm saying? So, but this assertion from you, from Bini, that, Oduduwa is from it's not from Bini.
Okay, guys, let me come in. Sorry, please. If you stay too long, I'll forget my suggestion. Please let me come in. Please, sorry. I know you're not from Benin. Please, let me.
Wanted to say, you didn't let me
okay, talk.
Let me ask you a question before you talk. Hold on. Are you telling us that they've been worshiping Ifa in Igodomigodo before Oromio came there?
The answer is big. Yeah, the answer is big yes, because people don't go and ask questions.
Yes, and
you don't have to do your people all the time now. Just
sorry, one man. Sorry. I'm not referring. Sorry.
Yeah.
The answer is big yes. Please let me let me explain of that. It's just 3.
Done.
Okay.
So how did he get there? Is it invented? Are you?
Wait.
Let me land. Are you saying that the Ifa spirituality came from Ife? I mean, from what do you call it? From
Benin.
From Benin.
Omigodo.
So let me tell you something here. Let me tell you something. Wait, hold on. Let me say something here. We are holding on to it. And when I hold on to who's the father, you said no, that's not the question. Hold on now. You hold on, please. Let me answer you now. Let me answer.
We'll be listening to you. Let me be patient while you don't be
okay. Sorry, sir. I'm listening.
Sorry. You will talk.
Oh.
Are you telling us that Ifa originated from Igodomigodo and spread to European kingdom? When all Ifa worshippers all over the world, outside Nigeria, all over the world, even United Nations, have it on record that is from Yoruba land. United Nations, are you telling me that United Nations doesn't conduct doesn't conduct investigation well and get their fact well before they pronounce?
Let me answer you. Let me answer him, please. Sorry.
We gotta let us please talk
We
now.
are
We're
not
not being fair.
saying that.
We
We
have
are
to
not
give up
saying
his
that.
chance to speak too. You know?
Yes.
Sorry, what please?
It's not fair, man.
No, hold on, everybody. Hold on. No, everybody, hold on, please.
Okay.
Everybody, hold on. I'm going to bail out and hand over to Mike. Before I do that, let me acknowledge Ola came in with the super chat, and of course, we are going to mention Ayo, and here he is. There's Ayo right there, and don't be mistaken. That's the second one right there. So that's Ayo right there. Prince Daddy comes in between the Ayo super chats. Ayo carries on as he always does. Here is Ayo again for the fourth time. Here is Kulata coming into the conversation at some point. Guess which name I'm going to mention again is still Ayo. So there's Ayo still. And then Kulata, who actually kicked off the super spaces. So thank you to all those. Keep them coming. I'm going to hand over to Mike, who is insisting that Warpace should have the opportunity to have it say. So Mike, over to you. Thank you, everyone. Join us again tomorrow, and we'll do it all over again. Different topics, same riveting conversation. Thank you, one and all. I'll be listening in the background. It's so enjoyable. I'll probably listen to it till I fall to sleep. So thank you, everyone. Over to you.
Let's be fair with War Peace. That's how War Peace at least get. It's like 3 against 1. It's not fair like that. Let's allow him to.
No, it's 2. We are 2. Me and Patrick is
okay. 2
Let's
against
Patrick
1, I guess.
2 against 3. 2 against 3. Let Patrick go. Then Jude answer his question. I'll round all of them.
Who is on the same point? Who's with you? Who's
yeah,
your
Patrick.
team? Oh,
Patrick
Patrick is your teammate. Okay. 2. I thought it was
Patrick.
Yeah, you see, your argument has come with one assumption that the only way if I could go to any community is when Odua live there or Romeo lives there and go to another place. We are not saying that Ifa came from Benin, but we are saying it is not necessary. It does not necessarily imply that Romeo was one that brought Ifa. There were travelers those days. Now, let me give you a good example. Christianity came to Ethiopia, Africa before the colonial. You can't say, oh, the white men brought Christianity. No. There was an Ethiopian Enoch that met Philip, that became baptized and became a Christian and went back to Ethiopia with the scroll, with the book of Isaiah in his hand. So there are so many things. Israel went to Indonesia through trade, through so many exchange. You understand? So there were Israel people all over. All of you said that Romeo was from a war, which is easier to spread to Benin or to spread as far as Ife. I'm saying if Romeo is the chief priest of Ifa, okay, yeah.
Sorry, I'm not trying to interject you. You were the one that said like we have to go by according to the story of Ifa, right? To follow
yes.
Okay, so now my question is the story of creation according to Ifa, how does it go?
This is what I'm saying. According to Ifa that I read, they said that Eleduma sent Orishas from heaven. I think the first Orisha was Oromi or something like that. I don't really have the full story. That the Orishas were like, some of them say Orishas were like angels, but we have come to realize that the Orishas were human beings. They could be sent from heaven to earth as human beings. You understand? They won't come like spirit to be able to engage.
Can you name those? Can you name the Orishas? Some of them.
They talk of people like Obatala, Songo, and it doesn't mean that they all came at the same time. They could have come at different times in their history. We all knew Songo was a grandson of Otua that eventually became the the Alafel for you.
Focus
But
on
the
the creation
Orishas, the
part,
Yoruba land.
the creation part.
Now, I'm saying according to the Ifa tales, which I don't really have the full story, is that he sent Orishas, that the Eledumare, that's the Almighty, started by creating the Orisha. They met in heaven, and then after creating Orisha, met in heaven and gave them different assignments and sent them to different places. That's the narrative. You understand?
Oga Patrick, according to Ifa, Mike know this. They did not say Ifa created Ife. They say Ifa created the world. I
No,
don't
they say
understand why people.
Eledumare. They say the Eledumare created the world.
Sorry, the world. So which one
Eledumare,
are that? Which one are
let me tell you
that
what
saying where
it
Ifa
means.
started from? I'm
He said
listening.
Eledumare, according to the Yoruba tradition, is not an Orisha. Eledumare is the Ọlọ́run. Orishas are human beings. Any hero, let me tell you some of these things. Any hero in a Yoruba land, once he dies, he becomes an Orisha, just like a saint. Just like you look at somebody and say, this person is so powerful, let's make him Saint Teresa, Saint this. So the Orishas were human beings. Shango was not a god. Shango was the grandson of Odua, the son of Oromiyo, who was an Alaafin of Oyo, the younger brother of Alaafin
But
Ajaka.
Patoski, he said in creation time, when Olodumare sent the Orishas to earth, he says Shango is one of them. So, I mean, come on.
No, what I'm saying that when they say in creation, Eledumare sent Orishas to earth, it does not necessarily mean he sent them the same time. You
What do you mean?
understand?
What do you mean?
They had intervals. They had intervals. Okay, it's time
No,
for you to
give
go. It's
us
time
what
for
he
you to
first
go.
said now.
No, I just told you I cannot quote it with accuracy. I cannot come up with the
Okay,
theme
maybe
of the story.
guys,
Yeah,
does
because I'm
someone
not
else
that
know
proud.
the story of creation?
Well, Mike, I bet, please, sorry, let Jide ask the question so I can round up the question now. Because I'm taking question from both.
Okay, Jide ask you a question.
Okay, Patoski, see, I have told you, if we start mixing history and mythology together, or spirituality, will be mixing the point. Okay. All these orishas in creation were viewed as spirits of nature, forces of nature. You understand? And yeah, and this thing is not only common to Yoruba mythology. Okay. But what I wanted to ask is this:
I'm here.
Are you saying
What?
those spirits don't exist? Is that what you're telling us?
No, I've not said that. I've not said that. There
Why
is
when you say something is myth, that means it's not real.
no. I'm not saying myth in terms of
That's what
not.
you said. Now you say it's mythology.
So what I'm trying to say is that
Mike, let him ask his question.
No. We have to get things
the,
straight. We can't just be doing all this.
the proper word will have been spirituality, which I tried using later. You understand, Mike?
So it's not mythology, it's real. Right?
I'm not discrediting the history. It's my history. I cannot. Okay. What I'm trying to say now is this: Wapis, the capital of Ifa worldwide is Ilefe. We agree on that. The capital of Ifa worldwide is Ileife.
Okay, you're just telling me.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
Because now, this is the reason. We can trace the origin of Ifa to somebody. Orunmila in Ileife. Okay. Orunmila was the origin of Ifa, and it is in Ileife.
Sorry, can I ask you a question on that, Oromila? Sorry, just a simple, you take it along. Is the family, is blood lineage of Oromila, yes, are they still in Ife?
Are they still in Ife?
Yeah, because Oromila is a human being now.
They are still there. Yeah, Agbole won one bit. They are still there.
What is
Okay, let's give What Peace chance to debunk you guys. Okay, What Peace, go ahead.
No.
Sorry. Let it land. I will take out.
Okay, land.
Now, what I wanted to ask, I have a question to ask you. What I wanted to ask you is, where is the source, or who is the source of Ifa in Benin? Okay? You understand?
I'm listening. I'm listening.
I've told you now that in Ghana, in fact, the priest from Ghana said that. The priest from Ghana said that as far as Kemet, that they were practicing Ifa in Kemet, and that the source was still from Ilefe. These are a very old priest. Okay. Let's not go too far into that. So now the second question I wanted to ask you is this: if Oduduwa was from Benin, what is the name of the father of Oduduwa in Benin? You know that
listen. Ogiso Wudu was his father.
Wait. You know why I said I want to listen to the story from your own end.
Okay.
What's the father? The name of the father from your own?
Jide. Let her look. Jide, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You're asking me a question. Let me answer your question now. I'm drinking. Please hold on.
Jide, look at where he's contradicting himself now. He said Ogiso was Oduduwa father.
Oh, you didn't even hear my word. Hold on, please. Hold on before you move on. I said Ogiso Wodo. Ogiso means king title. The name of the king, the name of the king is Owodo. His father is Owodo.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So that is what your history tells you that. Okay.
No, not my history. That is the history. His father to son.
Hold on now. That is the history. That is your history from Benin, right?
Yes.
That's what I'm referring to. Yeah. So,
but you have not been able to tell us his father according to Yoruba history. At least we know that this man exists because he has a father and we know his father. This your own. We don't know whether he exists because he doesn't have a father. And I don't know why somebody would be existing without having a father.
Okay, hold on now. Now, so he ran away from there and he became king in Ile-Ife. And his grandson, you have to
he didn't run away, he was banished. He was banished.
He was banished. Okay. He was
banished.
It
was a recalcitrant Benin prince.
Okay. He was banished. And he became king in Ile-Ife, right? And then he has to send his grandson to go
let's tell you how it happened. Let's tell you how it happened.
Patoski, now let him learn one at a time. You have to, let's keep order.
So he had to send his grandson to go and dismantle that his father throne and colonize them in Igodomigodo. Is that what you guys are telling us?
No, that's what you are. That's what you are saying.
That's what we are saying. What we are saying is different from what you are saying. Let's tell you now.
No, that is what you are
Let's
telling us.
Let's answer your question. No, that's not what we are telling you.
Hold on, because Jide asked a question from.
But I'm not answering the question yet. Now you just come in. I gave you the opportunity. Let me answer. Let me take all your questions.
Hold on now. He asked you who was the father.
I just answered you now.
I think he answered. He answered that he's born.
I've not finished.
Okay, Patoski. Well, hold on.
Let's tell you what happened. Let's answer Jali. So that
everybody's talking over each other. I don't even know who's.
Jali doesn't continue to stray. Let's correct him.
Okay, hold on. I want to keep order here, guys. Wait.
Okay.
So basically, Jide asked question, right? He asked Wopis who's the father, and Wopis gave an answer. He says Ogiso Wudo, right? That's the father.
Yeah.
And then Ajani Kokona asked. I think he threw his own question. I forgot what that question was. So
my question is that Oduduwa now sent his grandson to go and dismantle that his father throne.
That's a good question, dude.
So now,
One piece before you guys answer that. Wait, before Patoski and One piece, before you answer that, I don't think it will make a good point. So he's saying he's on the ground. So now, why did they change the title of? Wait now, you guys are answering it. Hold on now. I'm trying to answer Ajani's question. It's the same question, but just in a different form. So now, why would they change the title of Ogodomigodo to Oba? Okay, please hold on. Pastor, please go first, and I'll go after you.
No,
Let Pastor.
Okay, let me answer. Let me answer.
Hold on, please. Let
me answer you.
What
See,
is
let's
what?
to get the history straight.
Jide, hold on,
was
please.
what happened. Jide, hold on, sorry. To get the record straight, this was what happened. There was the Benin prince that was lied against. That was the story that I got, the history that I got. And because he was lied against, they banished him, which was Odua. He went to Ife and got to Ife at the time when there was crisis. He stepped in, was able to rescue the situation, and eventually became the Oni. Now, when his father died, and they wanted to choose a king, then the Ifa told them, the oracle told them, that there's a prince that didn't die, that prince didn't die. He was actually supposed to be killed, sorry. But the man that took him to the forest to be killed spared him and said he could not kill a prince. So he left the prince and let him go. So that one became a king in Ife. So they now trace him to Ife when his father died and say, they sinned against this guy, let them correct it. He now they went to him to come and take up the throne of his father. The guy said no, that he doesn't trust them. They now said, give us your son. He now said no. He said, this is what I will do. He gave them lies. He now realized and said, if you keep this lies,
thank you.
For how many years that you can come and I'll give you my grandson. So they took that life to Benin and put it on the hair of a slave. So that life was breathing. When it was time to return the life, they just took one of the lives from the slave head and gave it to him. That was how he now sent Oromiyan to become Benin, to come to Benin. So it wasn't as if he came to colonize. You understand? It was the family and they felt, oh, let's go back and let's correct this thing.
So you're saying wait, hold on. I'm trying to understand one part of what you said. You said the Ifa oracle told them in Benin.
I don't know whether it was Ifa. The oracle told them that
you have to know the name of the oracle now. What's the name of the oracle?
Hold on, Mike. Okay.
No, hold on. I'm trying to understand that part. I get it. I'm not disputing. I'm just trying to get a full understanding.
Let me come in. Few months ago, we argued about this thing here too. And same thing I just said. Don't you see, Benin history is very straight, very accurate. If we call a Benin man now in his sleep, the same thing I'm saying, I'm practically saying he will kill.
What is sorry. You continue. You have the floor. What is you have the floor? You have the floor. You see that point of that history, right? That you guys just said, just that point it's a very critical point, because you say on that Benin side that the oracle sent them to Ife to go and look for Oduduwa to come and be king in Benin, right? Right? And then years later,
I'll get to that. You are saying it. You are saying it the way we see it. I'll get to that. See.
Okay. But you answer it now. You will correct me. But now I'm trying to say.
That's how I'm correct you.
Told them. Okay, sorry. If Oracle told them to go
the oracle
bring
told
a Benin prince. To go and bring a Benin prince that was
okay. But on the Yoruba,
Benin prince.
The oracle also told Oromiyan.
Wait
now, I thought you can't talk at the same time now. Calm down. But on the Yoruba side, their own is that the oracle told Oromiyan to go and establish your kingdom and Benin kingdom. But not Oduduwa told him to go.
I don't see that's their own argument. I don't see that's
the story. Me, I know. The oracle told Oromiyan.
Okay, Mike, please let me round everything up.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, what did this trying to hold on to it, and what Ajaliko said, I'm trying to still hold on to it. But I will start from here. First of all, Ajaliko and Jide, Ekaderan is Oduduwa's name in Benin when he was a prince. His name was Prince Ekaderan, and his father was Ogiso Owodo, and his father was the last Ogiso dynasty. His father was banished. The area banished his father too is called Inyimi today. When they banished his father, the Ogiame family took over. That's Evian, who was an administrator, because he killed a monster that was killing people then in the market called Ogiso Market, now called Agbado Market. Everybody knows that market in Benin. The reason they call that market Agbado is because they'll go to market in morning together. And then if they're coming back, the monster will kill them.
Agbado Market.
Yes, Agbado. Agbado. Hold on. Agbado means we go together. That is a short abbreviation anyways. Agbado, Agbari. So that we're looking for somebody that can kill that monster. Evian was a blacksmith, not a broadcaster. That was Plaza. We have blacksmith in Benin, we have a broadcaster. Blacksmith digs iron. So he was able to kill the monster. And that gave him fame, gave him recognition in the palace. So he now brought him to the palace. Now he was now one of these chiefs in the palace. So what happened? Well, Ekada was banished. That was telling people say Oromia. Ekada was very vast in Ifa, in Shango and in Olokun deity in Benin then, and so other many deities. But there was a rule ignited in Benin. You do not use what you know to hurt on that person. You do your deity, you don't use to hurt on that person, but you can use to prevent yourself, prevent your farm, make water rain in your farm. If you use to hurt on that person, the percentage is death. Now the wife of Ogiso Wodo, because the island didn't have male child, Ogiso Wodo have only one male child. He has daughters, but he didn't have another male child. And that was giving the wives were complaining they need the son. There was one called Isaru, the Ogiso queen. One thing to understand in Benin, the queen is not necessarily the mother of the king. King's mother is different from the queen, the grand queen. So the queen then was complaining that he was barren, that he doesn't have a child and all that. So it was a problem. It was a problem on Ogiso Wudu. And the woman was very bossy, very dominating. So they now sent her and some other chiefs to go and play oracle. What is the reason that the king is not having many male child and other wives he has are barren, they're not bearing child? When they got there to the chief priest, when they checked oracle, the chief priest said that they have to do human sacrifice. That's a half. You must sacrifice. Because that won't be a problem. I said, hold on. And the king, the chief priest now point for that. I said, no, this woman, they have to sacrifice this woman because she is the cause of the barrenness in that palace. Now, I'll tell you how it was banished. So, they have to take the news back to the king. On their way back to the king, where they were resting, the woman started undressing himself like you want to take shower. And you are probably to see the king's wife nakedness. So they go to the palace. What are you doing? What are you doing? He now said, if he gets to the palace, he will tell the king that they saw her nakedness. So that's talk. He now told them, except they get to the palace, they change the story. So when they got to the palace, she was the one that went first. You can tell the king that they said is your son, because his son, Ekada was very good in mystics. Never know him, but he was good in Ifa, very good in Ifa. So really? They said because Ekada was good in Ifa, he uses Ifa not to make other women to be pregnant. He wants to be the grand prince. So and the rule is already there. Whoever used their power against other people is to put to death. So it become a burden for the king. The only son he has, he doesn't have many. The one that you see how they say he should put to death. It took him months to decide. It was this side would have pushed him to decide. And the people that went to wait with them, they feel guilty, but they know the truth. So when they send them to go and hold on, please. I mean, when guy was talking, I didn't disturb you people. I just want to explain on what Patrick was saying. Now, when they send him to go and send him to death, there is a king. You don't forget the prince. So you go with all the entourage. They send him to go with these people. You are sending on a mission to go and blah blah blah. Then they took him when they go to the forest. I'm not cutting it short so that it could be easy. This one told you that you were sent here to take your life, but we cannot do it because we know you are innocent. We know you are innocent. We cannot do this. Our conscience will judge us. Okay, but this is what's going to happen. They swore the son of Ode. You leave Benin now to come back to Benin because your life depends on us and our life depends on you. Because if they find you anywhere, they will put them to death because they're going to go back to tell the king that they have done the job. But you leave never to come to Benin. That's how he was straight into the Igbo forest, banished into the Igbo forest. He ran. Now they now kick chicken, cock, block. They kick cock, chicken. That thing to run. They now took that back to the king that they have done the job. Now, before he got to Ife, he didn't just run around to Ife. He first of all ran to a place. He found a place they call Ugoton today. The other place, after he left there, he was migrating. No, if he ran, he stopped. Then he will feel that maybe they are still coming. After a while, he will still make haste again. He found like 3 communities. To cut this long story short, enough landed in either to the Kogi state. The Kogi people will tell you, Ekada is their own. He's a Benin priest. He stayed with us before he went to Ife, and which is true. He was in Ife. He was in Kogi. He stayed in Kogi for a while. Now, this will take time before he landed. Towards the area he was staying in Kogi was called Uwe. There's Uwe in Kogi, there's Uwe in Ife, there's Uwe in Benin. Now, how they now found him, and when he was going to Ife, he passed through the Oluwo. They also take that in Ondo. Everywhere he followed had Ife as that far to it before he landed in Ife, and because the oracle in Ife, he was accepted. And it took him 15 years to even learn the language. Now, when Ogisogodo was banished, he now took over as the administrator. And he did work, but people liked him. So after the man was passing on, he wanted to in a sick bed. He wanted his son, everybody, to take over the throne. And I told him, no, you cannot do that. You're not even in line of, you're not in the king line to talk of your son. That was brought the problem. So the son wanted the throne. Don't forget, he was administrator, so you have more people to his side. So that became a problem. So the Uzamas, the four Uzamas, the Olia and Co, they said, okay, some of them know the story that they didn't kill Kaladera. They want to check the oracle. Is he still alive or not? I'm not sure that he's still alive. That's why they started the journey, started tracing him. They're tracing to all those villages that found him. But I call this short, that's the story from that day. They landed in Ida as Igala. Is in Bapuda question is in Ife. That was the tracing to Ife. When they got to Ife, it's already old. And like Patrick said, he was already old. They're telling the story and everything and what happened. Now said he's too old to come. But from where he doesn't buy the story like that. He wasn't too sure. Then he told them, okay, for me to trust my son, trust you guys, he gave them 3 free lives. He gave it to 3 of the chiefs, Olia, Ero, and Yolonive. Their names are there. They took it home. 2 could not provide their own. Olia put his own on the slave air. They came back after 3 years. They didn't just go back and come 2 days. He gave them to come back after 3 years because he didn't want to go back. So he was getting a heavy tax that they cannot fulfill. But Olia was able to fulfill his own. And now said, okay. Now said, Oromia, now you go to Benin and take over my throne. Because he's too old. He cannot make that journey. Not like journey of today we are saying like Benin to Lagos. That we just only 4 hours. Then it could be like 5 months. It could be 4 months of trekking.
Let me ask
So
you
now
a question.
we don't get. So hold on. We don't get all these stories people are getting.
Baba Jale Koko, please let me ask him the question first, please.
Okay.
All right. So
sorry, before you ask me the question, let me call that this matter of saying Oromia came to dismantle the titleship. No, Oromia did not come to dismantle the titleship. Hello? Hello?
We are hearing you.
Okay, now Oromia did not come to the dislodge the Yoruba titleship in Benin. When Oromia came, he could not stay. There was war going. The Ogiames was holding on to the throne. Now the Uzamas are fighting. Chiefs are fighting on behalf of the Grand Prince that is coming. So he couldn't settle in. He stayed 6 months in Ego. That Ego started to Unibe, started going to Ondo, going to Ego. He stayed in that area. He married Princess Yegeba Princess Iromade, and not there Eweka. He left. Ogiame was still in control. Now, what happened? After like 30 years, the war is still going on. The two now came together. The problem, the point in contention right now is that Trump, the name Ogiame, Ogiso, who wants to be next Ogiso. Now, for admission purposes, let's stop this name. They now move the palace from Ubeku. They now move it to Ring Road. And that's okay. We don't want practice.
Baba Jale Koko.
Hello.
Oh, please, are you done?
Okay. Say, can I talk now?
Go ahead, Angelico. Go ahead.
Okay. Now you said Oduduwa left the banishing and he landed in Ile-Ife. So the question we want to ask is, how many years? I mean,
did they meet some people in Ile-Ife? Number one. Did they have
Yes,
kings in Ile-Ife?
60 communities. He met 60 communities in Ile-Ife.
Okay. Did they have king in Ile-Ife back then?
They have chief priests. I can give you their names. It was a chief priest system they have.
Oh, hold on. So they don't have king in Ile-Ife.
They have a chief priest succession, they have like the chief, not like they don't have head. The chief priest was their temple of authority. It's the chief priest that was only telling them.
How do you know?
Those who are told the abilities that came now. The Patrick families are there now. I know this. You say Patrick there. Yourself, do I know?
Okay. Please. Please. This is a very important question. So what you are telling us is that Oduduwa left. He's from Benin, right? He had all this story from Benin. When he got to Ife, he didn't tell Ife people where he came from and the story of Benin.
Okay, because he was a fugitive.
But he told the Benin people the story of Ife.
Listen, Mike, let me tell you something. Mike, before you start laughing, sorry, let me tell you something. Oduduwa name was not. He didn't start bearing that name in Ife. He started bearing that name when he left Benin.
I'm not talking about name because the Yorubas don't have any knowledge of what you guys are telling us.
Let me land, please. Sorry. When he left, he changed his name identity because he was a fugitive. When he was in Igala, he was bearing Izoduwa, which is people call it Oduduwa. When he came to Ife, he never opened his identity. He only said his father.
Why do you know this? How do you know? How do you know?
He told us now.
Mike, he told you.
Mike,
so Oduduwa was deceiving the Ife people. He was only loyal to the
Mike, listen. Mike, listen. Before Ajako go on. At one time, Oduduwa was alive. Oromia was alive. Eweka was alive. You didn't think there was no communication? Before Eweka was always talking, they were sending people to Oyo to meet Eweka and Oromia. What are you talking about? History is cold and raw, not logic.
Okay, let us ask you a question. So,
continue.
So he landed, he disguised to enter there.
It's not disguised to enter there. They're not disguised to enter there.
Okay,
Oracle already predicted that stranger will come. That will help them. So he found his journey. For his own sojourn. Yes, I'll be telling Ile-Ife people. A stranger will come
to be their king, right? Okay.
Yes.
So, all right. Now, I told you that in Ile-Ife, there are 16 kings.
No kings, community. I have about this history. I don't want to be debunking you.
Hold on. They have 16 kings in Ile-Ife, and the supreme one among them is that Oni. And anyone that occupied that Oni throne, when he dies, is among the 16, the others that they will choose to.
No, that is not true. That is not true. That is not true.
So, okay.
Yes, I'm telling you, it's not true.
What is allowing to give his own side now? What if you went for like 5 minutes straight? Nobody stopped you.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, continue. Sorry.
That is the history, and it's still existing till today. So they will choose one of them to assume that most supreme position. All right. Now, in Yoruba culture, a foreigner can never be king in Yoruba culture.
That's why it's not a king. That's why it's Oni.
Hold on. Oh my God.
Sorry.
So, in Yoruba culture, a foreigner cannot be king. And a foreigner cannot be Babalawo for any community. And anybody that will be the Oluwo, that is the chief priest in any community, must be from that community, must be son of that community.
must be someone that, they can trust. Somebody that was born, grew up there, his family history, they know it to the core, and they raise him, and he understands the culture, and he can practice the culture very well. That is the person that always be king in Yoruba, not a foreigner.
You were asking me a question, or now you're
This is
telling
a
me straight.
situation that a foreigner came and they accepted him, and then they lifted him to the position of the king.
Okay, let me respond to you. Let me respond to your
I'm giving you this hint for
Yeah,
you to
wait
know
now.
that the
Let me respond
contradiction
to
of
you.
what you are saying
You
to
you
the
just
culture of
shot yourself.
Yoruba people.
You just shot yourself on the leg, and you just make my point for me. When I remember, I told you they have a kind of a chief priest system. They have distinct communities. If they have leaders, fine, but they have a strand where they draw the authority from, and they have presented to them that a person will come. Now, because Duduwa, what he started the Oni titleship. Oni title means is not a king; it means the keeper of the deity. So the history is there. That as you are according to you,
Who
because
told
it's
you?
You are
not.
telling Yoruba
Who
people
told you
history.
that?
Are you kidding me? Where are you
Listening,
learning
Who
Yoruba
told you
history?
that is the
listening,
keeper
Mike.
of the
Hold on,
deity,
Mike,
but not a king? Hold
What does Oni mean?
Hold on. Do you know the traditional
No,
responsibility?
no. This
Hold
I will
on
make a
now.
simple question. You will take me longer route
Hold
to talk
on.
many
What you
things.
don't know, you are saying it now. The traditional responsibility of a king in Yoruba land is the custodian of the culture, the tradition. And when we are talking of culture and tradition, include the deity. Back in the days, they are the one in the lead to do the sacrifice and do all these things. You
So you're
understand?
bad. So I understand. So she will not go far. So we will not go far.
Hold on. Back in the days, the Alaafin of Oyo used to lead his group of warriors to war front.
He never went to any war. He never went to any war.
Oh my
Sorry,
God.
Alaafin went to war. Sorry, Alaafin went to war. Oni never went to any war. Sorry, Oni never went to any war.
I'm not talking of Oni. I'm talking of
Hey,
Alaafin.
and I was coming to
so we
Alaafin.
have.
I will
Hold
take
on.
Alaafin.
But one piece. But you can't be telling. Let's at least not tell other side your own story. You give your story, and you can't say this is how they do it here.
No,
Just like he's not going to tell you. He's not going to tell you that Ogiso never went to war. Ogiso never did this. He's not from there. He can't tell you what Ogiso was doing or not.
Mike, I respect what you're saying. I'm not talking Yoruba
I can't be
history.
doing
I'm
that.
talking.
I can't say Alaafin never did it. Alaafin never did that.
Hold on now, Mike.
Are you from
I'm
Oyo
not
to tell what Alaafin was
No,
doing?
I'm
Let
not
Oyo people
trying
tell
to
their
argue.
story now.
Wait, Mike, I'm not trying to argue that, but I will always speak on the part the Benin have connection with the side the Benin have connection with. I always say the part we know.
You can only
If
tell
you're
us
talking
Benin
about
story. You can't tell us
wait,
what was
hold
going on our side.
Mike. I can always when it comes to Oromia and Oduduwa, Benin will tell you the part they know. Only that true. Any other thing is not Benin business. Simple. That's what I'm trying to portray. I'm not going to tell you how he ruled there. What we knew when we came to meet him, what he told us, what we saw, we have it on document. We have it documented. When we were sending people to meet Romeo on
You can't say what you have. What was going on in Ife? You can't say your document or what was going on
you
in
don't
Ife.
say. You don't
And
get what I said. I said
wait. Hold on. Wait
Listen
now.
now, Mike now.
Well, I listen to you now.
So you don't like your people. I said what we saw and what he told us. I didn't say what was going on in Ife. What we went to meet to do, what
do you mean?
told
Told
us.
you? Oduduwa never went back to Benin. He never went to Benin now.
People went to meet him there now. How did he send his son? People went to meet him there now. How did he fly
he
him
said
out
Oduduwa went to Benin.
I didn't say he went to Benin. I said when we went there, when we met
The only
him, when
thing
we
we
went there.
understand from you is you are telling us somebody named Alaka did not left Benin.
Mike, you're just Mike, you're
You are
taking
telling us that Alaka did not left Benin is Oduduwa in Yoruba land.
Listen.
But
Mike,
then hold on. Wait now. Wait. Let's try to make sense here. Hold on. Let's just try to make sense. Calm down. Wait. Listen. I'm not going to dispute you guys' story in your land. I'm not going to do that. It's not my duty. I will respect it. Right? The only thing I can give you is my side, our own side. You say someone there Alaka did not left Benin, and that Alaka did not is who's going to do in Yoruba land, right? And then you are telling us his experience that would do in Yoruba land, what his experience was, and we're asking you How do you know this experience in Yoruba land? You're telling us that he told you. But then, okay, how can he tell you when he never came back to your place? What his experience was?
Can I respond now?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I just told you when our chief found it, went back to, when they found him, finally found him in Ife. The story, his narration, what the day passed through and how he became where he was now. Don't forget, he was an old man when they met him. So what he told us, we still have it on history. People he sent along with us, we still have them in history. We're not saying what happened after then. What he told us, what we know before he left, we have it on history. And the only started from him. It's actually only started from him. That's the place that does not connect. When people are talking about 97 kings, but it's clearly in the history book of Yoruba that the only title started from Oduduwa. They're making only they create that title from specially because of maybe whatever happened and whatever he was doing that was great. It started from him. He narrated the deal. We have all this on the archive.
That is not true. The title Oni does not start from Oduduwa. There have been different titles before this Oni. There have been Olufe. There have been maybe Adimula or something like that.
Adimula was his name.
Hold on now. Hold on.
Sorry, I'm holding on.
You want to know the history of Ile-Ife better than Yoruba and everything.
No, I'm not disputing this.
You, and I'm telling you this. You want us to believe your own history, but you don't want to believe what we are telling you. You want to tell us that Oduduwa was this thing. He was not a king, but he was a priest. That is what you, and we are telling you that he is the 97th king in Ile-Ife, but you want to say that he's not a king.
Jericho, can I ask you one question? Sorry, I want to ask Mike. You did one question. I agree there were different names of 97 different titles. At what point did they change? Bring the title of Oni in, and who started the title of Oni?
I said it's not Oduduwa. Oduduwa did not bear Oni. Oduduwa did not bear, wasn't Oni they were calling him. This Oni that we are bearing, he came later. This is the last title they called the king that we are still bearing. They used to call them Olufe. That's what we have Oluwo, Olu of many other places. That is what they do. And there was maybe Adimula. They used to call him maybe Adimula or something like that. And that's why you can see the king of Ile-Ife, of Ijesha. Is it not Adimula they call the king of Ijesha? Because all of them are from their Oduduwa king. So they took that title along with them. Even the Alaafin, that name Alaafin, he took it from Olofin. Olufe, Olofin, then he changed it to Alaafin when they created Oyo. So there are different titles that
Okay, I'm not arguing your titles. I'm not arguing your titleship with you.
When the Oni title started, but it did not start from the. Hold on, because you are trying to give us impression as if it's from the time of Oduduwa that they started this Oni, and I'm telling you that is not true.
No, this is your own version. From every historians, which Yoruba historians, we all agree. You will agree. They said that 95 Obas before Oduduwa, and the only started. We did this in school now in government now. The only title start from with Oduduwa. You are the one bringing Olufe now. That Oduduwa was not actually only of Ife. Now he said he started later. Now that brings the question: at now what point Oromia become your Oni of Ife? Sorry, I'm not talking about laughing. Oduduwa was never Oni of Ife. It was later they took up that title. Now, at what point now Oromia became Oni of Ife if that title was not existing? and you are claiming was the dismissal office of
Oromiyan was not Oni of Ife. The title then was not Oni. It was a different name. They called that title. And I've given you some of the past name. I can't remember many of them. They have changed it several times. From time to time, they change it. It used to be Olufe at a point. It used to be Adimula at a point. So what I'm telling you, yes, sir.
Sorry, can I come in and just make a little contribution?
Thank you.
What piece?
I'm listening. Who is this?
The problem is.
Sorry, what am I speaking with?
Game changer.
Oh, it's okay.
Ife, like the person they are calling Oni, used to be the leader of the community before Oduduwa became the king. And there's one particular movie they made out of that. And what happened was Oduduwa was the king in Ife, but he was going for one mission and used the leader as the leader they used to call him Oni. He wasn't king at first. Arole, that's why they call it Arole Oduduwa. So he was the one when Oduduwa left, because they don't leave the stool empty. Somebody has to act on behalf of the king. That's why they put that what's it called? The Oni, they put him to represent Oduduwa. That's why they say Arole. It was Orole, means somebody that take your space where you are not there. So,
sorry. Okay, I'm listening.
So Oni was the one that took because Oni was not happy that they made Oduduwa, according to the story that I heard. Oni was not happy that they made Oduduwa to be the king because he was the leader. He was like a king then. But they said like one of the things that you said that I said, okay, maybe it's true, is according to that movie and the book that I read, they said Ifa said a visitor will come when they were like looking for who to make the king. Or the person that bears Oni was supposed to be the one because he was the leader. He was the one that's supposed to be the king. But those people that were the Ifa people then said no. The Ifa said there has to be a stranger that will become the king. So Oni
what's the source of this information, man? What's the source of it?
There's a film. Go watch. You can go and watch this. You can go this film that this man Tunde Kelani did about it. Sorry.
No, movie. Story, movie.
No. They actually translated the book because it was a book, and they acted it as a movie too. Because all these Harry Potter too, they have books, right?
Who wrote that book?
The historian, the Yoruba historian, and Baba Faleti. What's this man that died? Baba Faleti, that man from Ibadan. He was actually one of the people that acted that film and wrote the book. So what they were saying is this Oromiyan was the last son of Okobi. So Oromiyan was living in Oyo, that becomes Oyo Empire then. So, but when he came back, all these Oluwo, Alake, all of them, they were the son of Okobi. They said 7 of them. Now, Oromiyan, before Oromiyan came, because he went on, I forget, there's a name they call it. When Oromiyan came back to Ife, the father had already died and they've shared the properties according to this thing. Now, the only thing, they've taken all the money, all the slaves. The only thing they did not take, they forgot to take, according to that story, was the land. Now, when it came, they said they've taken everything. Now, Oromiyan now said, okay, what about the land? That means I will take the land. And he started billing them like, for him, he's the owner of the land. So anything that works on the land, he has to have a commission on it. That's why they said, Enito Nile. They used to say that in Bay. Enito Nile. Onlo Leru.
Now Oromiyo now became like the it was the youngest, but it became like the wealthiest and the it was like most, it was the most influential out of them because of that land.
Well, that one, you see, everything you are telling us here, you say it's just a story. It's that it has no
It's a
historical
fiction. A lot of the Yoruba
validity.
movies are just
Story,
fictions.
yeah,
You know.
No, no, no.
story. Yeah, all this one
But
is story. It's
you see,
There
the
was
problem with
one Yoruba
Yoruba.
movie like that. They still do it. They make like this. It's just
fact
friction.
to that effect.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing is,
Story, no
all these things
fact.
that everybody is saying, all these things that everybody is saying, nobody
But
has a physical evidence to prove it.
no, they are
The-
evident. They are evident. If you read,
okay, like which one?
there are historical book that you can read that will tell you the fact of what happened. That even we have what do you call these people? Uh, is it artifact or what do they call those people that is it? What
The
do they call those?
archaeologist or which one?
Archaeologists. Yes.
Let's hear from
Archaeologists.
these people that are just here. Like,
Sorry, this is the one question before you go. Sorry, how did Odu? Because you know when they
if you ask
this
question now, you have to
this
answer it now. The only question for now. Let me see if these other people can talk to. Hey, Prince Daddy, are you there?
Mike,
Okay.
I wanted to say something.
Adex, is it Alex or Adex? I don't know.
Yeah, what's up, Mike?
Mike, Jide ti fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ti pẹ́ èmi mo interject
Yeah.
ẹ̀ o jẹ́ kí Jide sọ̀rọ̀ Jide ti fẹ́
So go
sọ̀rọ̀
on,
mo
no sorrow.
interject.
Who was that just talking just now?
That's not Jide o. Ohun wọn fẹ́ jọra wọn. That's not Jide.
Oh, who was that talking?
game changer.
Oh, wow. You sound like Jide. Okay, so let's Jide, are you there?
I
You
am.
Jide?
I
Do you want to
I
say
am.
something, or do you want this new voice to say something real quick? I don't know what you want. I mean, I don't know.
Okay. Mike, let me just put a position out
Okay,
to
right. Yeah.
War Peace.
Hold on. Let's see what these new voices want to say first. Because we
Okay,
have
no
been
problem.
like going
No
on,
problem. No problem. No
we
problem.
still stuck in the same circle. Legacy. Can you go ahead and say whatever? I don't know. I think it's new too. I've never seen it before. Alex, Legacy, whatever. I don't know. Are you there? We can't hear you.
Thank you on mute. Me something.
I don't think it's mute. And he just said something earlier. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Check other people now. Check other people. We are 10 now. We only 3 talking.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do because some people have been here like, and then even Prince Daddy didn't respond.
Jide ò sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́ ni.
Who's there? Even this guy
Mike.
Osuleti is here. He hasn't said anything. I don't know.
It's not fair. Let interjected Jide o.
I know now, but some people haven't said anything at all, and they've been here the whole time.
Then you will go.
I'm trying to see which of them are still here. Some of them may be gone, sir. Like that's what I'm trying to find out who's still here. If they are here, yeah.
Okay.
Osuleti. His name is Olatubo Osuleti. He's not here. He's calling, but he never said anything. And then someone else has been here. This Legacy guy just said something, but he's no longer talking. So I guess Prince Daddy is not even here. I think he's gone. Okay, so Jide, now you can go then.
All right. War Peace.
Okay,
okay, very good. If we line up the history of Ife versus the history of Benin Kingdom, one existed long before the other. Okay. Now, if you go through the list of kings in Benin, even if you disregard Orunmila as Oromiyan as one of the kings, but it's one of these Edo. There's this EdoWord.net website puts Oromiyan as the first king, and put Eweka as second. Okay. Now, meaning that they are a civilization that existed in terms of kingship way after the Ife kingdom. Because Ife had several kings before Oduduwa. Okay? And their title was not Oni during that time. Okay. Now, this is where I begin to question some things. You said the title of your kings was Ogisho. Abi? Now, how did it turn to Oba after Oromiyan came to Benin? How did
Okay,
it
you want me to
turn
answer
from
that?
Ogisho to Oba? That's one. Wait. That's one. Number two is this. If you claim that Oduduwa was from your side, and you said his name was Eka Dera, Abi, how then did they trace somebody that is a fugitive that has changed his name multiple times? He changed it when he got to Ida, from what you said from your own story. He changed it till he got to Oduduwa. Abi? And when he left Benin, he was bearing Ekaderan. From Ekaderan to Oduduwa. In fact, I don't even FBI cannot imagine that transformation if they don't have something to track him. Okay, so you can see that there
Are you
are
asking me a
flaws in
question
it.
or you're answering the question? You're answering me and you're asking.
I'm asking you
Okay,
now.
let,
Those are the flaws I'm
let
picking from the story you have
no
told.
you
You've had all these
no
stories.
you
You've had it
no no
before.
no you are answering a question. You are asking a question. You're answering it too. Like
I'm
it
not
doesn't
answering
cohere.
it.
And you
I'm not.
said BI.
No,
Okay, you are saying
what
that now.
is trying to draw the contradiction from the way
Hold
the
on. Let me
narrative.
answer. Let me answer.
Yeah.
Let me answer that. First of all, this is not the first time the dynasty name was changed. And people like to take the dynasty, like it's true, everybody knows it, but you like to just pick a part that suits your narrative. Before the one that is recorded, dynasty that is recorded till today, go check it. The Igodonigodo and the other dynasty, as today is 2060 years old. You never added the Pa Idu. We were once Idu dynasty, we were once Ubini dynasty. And the people that change it, why they change it, the histories are there, the dates are there, the facts are there, the carbon dating are there. So please let's get this straight so that we'll not be arguing over logic. It's not logic. Oduwa dynasty was changed due to the Taroga was in Benin, the fracas was in Benin, and I said it before. The Ogiamens were claiming they were claiming authority over the throne. And the government was formidable. Don't forget, his father, Ivia, was one that just passed on. He saw everybody wanted to take the throne. But then, we have a way of crying our king. We have Uzamas, which are then there were four. The Olia, Nero, and I've forgotten many two names. It just will not confirm you as the next successor. You cannot be a king. Then the man now he has two brothers. He now make his younger brother Uzama. He now make the other one Olia to crying Ogiso. There was war back and front. That's where my own family came in. My family was brought in to counter the Ogiamen. Like Senero. Now you listen. So when the elders are saying that the war is not going to end till if Ogiamen does not get the throne, it's not going to end. So to put an end, hold on. All of you, why you put Nani? Those are not. Sorry, I'm talking to my daughter. So for them to put an end to the war instead of keeping bloodshed, see, is the throne that dynasty, the one in contention. They simply change the dynasty. It's a name. It was just a name of dynasty. You're like you have the 9th assembly, we have 10th assembly. Now change the dynasty. And this now we are no longer in economic Godo era anymore. We are in the Omonoba era this time around. Omonoba simply don't mean it's like the child that likes for us. It's an appellate.
So the word Omo is the origin from Yoruba?
The
The word Oba
you
and
could
Omo.
listen. Listen.
Is
Hold on,
it
hold on,
Ogiso
hold on.
language or is the Yoruba language?
Listen. It's not Yoruba language. We in Benin we speak Omo is speaking. Speak that how to describe a child. Ba is light, red. Ba.
Okay,
I don't understand what you're just saying.
Wait now, wait.
Hold on.
The language Ogiso were speaking, was it similar to the one the Yorubas were speaking?
It's Benin language. They never spoke Yoruba language. How can almost be if you
No, in Yoruba language also means child now. Oba then.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, let's leave the Omo part. Wait.
Listen, it doesn't matter. Listen, language is
fine. I agree with you. Wait now. Let's not say make unnecessary arguments. The Omo part, let's leave it. Let's leave how we have similar words. The Obanko, the Oba is there an Ogiso origin?
It is not Oba. That's what you don't get. It is not Oba. It's
the Oba word. What's the origin? Is it Ogiso origin or Yoruba origin?
Listen. The word Oba doesn't even make it doesn't have meaning in Yoruba language.
No, it does.
It's not. Hold on. I know where you are going. Just hold on, please.
Where am I going? Okay, thank you.
Listen, you are putting the word together to make a syllabus. No, the word Omonoba is a continuity, is an appanage.
Okay, forget the Omonoba. Just focus on Oba.
Listen. No Oba. There's not like Oba in Benin. It's Omonoba.
Okay, thank you. Okay, wait now. Calm down now. Calm down. It used to be Ogiso. He became the Oba, right?
No, you're getting it wrong. You want me to go with you to the wrong?
Are we lying? What did he become then?
You are wrong. Listen, Michael Lane.
What is the king
called? No, the king is not called Oba. It's called Omonoba.
Why did they call him
No,
Oba?
they don't call him Oba. This is what you not get.
They don't call Oba Bini Oba.
No, listen. You guys, can you guys listen? Just listen. Everybody listen carefully. Open your ears really big.
Okay, go ahead.
Listen, the word Oba you are saying today is an abbreviation which the foreigners or Europeans is calling now to describe, just like Ubini, they can call it Benin because you cannot pronounce Benin. The word Oba is not Oba, it's Omonobanedo. It's a sentence. The child that
what is the meaning?
Benin.
Okay, break it down.
The child, I just told you now, the meaning is the child that lies for Benin, the Benin people.
The what?
Simple. The child that lies for the Benin people, or the child that brought the light for Benin people. Simple.
Wait, what does Oba mean? Wait, what does Oba mean?
It's not Oba. You don't get it. Oba means light. It's not King disciple. Light, yes. Oba. Ask any Benin person. Yeah, they say Oba. Is this light on? You tell you Oba. Simple. Then red is Oba. Red is Ba.
So your own Oba means it's different from the Yoruba Oba. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, I'm telling you. People are called using scenario as scenario. And our own word Oba is not just a word. They say people want to describe something. No, it's an
So your Oba is different from our own Oba.
Yes. You have never done research on that.
So Oromiyan started the Oba dynasty. So
no, Oromiyan did not start the Oba dynasty. Oh God!
Who's the first Oba of Benin?
Listen. He was not the first Oba of Benin.
Who's the first?
He was supposed to start. Listen, he was supposed to start the Oba dynasty, but he was not crowned. He couldn't stay.
Okay. His son.
Started it.
Okay.
People should listen to it carefully. You see, it's simple. Let me make it
clear. Okay, wait. So they come from Ife to start the Oba dynasty in Benin.
They did not start the Oba dynasty. The Uzama started the Oba dynasty. You know what I'm saying? It's called the Ogiame fighting. The throne, the palace was in question. So they not to draw bloodshed again. They not call themselves together and agree, okay, right now we have stopped the Ogiso dynasty. Hold on now.
I'm trying to say to you.
I'm telling you what we are sticking to it now. Listen,
what you are doing, you like to create argument just to escape what I'm trying to get to. Calm down now. Let's not create unnecessary argument. Let's stick to the point we're trying to understand here. The Oba dynasty, meaning it used to be Ogiso. Now, the Oba dynasty was something that was started by Oromiyan and his family, Oromiyan and his son, between them.
No,
right?
No, there's nothing like it's Omonoba dynasty.
Okay, whatever you want to call it, Omonoba, whatever.
No, whatever. It's not whatever. It's Omonoba dynasty.
But they still call it Oba. Well, okay. So you telling me he came from Ife, from Yoruba land. Now to use the word Oba has a different meaning from the Oba he knew from Yoruba land.
He did not use the word. That's see what you are saying. Now you are saying
who coined the word?
Hold on. You are saying listen now. You say I'm taking to a corner to make a point. Now you're taking to a corner to make a point because you have similarity and similarity on word, and you're saying to claim that just like hold on. Like just like Ubini and Ile Ibinu, as you guys claim. Ile Ibinu means hold on now.
You are saying Oba means something different in Benin from Yoruba.
Mike, hold on now.
This is the first time I've heard now.
But let me speak now. If you want me to speak, I will speak. If you want me to speak, you want to make us laugh about it. Yes, I'll laugh about it because 4 of you are talking 4 different versions of Oromia, and they say I've not laughed about it, and you guys don't even think about it. The other guy came give his own version, Jesus gave his own version, you are giving your own version.
We are not giving versions.
Hold on, now you hold on. Let me finish. And then when the truth becomes very, it's become a lie.
Don't stick to the point.
Listen. Mike, listen now. Let me make my statement now.
No, what is
this is what you guys do. When you guys are talking, hold on.
Noise is not music.
Hold on, Mike. Can you let me speak? If you want to let me speak, let me speak. You want to make
we are letting you speak now, but you keep talking about something different from what
I'm not talking about anything different. Now you're the one thinking you are smart, but you're asking one question, you answer yourself.
Just address what we ask you. Don't start talking about.
Listen. You ask a question. Let me address, and you answer the question. You have to prove you are smart. How can you get a judge of your own case?
Address the question. Don't start addressing something different.
No, address the question. You don't tell me how to answer your question.
You are addressing something different. Address what we ask you.
No, I'm not addressing anything different. I'm not addressing anything different. That's the funny part of it. If I speak Benin to you,
address Oba. Tell us what.
Listen, if I speak Benin to you, will you understand? No, and that's what's happening right now. And I try to break it down to the way you understand it. You see, keep arguing. You just felt Oromia came to Benin and said, now this is the upper dynasty. We start. No, and even you as an insurance, you won't take that.
Okay, maybe I use it a different way. Maybe let me use it another way. Okay, what I meant to say is the word they used to call the kings there was either Ogiso or Giame or whatever, right? Before the Romeo time. So what I'm saying is, why did it change from Ogiso to Oba? That's what we're asking you.
Okay, can I answer now?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've told you, Ogiso was the last. Was banished. There was interregnum. There was a vacuum for almost 80 years or 60 years. Now, there the soul dynasty has stopped. Doesn't mean it's not there, but now have an administrator. When Oromia came, he couldn't stay because the administrator was the one in charge. That's why his son, the name of Ogiame didn't just come out because he just accepted Ogiame. The name of Ogiame came out of the pronunciation he made. When Oromia came, he said, they don't see in Benin, we see Ogi, not Oromia. Now, that's why the name came out, Ogiame. That you see guy like Ogiame, they can ask him, it's his family lineage. That's how the name born. Now, when Oromia came, there was still no Oba dynasty, there was still no Igudomi Godo. When he left, we were still in Igudomi Godo. When Eweka became the king, Eweka just became the king when it was just 1 year. Eweka didn't talk for a while, until like when he was 15 years, you were sending message to Oromia in Oyo. He gave them Akwe. I don't know if I'm saying it rightly. Hello? Hold on. Please.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, my Bluetooth just fell off.
Mike.
Go ahead, Georgia.
Hello?
Okay. You see the what I see from all these stories that Eweka was the first person that bear that title. That is what the Benin story claims.
Sorry. My Bluetooth fell off. Okay, sorry.
Okay, hold on. Let Jide just.
Let me round up now. Let me round up now. You cannot take it over me. I was running my earpiece fed off. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So you understand. When Eweka was 15, he was not talking. They were sending message to Oromia that your son is not talking, or your son is not talking. At one point, they sent a message to him. He gave them one seed, the Yoruba seed with the pain Benin. We call it Akwe. Maybe I'm not saying it in the right way, corrupting it. But if after some time, some Yoruba people, they'll correct me that this is the name. They place the seed on ground. They'll put the seed, arrange it. So when he threw the seed, the first time when he threw it, he hit the first one. He now shouted, Owomika. That's how the name came up. Now, when he came to the age of becoming the king, let's just put it like this, like when he was 20 years to crown king, and the war was still going on. They were hiding him from the Ogiamens so they would not butcher him. So that's it. For this man to have a peace in this reign, let's change the dynasty. We have changed the dynasty for 2 times before now. It's not the first time. They changed it from Idu to Igudomi Godo. The Igoromigodo means it was Igodo is his name. He's changed. He started that dynasty. He's changed it to his name. Igoromigodo means somebody's name. My time. Igoromigodo doesn't mean it's his name. Now, we not change from Igoromigodo to Omonoba. When he got that name, then I said, you're not happy. You have got a child that will light for us, that will be a king for us now. This relationship will stop. That's how the name came up. The appanage came up. It's an appanage, not just Oba Wekin. No, it's Omonoba. From the event that happened, this guy is the one that is lighting for, that came to light for us. It's the appanage, how you say it. Then they not called the committee of elders as, okay, we have stopped Igoromigodo's era. We have started the Omonoba era. They now build a new palace. That kills the agitation from Ogiamen. Tomorrow they are still agitating. So do you get my story now? Please, I shall not go too far. Ask your question. Thank you.
Let me just come in here because
Did you drop today?
Oh, you dropped?
I think so.
Oba in Yoruba land means somebody that has dominion. Oba lori bobonko.
Listen, I'm not disputing you. I'm not disputing you. I'll talk to great Yoruba historians. Even one guy that came here said, Oba does not have a meaning in Yoruba language.
No, hold on. Let me tell you. Wait. Judge, wait. Among all the Orishas, Obatala is the most senior, is the king, and the meaning of Obatala is the king of the white cloth. His color is white, you understand? So the word Oba is king. So he's the heir, he's the king of the other deities. You understand? So he comes from Obatala. You understand? So that's why we use the word Oba. That's where it comes from. And that's what I'm telling you. It originated in the southwest, in Yoruba. Now I got to Benin, what I'm asking you. And you keep telling me,
He did not get to Benin, Mike. He did not get to Benin.
Let me talk. Let me just make my point to Wapis. Obatala is the person that has control or reign in his.
Hold on. Sorry. Before you move on,
calm down.
Obatala was a human being or was a deity?
When I was talking,
calm down now. You like to divert people. You just want to win argument by doing this. You do this thing.
Sorry. Did they continue? Sorry.
Nobody interjected you now. Somebody that reigned, that has dominion in his purity. That's the meaning of Obatala. You understand? He was pure and he reigned as a king in his purity. Now, the word Oba, that is what it means in Yoruba. To have to mani Oba lori ogbogbò. That is, he has control. Those Yoruba people that you said you spoke to, they don't know Yoruba. Oba lori ogbogbò. Mani Oba ba lori aje. Oba lori osho. He has control over everything. That's the meaning.
You say Oba. Now, you say Oba. You're not Oba. You are saying. You say Oba.
It's Oba.
Oba la wá ń pè. Tó bá gbọ́ Yorùbá. Oba is not Oba.
Okay.
Oba.
Continue.
Oba.
Continue.
Our language. Listen. Our language is.
I'll just end this whole thing. Well, let's
our language is a tonal language. I can say Oba Toba. That is Oba that. That to means that. You understand? That has dominion. That is the meaning. So I'm not saying Oba. Now listen. Oromiyan was king in Igodomigodo, either you want to take it or not. He was sent there to calm the crisis. He had a child and he placed his child in the custody of the people there, and the child later became king. And the child becoming king, meaning that the child is the lineage of Oromiyan. Okay? The child becoming king. Now you now have Omonoba. Omonoba. In Yoruba language, Omoba.
What are you saying?
Wait, calm down. Now that is how Oba found his way.
What are you saying? What are you saying? What are you saying? Mike, can you hear your Jide panelist? What he's saying?
Maybe I don't know. Maybe our language is different. I don't know.
I am
what are you saying?
That's why I keep saying this thing that we are fighting doesn't make sense. Everybody should go to their own story.
Okay, now, Mike, let me answer you guys.
So
hold on, let me answer you guys.
No.
Let me tell you, not our own story. But you both hide
No,
some
wait
people. You hide.
now.
Hold on. I'm trying to
What is
separate it. Hold
when
on.
you were saying your own, I did not interject you. You like this thing. You were saying your
Okay,
own. In fact,
continue now. Continue. Sorry. So I apologize. Sincerely apologize. Continue.
You were even teaching Baba Janle Koko Yoruba history. Nobody interjected.
Continue. Sorry, I apologize. Sorry.
The meaning of Omonoba or Omonoba in our own language, I'm telling you what it means. If you say it into a Yoruba man, it makes meaning to us. Omo inu Oba, that is Omoti Obabi, the son of the king. And it makes every sense from the story. Because you came to ask for your king, Abi, Odudua, to come and reign. He said, no, I will give you my son. It makes sense. Though that might not be how it went. Okay? But it made sense from the whole story. But what I'm trying to tell you is that your kingdom was influenced largely by the Ife kingdom. And at a point, you can go and research it, at a point in your history, if a king is to be installed, they will come to Ile-Ife to pay respect to Oduduwa before they go and install the king. For me, it does not mean that your kingdom is not is inferior to Ile-Ife or Ile-Ife is superior to yours. But what I'm trying to tell you is that you cannot take away that direct influence that Ife has on your kingdom. Okay, you cannot.
Sorry, can I come in now?
Let me see if other people are here. Are there other people here? I mean, is there Prince Daddy? Are you there? And who else? Patoski, Adewale, Game Changer.
Maybe they're going to raise the food.
Yeah, Mike, I'm here. You guys on a different levels. I'm just listening in the background.
Yeah, maybe you can give me. Maybe you guys can create some new conversation because I've exhausted this one, man. To be honest.
Mike, let me ask you, as a very intelligent as you are, and you just said something just now. You said jaded to language is different from yours. How you pronounce it, said in your own way.
No, I'm saying that here's the deal, man. This is what I think. Like,
not what you think. It's history.
Wait. I always say this to Benin people, like even some, like for example, Benin Kingdom is a great Benin people. You guys are proud people. You have your culture, you have your things, you have your storyline and things like that. Yoruba people, we have the storyline, we have our culture, we are proud, and we don't have any clash, except when we start to trying to tell these stories and things. And me, I believe it's good you tell your story among yourself and just leave it there. And Yoruba tell among yourself, leave it there, because it can never get to a point where one people, it's like you guys are come to a point where your ties with Yoruba has been cut. You understand? And there's no way you want to put each other together where one would not want to say you come from me or they want to say I come. It's just, to me, I just always say let's not get into this thing. Just tell your story among yourself. And when I see people telling their stories, the Yoruba among themselves, I don't even sit and start arguing with them like, no, it's a lie. I just let them have it. You understand? And the Yorubas, when they are doing among themselves, hey, let's have it the way our story is. Let's keep it. But I'm not going to go to Benin and say, listen, we created your kingdom and things. I won't come to you. And then when Benin people start, and I get sick of it when I see lately, Benin usually keep it among yourself, show that respect. Even your Oba said it, like when he was talking, he said, hey, let's keep our story within our kingdom, among ourselves, and things like that. He said it just to, show that, hey, we respect these other people, whatever we believe, let's keep it, because no one can, it's not really relevant for today's reality, to be honest. So, but when I see all these guys in Nigeria, they come there, see the Yoruba, all these Ipobian Edus, they call themselves Biafrans. The Biafran Edus, they are the one that always want to do that stuff. Look, the Yoruba,
leave those ones alone, Mike. I understand your thing, but now let's clarify this thing. I said it before here, and another could agree to it. What people, that's the place are getting it mixed up. The Beninese and Yorubas are not same people.
Exactly.
Hold on, Mike. Hold on, let me land. If I were existing, Benin were existing, the Igbira people, the Kogi people were existing at the same time. When Oluwo went to Ife according to our story, he met people living there. He didn't start the community. But what we cannot take away, hold on, let me
here's
land.
my problem with you. Here's my
Hold
problem with
on,
you.
let me land now.
Wait,
Let me land. Wait now, you don't know what I'm just going to say. This is what you cannot take away.
No, I can't let you land. That's what I keep telling you. Like, when you start telling Yoruba people that, okay, this is what happened when this thing, you're lying. You know, you can't do that. I can't start telling you like, hey, Benin, this is what happened. You know, that's where the problem starts, you know. But go ahead, Sha, go ahead.
You will let me land. Now, what I said from the beginning, the people, these people are not one people, but the throne, they are one bloodline. That's what people are getting confused. They are using the throne to justify the people. That's where fight is coming in. So, Mike, listen carefully. Where you see fight is when people come, people like say, people are going to say, it's been Yoruba that influenced Benin or Yoruba that created the dynasty. No, it will draw a bloodline. The throne, the Benin throne, not only Oni of Ife, the Benin throne, the Oni of Ife, the Olafia of Oyo, I think the Egba of Egba land. There are 5 brothers. The 5 of them are connected, blood connected. We are only dying on their word. Those people don't fight. They know themselves. Sometimes you see them. Oba will visit the Agba of this thing. Then the Agba will visit the Oba. The Olafia will visit the Oba. They are brothers. The blood that is remaining. They are direct bloodline of Oduduwa. But the people are different people. You, Mike, you are not Oduduwa. You are Batala. But we are arguing of Oduduwa. You become mixed up. We are arguing on the throne line, not the people. I'm not arguing on people.
And you know what I think, Wapis? First of all, Oduduwa, I don't know why Yoruba people and Benin take Oduduwa, especially Yoruba people, why they take Oduduwa so seriously? Because the Yoruba tradition, the deities are what we really take seriously. They are the important thing. You understand? The deities, it is spirituality. So Oduduwa is just one of about 400 of them, 401 of the deities. You understand? So why they make Oduduwa this special one? This Oduduwa, just because he was a king in Ife and he was a great king. I practice our tradition. Oduduwa is not even one of my deities. Like, I literally don't have any connection with him. Like, as far as I'm connected with Romila, I'm connected with Oshun, I'm connected with Obatala. You understand? I'm connected with Shango. Those are the deities I'm connected with. But no, I don't even have any kind of relation with Oduduwa. But in Yoruba land, Oduduwa, they just shout him like he's one. I'm like, what the heck? You know? And they make it look, you know, so I'm like, dude, what is this? It's nothing special about Oduduwa, man. Like, I mean, he's special, but it's not like they just special more than the rest. Even the other ones are more relevant. I don't realize he was relevant, to be honest, to me. So the only thing that just made him so big was that he was a great king when he was in Ife. He was a king in Ife. That's all.
Mike, sorry, can I just say something to buttress what you've just said?
Yeah.
You see, the problem we have, we Yorubas generally, is that we generalize things too much. And I see what piece is coming from. The Benins and the Yorubas, they're different people. That's true. But the people that are called our kings are the ones that are related. They have a little bit of, like Oromio has a little bit of portion in Edo, him coming from Yoruba race. The same way, when Oduduwa, they usually call Oduduwa Baba, like the father of Yorubas. No, me, I've been disagreeing with that for a long time. Because even if you say Oduduwa comes from somewhere, he met Yorubas on ground. Why were they not calling us the son of those ones that were there before Oduduwa came, according to the story they were telling us? So Oduduwa is not the father of Yorubas. There are so many people that Oduduwa only have a little bit, like a portion. Maybe the people that becomes kings, I don't know till now.
No, the thing is, reason why we venerate these entities is that they had some supernatural powers. You understand? They were very powerful, and things they were doing, even the stories on me are like, we can just the magical things they were doing, they were so powerful, you understand? So that's the thing about them, you understand? So it's not like back then they were calling themselves Yoruba or this thing. They were the era of that time is not what it is today. The structure of the society back then is different from what it is now. People of today, we're just trying to claim them as it's like as if it was like the Yoruba man of today, kind of. That's where we're trying to put it. There was no, probably the language we were all speaking back then was probably same or different or something. I don't know. So people are trying to bring that past and put it into this, kind of like fitting in today's presence. Like Yoruba say, it was my man. He's a Yoruba man. It's my or my tribe.
I think it's our culture because
we're just trying to use it as a
come
pride thing to trying to feel mighty and stuff. And I'm like, yo, that era is a different era. The way things were is different. It was different. How do we even know if the entire place today we call Nigeria, maybe the whole Nigeria, north, south, even to and to maybe we were all speaking one language back then? Say, who knows? We don't know. We didn't exist back then, so we don't really know how it was. We don't know how it was. We just got stories that was passed down to us, and maybe we were all just speaking one language back then. We were all just interrelated. I mean, it was Africa anyway. After all, I mean, languages started forming after a while. Even in Yoruba land today, I mean, dialects has changed. Languages. I don't know why people bring it to presidents and just trying to make it
Mike, like this last speaker was saying, thank you. Because if one of them to the politics of it, it will start rubbing people's feelings.
Exactly. That's why I don't. I always like.
Mike, like you guys make the point. Why is bringing controversy? Is because some people are trying to rewrite the history. Now, when you try to write history, you are stepping on other people's history. That's what you see when they talk about the
Mike,
the thing is, okay.
Mike, please, I want to make a submission. You see, I think where the problem lies is not the way we are looking at it. I get what the last speaker said. It's okay. It's the point. But this is where the point comes from. When Baba Danle Koko was talking and when I started this discussion, I said there were kings in Ile-Ife even before Oduduwa. So we Yorubas know that we were existing even before the advent of Oduduwa. And for me, I really don't.
Hold on. Let me correct one thing. From the story from the Ifaraku, these entities existed in the very beginning before even we. That's what I was asking you guys earlier. Can you guys go to, wait, hold on. In Yoruba, we have the creation story. The creation story, how it all started, like the beginning. When Olodumare sent the Orishas down to earth.
Mike.
Wait. I'm just giving you a story from. It's the same Yoruba story I'm giving you. It's not like I'm adding something. According to the stories, the Yoruba stories, the deities were first here in the beginning before we human beings were even created. They existed first. Should go all of them, even to do Abatala. That's what I was telling you. That was the Yoruba creation story. So the Yoruba creation story, they were first here, and then what happened was they constantly go to the heavens and come back to earth. Sometimes they will be born, sometimes they will come in different means. So it was a different way things was back then. Was completely different. There were a lot of supernatural things that were happening back then.
Mike, I understand you.
We can't use that. We can't take their story and try to fit it in today's narrative. It's not possible.
No, wait. What I'm trying to say is this: the history that we know, the history that we have been told, is what I'm trying to address, and that's what we've been discussing. Okay. Now, where the problem starts is this: Yorubas believe we have been existing before Oduduwa, because when Oduduwa
no. And I just corrected the Yorubas believe Oduduwa existed before even the Yorubas. The Orishas all existed before the Yorubas.
No, I'm not doubting that.
And then you're talking the story of them being born. They were known before they were even born. That era where they came to live, they were.
Mike, I'm not talking of when they were not yet born. I'm talking of when they were born. Oduduwa as a king in history. That's what I'm saying. Okay, and that's what we've been discussing, and that's what Baba Danle Koko has been saying. Okay.
Did they dropped?
That's what I'm wondering. I don't know. Hey, what, Prince Daddy? Do you want to talk about
what
something
I'm saying is now,
different?
No, Mike, wait. Let me just land my point. You understand what I'm trying to say now. So, but where the argument comes is this. The Edo side of the divide always want to paint it like, okay, Oduduwa came from us. So we started your race since it's the first king that you people refer to. And that's where...
That's not true.
And people
That is not true. That is not true. People have never claimed that we started your race. You part one doing that. You have said it here. I don't know.
I think both
One man
sides of
said it.
people do it. Both sides do it. I'll be honest.
No, we not do that. Benin don't do
And
it.
that's why I always try to stay away from it, because I'm like, this thing is
Benin
going to
never do
cause
it.
a lot of drama.
Benin never did that. You see it on this platform. Most of this argument.
No, what place? There's no Benin people doing it. I'm sorry. Even on
there are a lot of Benin people doing it.
They do it.
It's because what people start saying that will start responding.
Yeah, maybe you can make that argument.
No.
It's a response.
What I'm telling you now. What I'm not telling you. Hold on. Let me tell you something. What I'm telling you, I'm not telling you because of today. Yesterday, obey this thing. No. He has been there since 40s. Since I what started this problem we're having. He said he had a contact with Oduwa to unify the Southwest. Have you not read? You've not read it? You think Oduwa started from now?
What is? Sorry, is there a book or a record or document that show that Oluwo started all these things?
Yes, now.
Okay,
I'll send it to you. I'll send you Ibilo. I'll send you this guy, this presenter Ibilo, this Ibilo guy, the Oluwo no some of
don't send me he say, she say, don't say this guy said
no,
it.
he said it's in his books. Awolowo's book. Awolowo, how did he ask anybody now?
Book. Okay,
Yes, listen. Awolowo, he gathered everybody. He had this political journey. He said he had an encounter with Oduduwa to unify the Yoruba race. That was the ideology he started with. That's why he first of all bring everybody under the banner of Yoruba.
Do you have something to present?
I have a source. It's everywhere. I'll send you interview. I'll send international interview made by his I think it's like one of those like people like his secretary then. They're still alive. I will send it to you. Don't worry. I'll send it to you. WhatsApp.
Wait.
Mike.
Give me a sec. Whoopi, I don't like what you do. You just like to just to make your
Mike. After this conversation, I have your number. I will call the video and send it to you and watch it. He's a renowned professor. He has books.
Give me a second. You don't even know. Just wait. Here's the thing. You just listen. I'm not here to say you're lying or anything. All I'm trying to do is just ask you simple questions like, is there a document, a recording, any kind of proof that comes directly from Oluwo that he is trying to do these things? Or is just somebody saying that he was trying to do it? Because that's what happened in Nigeria, which is really more common with the Southeastern now, where they will say, oh, this guy trying to do this, that guy trying to do this, and then some people take that he say from that guy because he's a somehow professor or something, and they make that accusation.
Mike, please read Awolowo's book. Just like hold on, let me learn. Like just Unadazeki wrote in my Odysseus. He wrote that his family's bloodline is from Benin. Awolowo, he was writing his political journey. Is in his book that he had an encounter with Oduduwa to unite the Yorubas.
In Awolowo's
Yoruba Southwest. That's why he started the political journey. That he make a vow to unite the Yoruba. That he actually became a premier. It's on his book. It's on almost everybody. It's open fact now.
Okay, relax now. You don't need to be emotional. Relax.
No, I'm not emotional. It's surprising me. You asking
shouting now. Calm down. I heard you.
Oluwo wrote many books. Which one of the books?
I don't know which one, but you go. I will send you this. Professor's interview. So you make reference to the book. So you go and read the book. I will put
give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. What please? Calm down.
In Ibadan.
What please?
I will tell it to you.
Calm down. What you first said, because what you are saying now is that he wrote book saying he wants to unite the Yorubas. Now, what you first said was that he was trying to change Benin history and all those things, creating all these things between Benin and Yoruba. But now I'm like, okay, do you have
why are you only doing this? It's like you hear things from you want to hear now, and then I never said Benin history. I said I will started this problem by writing history.
Which problem?
To make Oduduwa super over how you put, like you put, you're saying that everybody try to you understand why Yoruba are so cling to Oduduwa history, and I told you I always started it. And I give you the reason why
What did this start? What did this start? And what you are telling me that is that
listen. I don't know why you're asking me questions to what I've said many times. Listen,
no, you are not saying anything. You are changing things.
Okay, let me say the calm voice so you can know I'm saying something. You guys were saying you particularly saying you don't know why inside Yoruba race, people are trying to make Oduwa so famous. There are other great kings that lived before him. Why people don't talk about that? Why Oduwa the one so much? That's what you guys were talking about.
Bro, you are moving stuff. You are saying this thing between Yoruba and Edos.
I didn't say between Yoruba and Edo, Mike. This is my word, not your word. I was only interjecting. I was only interjecting, telling you what this.
You're just moving goalposts, man. That's what you do. You're moving goalposts. I've been hearing this thing from you guys. A lot of you been like, it's just some rubbish you guys make up.
No, Mike, hold on.
You can't even tell me what is.
Mike, hold on. You are the moderator. Let's be civil. Let me talk in a very calm voice. You can play that thing. Just play back in. You can skip it and play back in 5 minutes. Let's say who's moving goalpost. I don't know what you are trying to the point you're pointing at. What I said, you are saying I'm making goalposts. I was only interjecting in you guys' discussion, not an argument. That you on your own mouth. That you guys said that you don't know why. I now told you that the reason this problem is coming up because of Awolowo. He's in his book that he had Kata Oduwa said he's the one that's going to unify the Yoruba people. That's why they started writing book making Oduwa or doing things make Oduwa more greater being or deity in Yoruba land. I was not telling you.
Awolowo was making Oduwa. Wait, Awolowo was making Oduwa more.
Asking, I don't know what you said now. Is it not that said it? It's on his book.
What did he say? Can you quote what he said? Quote him.
He said he had a contact with Oduduwa, and Oduduwa told him he will be the one that will unify the Yoruba race. Then he was writing his books. From there, that's why he took it upon himself. Then the first thing he created, he created Omar Agbe Oduwa. He created that. And then people can testify to that.
So
then listen. He created it. Omar Agbe Oduwa. Then
can you tell me which book that is? So I can go and look it up.
Go look it up now.
What's the name of the book?
In our book, the one he first created, it went to this.
Have you read the book? Have you read the
Listen now, Mike. Now why are you just doing like this now? The first thing he created Omar Agbe Oduwa. It now became a newspaper.
No, let's focus on the book. No. Let's focus on the book.
Egbe Omar Oduwa, not
Egbe Omar Oduwa. Thank you. Why Mike are you doing like this now? Mike, sometimes you talk. I don't want to. Jesus Christ. Mike, stop moving goalposts. You're the one moving goalposts. You're like Ruben.
Simple question. No,
you're not asking a simple question. You're being like Ruben.
You are getting emotional for no reason. You are getting emotional for no reason.
You're just moving goalposts.
You are getting too emotional. You're getting too emotional. Just calm down, man.
No, you do not.
Dude, calm down, dude. God damn. All I'm trying to ask you is just a simple question. No. I'm trying to confirm again. I gotta go. Wait. No. He said something. I'm trying to confirm. I asked him which book he read it, and he keep jumping to something. Only Awolowo said it. Wait. Hold on. Only Awolowo said he had an encounter. Who's this now? Meet yourself. He said Awolowo said in his book that he had an encounter with Oduduwa, and I'm asking which book and where, so I can go and look at it. And he's just shouting. It's just a simple question, huh?
Yeah.
Which book? So I can go and look.
Mike.
Can you answer a simple question? Which book? So I can go and look.
I wasn't shouting. I said I'll call the video to you. In the video, you see the reference of this book. Because I'm using the same phone now to talk to you here. But I have your number. After this, I will call the video to you. I'll send it to you. And the book is there.
Send the book to me. Send the book to me.
Not the book. I don't have. I would like to buy the book. I'll send you the reference. So you go read the book.
Have you read it?
Hold on. Don't ask if I read it. Hold on. Just hold on. This question you're asking me is like I don't understand. We are talking intelligently here.
It's a simple question. You can't
No. Wait, hold on now, Mike. Hold on. You don't know. You don't have monopoly of this kind of question. If you want to,
this kind of question, a simple question.
Yes, now. If you want, listen. So you do it. Listen, no. Listen, I said something, and I said I will send it to you. If I cannot provide it, you can come back and tell me I'm lying or whatever. And if I send it to you and you find that you
just send it. Okay, thank you. Send it.
So you don't start asking me. Have you read it? Which page? Which number? That's the funny question to ask. Now I just told you I'm not about Dua, and I just confirmed it. Did you know that before?
That's not what I asked you. I said
no. I know you don't. You didn't ask me that. Yes, I don't see. In one of his
so
book,
be rough, man. I don't know why you are
one of
coming
his
to
book.
rough.
Listen. I said one of his book. He's there. He wrote there that the reason he started political journey. I still saying again, the reason he started political journey because he had an encounter with Oduduwa, and Oduduwa told him he's the one that will unify the Yoruba race.
What did he say he had an encounter with Oduduwa?
Hold on now, not where this thing happen. I'm betting money here. I'm betting my integrity here. I will bet money. Yeah, Jaco, you are here, and I'm challenging you. If I'm lying, I'll come back again and send this to one man. And I'll come here, everybody will boo me. I'll send the video to you.
I'm not saying you are lying. I never say you are lying. So why are you accusing?
Maybe I don't know if you are in your 50.
Okay, let me interject. Let me interject 1 minute. War Peace. You see, what Mike is trying to confirm from you or trying to know better from you is your statement that Awolowo wrote in his book that he had encounter with Oduduwa. So Mike is curious. He wants to know, when did that happen? How did it happen? Is it physically, or how did it happen? What did Awolowo wrote in that book concerning his encounter with Oduduwa? That is what Mike is curious to know.
Exactly, it's so simple, and he's turning it to rough.
Yeah, so you can explain, and let us understand what you really mean.
Okay, okay, thank you. But I was explaining to him, and he keep asking that question, pulling me back. No, this. I was trying to tell him no. I said, and I still repeat, I said in one of his book, he was writing his ordeal while he started, going to studies political struggle. That he had an encounter. It was just like when you're writing when you're writing book, just like I make example like Azikiwe, when you make my when you make reference to, it was just a paragraph to Benin that his mother language, parents are from Benin. All you guys have read that, and I was telling you, the book I've given you, I'm using the phone. I'll send a video to that from a live show, international standard show. And the reference of the book is there. Hold on now. Let me land now. That's the problem. Don't let me land. The book reference is there. I have your number.
Is the word encounter that Mike?
He said
really
why he started. The reason, sorry, according to him, it's not like I'm not going to lie. He said this the reason why he started political journey to unify the Southwest Yoruba people. To unify. He said he had an encounter with Oduduwa. That is his dream or whatever. I don't know, but that's what encounter he said, and that gave him this thing to start his political journey. He was just making reference to why he started his political journey. He didn't say I was farming and better to do what. He was also making reference to his political journey, how he started, what motivated him to start his journey to unify the Yoruba race. And that later brought problem to him with Akitola. After you unified the Yoruba race, you have got the premier. That's what are you not going to do in the center? You already gotten everything. Unify us. What are you going to the center? That was cause problem to them even at this time. Anyway, but I'll send you this so you read it. We all don't know it. If I say something, if you don't believe me, you go do your research.
Send it to Mike.
I'll send it to him. I'll send the video to him.
No, the quote. The
quote, I just told you the quote, then you watch the video. So you can confirm when you read it. If I'm
Which
saying
video are you
different.
talking about now? Did you say on the recording?
Listen, I said I was saying the recording so that the book reference was made there. So you go and read that quote from the book. What I'm saying now. He said he had an encounter. He didn't say he was fine. He said he had an encounter with Oduduwa that he should unify the Yoruba race. It was just a quote.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Until I say it, I just want to say it.
And truth be told, I just could know this thing. Just could prove me wrong if you've not heard this story before from Agologo concept.
Can you let me?
I never hear that one.
Can you clarify?
Oduduwa is what I know that you are mixing it up and trying to.
Oduduwa is different thing now. It's not.
Yeah.
Most of them spread the propaganda around here. That's why they create all kinds of things and just spread
man, this is what you say is
that's not right. With the hold on. You guys just hold on, Mike.
Sorry, Mike. Wait. Ajagoto, who created Oduduwa?
No, we're not arguing that. No one is arguing that.
No, Mike. You cannot be shifting the goalposts. Let me answer my question.
Which goalpost am I shifting? Did I ever say they didn't create Oduduwa?
You say what we are doing here now. We're talking about Egbedo. Say that's how people do here. Do this. I'm just asking who created Oduduwa.
No. What I'm saying is this thing you said about he said he had an encounter. But that one it sounds very ridiculous.
You hear the Yoruba?
Why even argue about
Yoruba?
What
said.
Why are
Wait,
you
man,
arguing
said yeah,
about?
you all turn everything rough, like
I don't
creating.
I'm not
understand
saying
you.
anything wrong, Mike. When you do what you are doing, when you talk back to you, say you're people are doing things wrong. When somebody bear your way you're talking, you feel you're as but no. If I tell you to you now, you feel I'm rough. I'm just telling you, let's be
No, you
civil.
say a statement, and someone want to confirm it, and you start
You can
running from it, trying
confirm,
to
but
shift
don't
it
tell my
on to
statement
something
by
else.
dragging the
Come on now.
goalpost. No, you can confirm. There's no problem about that. But not by
Mike, I'm trying to ask you, I can confirm it now. You the one that is telling me now. So you
yeah,
yourself
I'm
haven't
telling
seen
it
it.
to you. Now,
If you have seen it, then
now
you.
I'm asking Jalikoko, who created Egbe Odua? Egbe Odua, who created it? Who formed it? Jalikoko, please answer me.
Yeah, right. It's Awolowo with
Before Egbe was created before the newspaper,
Let him
before
finish.
the Action
Let
Party.
him hold
Akintola
on.
and
Let the man finish responding. Now you ask a question. You're just not him. Let him finish responding now.
Sorry, I got to continue. So sorry.
No, I said yes. You are right. Awolowo with Akintola with what's the Baba name for Ondo State, the former governor, that Papa Jashin.
Jashin.
Yes, Papa Jashin and some other Adesoya, all of them formed that Egbe Omoduya. They started it in London and they brought it down here and started and it later changed to Action Group.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, but we want to see that book we are referencing to. We want to know how Awolowo had the encounter with Oduduwa. Maybe in his dream, maybe they met at a marketplace or somewhere.
Or in the forest.
Yeah. He will be a better person to explain that. But that war he used to unify, start his political this thing. That he had a counter with Oduduwa. What I'm trying to say is not bad. Imita Oduduwa is nothing to me. But I'm just trying to tell you this, where the superiority came up from inside the West when they're trying raising Oduduwa above the 97 king, because it was a political agenda. That's what I was trying to say. Not like I'm just trying to write superiority
No,
or.
hold on. But that history has been in existence before they even start that politics in the West.
Okay. Thank you.
Oduduwa as the most, the foremost king and the foremost king in Yoruba land and the father of all the kings. That has been in existence. It's not Awolowo that started that. What you are referring to? No, it's not political. It's been around for how can I say, for hundreds of years.
And don't forget that there was a civil war between the Oyo and Egba before the British came. It lasted almost 100 years. I don't know how many years, but a long time. So there was already that division in the kingdoms, in the empires in Europe, in the kingdoms in Yoruba land.
Yeah.
Even the Oyo was at war with the Benin Republic. It was going on before the British came. So I can understand how he may want to be, handle at that feud. Why he would say, he wants to unite them, back. So not because of other Nigerians or anything like that. I don't think so.
I'm not talking about Nigerians. I'm not
No, I didn't say
talking
you.
about.
I didn't say you said it to.
No, I'm talking, but not about me. What the point you're not getting? I was not interjecting on the sake of Nigeria. I was talking about the why I feel the Yoruba they take Oduduwa over the 97 king that reigned before. That they are tying everybody to Oduduwa, the lineage, and some people tell they're not from Oduduwa. That was I was just interjecting.
Let me
That's
tell you.
all.
You know what was? What is responsible for Oduduwa name to overshadow other kings that came before him in Ile-Ife is that Oduduwa extended that Ife kingdom and Ife glory beyond
Ile-Ife, what we know as Ile-Ife. He extended it outside Ile-Ife, and created, his children created more kingdom outside, different kingdom outside Ile-Ife that that was known, that confined Ife place today. So him and his children and grandchildren extended that glory of Ife outside Ife and beyond Ife. So that's why its own name overshadowed the others. So when they are talking about the history of Ife, or how many places in Yoruba land, the history of many communities in Yoruba land today, when they are writing their history, is connected with Ife and is connected with Oduduwa. If the Oyo, if they are writing their history, Oromiyan is connected to Oduduwa. If Ijebu and if Remo people want to write their own history, the Caribou of Remo, some others from Remo, the Olukperu, this thing, all of them are connected to Oduduwa. If what do you call him? Many kings. So that is what makes Oduduwa name great than others that were king before him in Ile-Ife. So it is not political. So what Awolowo did when he came and brought politics was that he was able to unite every section of Yoruba land, whether you are from Egba division, you are Ijebu division, or you are Ekiti and some others. He was able to, use that Oduduwa a dynasty and the family heritage. He was able to connect it. He was able to, he used that to unite many of our community across Yoruba land, for us to be able to attain greater height politically in Yoruba land, and what he did, worked. And the program that he was able to implement as a result of what their political party, promised, the people, they were able to implement those programs very well, particularly free education, that gave Yoruba people an edge over other region in Nigeria today. So it's not that he politicized it. He didn't politicize it. It is what has been on the ground. All different communities, towns, and villages across Yoruba land, we are looking for their king or their headship.
What is the question? What
Historically,
some
associated with Ife. So that's why. And
people always, some Midwest people, I guess, some Edo people, they say that Awolowo was marginalizing the Midwest during the Western region when he was the premier of the Western region. Do you share that belief, or?
Well, I'm sorry. It would be rude for me to answer your question with a question. The answer is yes. Go and look at the court proceeding. Do you know that we actually we're supposed to pay reparation? How you call it, reparation or reparation? How you call it? And Tafawa Balewa was already agreed from the 1963 in the Senate, raised by Senator Arewele, and they have brought out 10 years paying plan to the Midwest. And do you know what was the reason why they had to get out that reparation? Because of the marginalization we were getting from the government. We were able to prove it in court. We won that case, also able to get a referendum. We didn't just get a referendum because we were tired. Sorry.
Wait, marginalization from the Southwest, Premier?
Yeah, we were supposed to get, but the war spoiled it. We were supposed to get it from the
Get what? We don't even know what you're saying.
They're supposed to pay us money back for. Sorry, hold on. Now, during the Western region, we were under Western region, and we complained with one referendum, and we have to prove why one referendum. And marginalization was one of the proof. One of the
marginalization.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's why I said go and read the court proceeding. So people don't just say it because.
No, I'm just asking you now. Do you believe? Share the. That's what I said.
I don't believe. I read what we know. We don't believe. Believe to the statements. Hold on.
Do you agree that the people were being marginalized?
Yes, believe is other statement. We were marginalized.
Okay, they were. You like just make things simple now. You just like I don't know. Just
do you believe it? Yes or no? It's not. I
said yes.
It's very difficult to have conversation with one piece. Like sometimes.
Okay, sorry, Mike. Sorry. I answered you. You asked me about 4 times. I said yes, and I even went further and give you more proof. And you see, asking me the same question again. If I believe, I said believes of that statement.
Okay. You agreed that they were being marginalized. Okay, fine. Okay. So what sense? I'm just trying to see your own opinion. That's all. It's not like I'm disagreeing with it.
It's not my opinion. I wasn't born then.
Mike, let me ask him a question. So if Oluwo or the West were marginalizing your people, why were your people in the same party?
That is party. Don't do that. That is party level.
Hold on now. Why were they in the same party? Why were they voting for Awolowo during Awolowo days? Because Benin never left Awolowo. They delivered their vote in almost 100% to Awolowo in Benin. Why?
Listen, I wasn't born then. According to the court proceeds, people can download that. Don't say people can download it. Midwestern versus is it what's the title? Is it almost Saigi versus Southwest administration or something? It can download it. Now, what we said at the beginning when I was sorry. This guy is giving me hard time. Hold on.
Say your baby won't talk, I be won't eat. Which one you want to do?
Okay, sorry, my baby is giving me a hard time here. But according to the court proceed, at the beginning of Western region, Northern region, and Eastern region was created by the British colonial master. We all agree to that. It was created under fiat. It was from the colonial era to hand over to Nigeria as a republic. It was already created by the British. They zoned people together. You this fine. And Benin was under. Benin fell under Midwest, but people don't even know after Ibadan, because after that Benin that time when Midwest they have province. You can agree with me, Ajalukoko. They have Benin province, they have the Oyo province where they have other like Oshun, other people under them. Benin we have the Ondo, Agbo, and so on and so forth under our province. You understand? So we were under Midwest, and they break it down now. At that time, we were voting for premier. We are in government now. We want to. The Westerner was in government. They control the government. We were nobody now. We lost our throne. Just coming back from our civil war. We fought with the British. We just building ourselves together. So we have to start the politics to march forward to get the country going. Then Awolowo came and all those parties. There was a lot of Benin people for and against Awolowo too in the party. But they were winning. He got a lot of votes from Benin to make him premier. in the Midwest. When he became premier, he started now developing the Midwest. The West. But most of the development was centered in more of the West, Ibadan, and so for the angle that side. And we were saying it. It was obvious. That's why the side said, okay, we want to alter from the position because we're not now in political position. We didn't have any of our own sons in a superior position. And then he fought so hard, and then that started champion the Nigeria to start Nigeria to have independence. People don't even know. I believe you know. Most Awolowo henchmen in Action Group were actually the Midwesterns. The Aneni, the Inahoros, Paemudu. They are the actually brain behind Awolowo.
That's what I find it difficult. Hold on. Because most people that surrounded him were.
Hold on. Let me land now. Our ideology was written by the Midwest. It's championing everything. It's a lawyer, barrister Ike. He's in Benin now. I went to school. I saw Ike. I can't see the Ike died in 1998. Barrister Ike. That's when I was going to go look at what picture. When he was going to stand on a chair, the man was holding his chair. That's Barrister Ike. Ike. The other brother was the ambassador of America, Nigeria to America. Kola is my very good friend. Now, what happened? When Pusho started rolling out, it was only the Western people were put in position. That didn't even hurt us. The Nahoro was next to Awolowo. When Awolowo wanted to go to the center, leaving the position of the premier, he gave it to Akintola, and what was wrong? Nahoro was next to in the hierarchy, and Awolowo was the next person.
Awolowo gave it to Akintola.
I said they gave it to Akintola. They say
who gave it to him?
The party, the Action Group. Awolowo don't own the group alone, but according to the hierarchy, Nahoro is the next in command. But they brought up the Akintola in.
Who did?
The party. Now, you're asking me who did. It's the party, not the Action Party.
So, was it okay? But the question I'm asking is he Awolowo that marginalized you?
I don't know the kind of question you are asking, Mike. Sometimes, if I respond to you,
the question I ask you was, you say Awolowo was marginalized. Did Awolowo
the party?
marginalized?
Awolowo, yes. When you say Action Party, Action Group, is Awolowo the face?
No, they never say Action Group. Wait. I said, wait, hold on. Let's not fight now. It's simple. I'm trying to repeat what I said.
Can you tell me? I can't tell you.
This guy is so difficult, man. God,
no, you are bringing questions.
I haven't even said anything.
You difficult. If I
say yes,
Mike is trying to
good night.
Get you.
No, Ajalikoko, you know.
Just like shouting. I'm trying to repeat what I said so that way you understand me from the beginning. I said a lot of people from Edo today say Awolowo was marginalizing them during his time, and that's what I'm trying to repeat. But now you are landing on the party. So that's what I'm trying to say. That is it the party or Awolowo? That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Listen, let me clarify, and I clarify to you. Like you only take one part. I said he became a premier. Most investment, most development was in the West. That was one. I not digress more. I went further and said, even at the party level, when he was going to the middle, he was going to challenge for prime minister for Nigeria. Instead of the next person, they should give power to the next person, which is Nahoro. They gave it to Akintola.
Was Awolowo in support of that? Was Awolowo in support of that?
Don't ask me that. I wasn't there. His party happened. So I said the party. I never said Awolowo. I said the party. When you talk about development, I said Awolowo specifically. I said two different things, and you're taking one.
That's fine. Just trying to understand. That's it.
So then you understand.
I'm not fighting you or disagreeing.
Okay. Listen, Mike. I'm not attacking you either.
You just turn everything.
I'm not attacking you either. Now they're not
going to defensive. That's your problem. Stop being
I'm not defensive. Sorry, I'm not defensive.
You're always thinking you're being attacked, but when no one is attacking you, we just sometimes
Mike, you treat me like you're trying to obedient. That's why detach yourself from that phrase. We now have a normal conversation. You always want to attack me because I understand where you're coming from.
I don't even know why I've attacked you at all.
No, okay, now good. Okay, now that's why I said go and read the proceed. Is there? The court. Our independence we got in 1963. Wasn't that we have got the court verdict ever since? But I want to say delayed it because he wants to contest. He didn't call for a referendum.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
So just listen. So one of the things I said, I was sending people to. I just go on digress a little bit. I was sending a lot of people to training in the US and in London. Lawyers, doctors from the West. Meanwhile, he will pick for his own political party friend in Benin, like 1 or 2 people, you pick them and send them there. And the few slots, you will send people to send them for headmaster. We never had doctors, engineering position to go training. All that it was verifiable. The good thing, when the court process was going on, we were still under colonial rule. So it was colonial courts we were going to. So we have to bring fact. Then if we cannot win the fact, then there's no need for referendum. So when we won the fact, they now trigger the law. The court now instruct the Senate to trigger the referendum law for us. That's how we got referendum. So we didn't just get referendum because we were saying we were marginalized. And that thing between Awolowo, before Awolowo and Awolowo, it took us like 30 years to get referendum. We were agitating long but peaceful one before we got it.
So 30
so
years?
I said like 30 years.
30 years.
Yeah, it didn't just start in Awolowo time. You know when I said that referendum, that agitation didn't just start in Awolowo time. It started before Awolowo. And
when did it start?
It started in 1942. Actually started. So
when was the region, Western region created?
Western region was created right from day one. It was Fiat, under Fiat. Western East, West, East, and South was on. West, East, and North was under Fiat. Nigeria was divided in 3 regions right from day one. So when they did the amalgamation, everything was still North, East, and South, West, like that.
Who was the first premier of the Western region?
It's Awolowo.
From when to when?
He won it around in the 50s when they started forming parties. Don't forget we did.
So when the Western region was created in 1930 something that you said, who was the?
No, you see the problem now. I said Western region was created Fiat right from the era of colonial masters.
And
before
you
Nigeria
started asking for referendum to.
No, now get it now. I said we started asking for referendum from like from 1942. We started agitating. I said agitation. I didn't say referendum. I started agitating. My language, please. I said we started agitating
to have what?
To pull out from under the Western region.
So
under the rulership of who?
Under the government of Western region. Who was the
government of Western region?
Okay.
Yeah.
So what
the British?
What you are telling us now, you know, you are contradicting yourself. You are saying AG. Well, because AG marginalized you, that is why you people called for referendum and you voted out from the West. And now you are telling us that you people started the agitation for Midwest since 30s. So what are we going to do?
So yeah, let me clarify what happened. I said agitation. I didn't say protesting. We started agitating. But when we were under Western region, everything was school, everything Yoruba teaching. Even Warri modern girls that was created in 1952. Is Yoruba teachers. They teach you Yoruba. You can ask.
Wait.
Hold on now.
Okay, finish.
Hold on. Just relax now. It's not like I'm forging it. It's true now. Most teachers that time, in the East, they were using Igbo, not like it was bad thing. They were translators that they will teach you. They're teaching you math. Doesn't mean they are teaching you Yoruba language. They're teaching you math in Yoruba language. Doesn't mean they're teaching you Yoruba language or Riki. Please understand, Mike. They were teaching
I didn't say that. We didn't let me say anything before you start accusing me of what I said. I didn't even say anything.
When I said that,
what I was trying to tell you was in the 40s, it was the British that was ruling everything. There was no African in charge of anything.
In the 40s, the British were not the teachers. Our local teachers were our local people. That's why they were training us. So our local people, they'll train people that have English, that know English. Those people will come down, start teaching people downstairs. They don't want to teach you how to English. They don't teach you your language. And this is what is one. This is two. Simple now. My father went to school now. My father is 85 years old. Now my father will be lying to me. My mom now 75 years.
If you were agitating in the 40s, who were you agitating
against?
Listen.
I just listen. This is the problem. I'm telling you. We were under the West. We were under the West. Western region.
Wait. Let's keep it simple, man. Who was governing the so-called Western region? If you say it was created in the 30s.
Okay, listen. The government that was formed in Nigeria, it started by stage. Hold on, somebody's at my door. Nobody. The government was created stage by stage. stage by stage. Now, when the government transition started, we have regional government. In that regional government, we see how people, we see how Nigerians that, who's that is drinking my bed? Hold on.
Sky, man. Instead, they started agitating in 1930 something.
Listen, Mike. Please listen. When we were under this thing, when we were under when we were under Western region, the colonial masters were ruling, but we still have regional head that are Nigerians. But it was not a prime minister position. Now we relate to those people relate to the colonial masters, and the power was in the capital was in Ibadan. The colonial house was in Lagos, where the other regions that is controlled. They have a regional government and they have a local government. Now we started agitation that time. We started agitation. Then when we were having a council of they call it we should have our start the council of kings. They had the first one in Ibadan. The second one was held in 1942. Was held in Oba Benin Palace. So the statement they made then that triggered Eweka II that no, we must agitate for our own region, they should create our own region for us. That way the agitation started. I said agitation started. That bettered the agitation. Then Eweka II started the agitation and he sojourned to the ancestors. Akinzo II took it up. Akinzo II actually achieved it. Akinzo took it up and started it from there. So between that time to we achieve it's almost 20 or 30 years. Agitation thing, we started going to court, we were not full blown. That's what I was explaining to you. Not like they just started we must get our region. But the agitation started then. Started growing, and it became worse when Oluwo was campaigning to become premier. Don't forget, Azik challenged him too. We all voted at Oluwo. That
anyway, let's allow other people talk more, please, man. There are some people that have been here. Let's give me a chance to talk because I'll be shutting down later. Remy and who else? All these people that just came.
Good morning, guys. I'm not interested in all these guys who have been talking for the last 4 or 5 hours, even when I was fast asleep, because I did not see any relevant or whatever. History to me, you see it from different angle and perspective. Maybe history informally told by your great grandfathers, or those ones that you read in the newspaper or books or something, which are sometimes biased or something like that. So, but when I was in the primary school, what I know is that there is one man called Lamurudu, and Lamurudu is the father of the Yoruba land. And from that one go to Oduduwa, and Oduduwa become the king of Ile-Ife and sometimes send all his sons or 7 sons or something like that to different cities or wherever. So, but I think One Piece is totally interested in this, and he also wants to justify his position that probably the king came from their own end, he's a prince from their own end, and they want him back. Blah. All this kind of things, you cannot know the reality because we don't document like other like the Western world. But what I know is that Yoruba is a big race. So also will be the Benin. I also learned about Benin Kingdom because I did history when I was also in the secondary school. I know about the Benin Kingdom. It was a very big kingdom that expanded. And Oyo Kingdom was also a big kingdom during those times. I don't see any correlation to you talking about whether marginalized or no marginalized. During the First Republic, I think all the regions grew very well. And I think the Midwest were also known for their rubber, if I'm not mistaken, and palm kernel, including the eastern.
Yeah, you're right. Rubber and palm, which was the black gold that time.
At that particular time, like you rightly said, most people that also are in the political party with Awolowo, some of them are from your region, and they are very prominent in whatever that happened during those periods. I don't see any marginalization at that period because when you look at it very well, up to today, the people from the western part of Nigeria and from the Midwest, especially from Medo, they are well read. They are really, really well read and well learned, and I don't see any marginalization that you are talking about here.
Remy, sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off. We are being well read not because our will give that chance. We go Midwest. When we got our Midwest, we started sending our own people to London. In the ESSAD, we had lesser schools in our side. Why? For example, say one example. Wait, hold on. One example. West have 2 universities, and we Midwest don't have any. We have UI, that's a University of Ibadan, and you have Ife. All these are in court process.
Relax. What you should
relax. No, not about relax. I'm telling you from what we're going to court for.
Okay, I understand you. There is pre-independence and there's also post-independence. So what pre-independent, those people that fought for the independence of Nigeria, go and check the first 3 universities. You mean UI, ABU, and also University of Nigeria and Nsukka. Look at where they were located, okay? And I think when was UI at University of Ife? When was it established? Can you tell us the year it was established?
1961.
Thank you. That was post-independence. And then during that time, I think we are using regional government. I know that during the regional government, which Awolowo was the first premier of the Western region, I think Benin is also under Western region at that time, right?
Yes, it was under our province.
And I know that all those research institutes were located, some of the research institutes were located in Benin also.
No, none.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
during
very sure.
60s,
yes. Yeah,
located Ife at that particular moment, you might not know the history behind it, to be frank, because choosing that area to locate a university depends on so many factors, which you are not privy to. Listen, calm down. Which you are not privy to. It might be because of land acquisition. It might be politics behind it. So many things. Look at Dangote refinery today. The first place that guy wants to locate his refinery is as close to Ondo State. And they play their politics. You take it away from them. You think about Ogun State. Ogun State does not play ball too. And it came to Lagos, and Lagos used whatever they have, and they got it. And today they have the largest single refinery in the world, the largest single train refinery in the world in Lagos State today. Who will benefit from the taxes they will pay? The people that work there. That is why that state will continue to improve. So you are not privy to all those things.
Sorry, just what you are saying. What you are saying, hold on. What you are saying is an opinion. It's just opinion. I'm not privileged. Yeah, okay. Now, what I'm telling you now is facts, and you can go check that from the corporate. No, hold on now. I'm making reference. And you can do yourself a favor. After this, we end this thing. Go to Google, check out the Midwestern referendum in court. You should read the essay that's there. And all these things, we make all this complaint. Hold on now. You just hold on. When you were talking, I gave you time to explain Ogun. Hold on now, please now. We have a few school.
The referendum you are talking about, is it pre-independence or post-independence?
Well, both. Our referendum we got from pre to post.
When did you start it?
I just told you that the show started in 1942. They won the court process in 1959. Hold on, we won the court process in 1959. Hold on now. You hold on. You ask me a question. You let me answer you now. We won the court process.
You have answered it, and let me continue. I don't want a long story. I am tired.
I'm the one trying to explain that you have said something. I want to.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. What's his name? This guy that's here. What's that guy? I can't even say.
Remy?
No.
Just 1 more minute,
this H guy.
Another person can talk. Okay. So 1 more minute.
The progressive. Are you there? Hold on. Let me see if he's there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you have something to say?
Yeah, I just want them to finish so I can come in.
So just
okay, they're not going to finish you. If you want to come, you just
no. Remy, what you are doing is not nice. I'm not to explain. My thought is to counter you. Now you're asking questions in your counter.
If you got something to say, you better come in.
Wait, Mike, hold on, please. Sorry. Hold on.
Continue. I'll come in.
Hold on,
1 minute. I just want, what piece? You have your time. 1 minute. I just need 1 minute, and then you can continue with your narrative or whatever you want to do. What I want to know is that your referendum was pre-independent, when Nigeria have not gotten their independence. And when we talk about referendum, I don't know what are the things you want at that particular moment. But what I am trying to say is that all of these things you guys have been saying here is just everybody's opinion. The fact or whatever can also be skewed to people that wrote the article or the way they want it.
It's not article.
What
That's
I
what I'm saying.
know,
It's not article.
what I know, in conclusion, what I know is that the regions during those times developed very well, and Nigerian prospered before our first coup. Thank you. That's what
Okay,
I
let me
want to say.
answer you. First of all, the regions in totality did develop very well. Yes, Western region developed, like Ibadan, they were developed, and the process of developing that place. The month that time was the black gold rush. What I mean black gold palm. Palm was the crude oil of that time, and timber. And it was the south side that have timber, the Benin, that's the Midwest. And we were short-changed. We have fewer schools, we have fewer people being trained compared to the people, let's just zone it like north and south. Let's say we are down south. The west and the Ibadan and Co were in the north. They were more developed. We have few roads developed and few other things. These were in courts, and they've checked it out, and they were facts. Now I just make Ife and Ibadan. Ibadan was created in 1952. Was built in 1952. I was already a premier, and Ife was not just built in 1961. It was finished in 1961. And we produced all those things that were built. They built Ife. Why are you building Ife when Benin has so many provinces down Isoluku, Isekiri, Isoko, and they don't have schools. They have to start going to schools in Ibadan. Our parents that went to schools in the 50s, they all went to Ibadan. Those that can go to that have privilege. It was systematically. That's why you say Obaseki and few other people, they went to school in Ibadan. Those are our allies. You are getting admission to Ibadan. Those who are against, we're not getting anything. Hold on now. Let me land, please. Hold on now. This is what I don't like. When people talk, people wait. When people want to talk, I start interjecting. Please let me land now. Please, Ajanokoko, please. Sorry. Then, second, then you are building researches and all that. Then you build again. You build another university in Ife. Ife and Ibadan, how far is it? Why not just give the Midwest one university too? That will settle their own problem. I'm just making certain little examples. I don't want to dive more. I can print them out. You can do yourself this thing. You read it. All this is where they go to position, appointment positions, ministerial position, teachers, lecturers, doctors. We have few. Not only Benin now. All the Asaba, we're under Midwest. They have. Do you know people that fought for that referendum? People like this guy, Pastor Tommy's father. People for, people were against. So what do you think was just Benin narrative? It was not just only Benin narrative. It was the minority down that line. It was agitation. Like they have to pull out from it. And that's how they got their independence, and they saw the wrongdoing, and they grant us the referendum. You cannot go on that referendum if you're not being marginalized or being maligned. Don't say anybody that eating so full that will be crying that he wants to pull out. It's not done. We were that's what we pull out.
Let me reply him. Let me reply him. Look, what peace is spewing what is not factual.
What is in court is not factual.
Hold on.
Jesus Christ. I've seen.
What is not everything that you mentioned concerning marginalization and everything that you said against the West, that they marginalize you, they didn't do anything. There's no fact to that at all. The politics behind it, the creation of Midwest, is well known to a lot of people. It was politics by Nnamdi Azikiwe and Tafawa Balewa. They were trying to break that political power of Oluwo. That is why they created Midwest. So the schools you are referring to, I don't know which school you are you referring to secondary school or elementary school or university? What are you referring to? That, oh, they built school in Ibadan, they didn't build in your place. What are you referring to? University of Ibadan has been in existence. It's a colonial master created university. It wasn't Nigeria. So that school, and what is known as Yaba College of Tech, which was an extension of University of Ibadan back then, were the only university that we had during the colonial days. It was after the colonial, when we had independence, that they created this other school, University of, what do you call it? Unsuka, University of Lagos, Ahmadu Bello University. Yes, those are the schools that the federal government created, and they share it among the geopolitical zone. So the politics behind the creation of it is nothing to do with marginalization. And that is what I was telling you earlier, that if you people were so marginalized, why did they continue to stand by Awolowo? Since then, since the First Republic, and even in the Second Republic, they overwhelmingly, Bini people, Delta people, what I mean by Delta, I'm talking about the Wari people, always go with Awolowo. So what I'm telling you, there's no, what you are saying, I don't know, maybe some people that were anti-Awolowo politics or were not in the same party with our opposition. Those are the ones that are giving you this.
No, what you are saying, what you are saying is what you are saying. Sorry, what you are saying is. Hold on, please. Hold on. Akin want to ask a question. Let me wrap it up. I'll leave home soon. Let Akin put this question.
Let me land. I've not landed. Let me land.
Land now. Continue, sir.
The same referendum. The people of Kwara State voted not to be with the North. The federal government under Azikiwe and Tafawa Balewa rejected that referendum. They did not effect that referendum. But that of the Midwest, because it was Awolowo control Western region, in order to break, thinking that if they break its political its political power, the power base, if they break it up, then maybe they can grab that Midwest from him. So that was the politics. So
okay,
don't come up with it.
No, you cannot be. You cannot be. So no. What you guys, this is what you do. What you do, I don't like. Sorry, we cannot be interjecting.
What are you talking about?
Oh, wait, Ogajako, you are making your point. Don't impose it on me. It's your opinion. Leave it like that. Please leave it like that. Don't make it like it's a fact. You cannot use your own point as moral standard. Sorry, I'm not trying to be rude to you. Progressive, ask your question. Let me wrap my this thing up. I'll leave soon. Progressive.
I just want to say personally, in my own opinion, I just feel like the agitation for independence, according to yourselves, that it started pre-colonial, during colonial government, and then moved into. Personally, I don't think those agitation for self-determination under the Midwest region was as a result of marginalization. It might be the case they put forward in court to enhance their position, But I just feel like as a region at that time, it was a very big region to be under any sub-region. I think that was one of the factors that played into it. The Midwest region was not it's not a small land space to be controlled by another sub-region. I think that is one of the reasons why they felt like they needed to fight for self-determination. Because if you look at the composition of that Midwest region, it comprises of both Edo and Delta at the time. And Edo and Delta, which later became Bende State, it's not a small place. So I think, for me personally, I think one of the reasons is that politicians and peoples and leaders, when leaders are agitating for self-determination, you need to always think of something, politics. Because if you break it into smaller position, the chances of me gaining access to power becomes greater. So if you the smaller unit you break it into, the more opportunity people get to govern their area. So that is what I've always seen about when it comes to self-determination issues right from time. So I think politics played a lot when it came to that Midwest region. I don't think it's all about.
Can I respond now, Gaf? Can I respond now? Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. When I started this narrative, I didn't start in 1942. In 1942, there was no politics then. And I said before and after, when we got our court verdict to trigger the clause in our, to put referendum in our, to trigger the referendum clause in the colonial, our constitution, neither Oluwo or Azik or Tafawa Balewa already a prime minister in Nigeria. Prime minister, Nigeria is not even there yet. So why I was just bringing politics inside? See, when people talk, we try to write things on that politics, and you see the facts are out there. It's an archive. Go to Nigerian journalists, they love archives. The processes are out there. They're teaching you in school, in law school. So what are we not talking about? Now, you guys are the one playing politics in it.
So
when we are agitating, when we started agitation, I said from 92 started agitation, it has not been full-blown politics one. When we started then, we went to Butter, we were going to the colonial master that we should have our own region. There was no politics then, there was no government then. However, I've never created his own action group. What are you talking about?
This is what I'm trying to explain to you. If there was no
if I don't, not what you explain to me. This is what I read. This is what I know. I met one of the persons in life, Pastor Ike, for this thing, for opposite this square, this junction, I went this market day.
You have to understand something, right? Say, if me and you, if two of us we are doing something, or maybe three of us are doing something, right? And then you said, okay, three of you. You are going to lead. Then I look at my position and say, okay, no, you know what? I don't want to be under these people, right? I have the belief that I am big enough to take care of my own side, right? What am I going to do? I'm going to agitate for self-determination, for me to have my own power, my own region, right? So it is not just about.
Okay, hold on. Well, that is opinion. We're not giving opinion, but I'm speaking from what I read. What's on ground. I'm not trying to come out dirty at Oluwo's name or not. I'm talking what in the process. Hold on now, please. Hold on now, please. Look at the time frame. If the show started in 1960, we would have said it's politics. Things that have started 20 years before our independence. You cannot say it's politics because there was no political party at that time. Why go on here? Don't people say that?
Okay, let me ask you.
Hold on. It will take a long time. When you explain, I didn't ask you a question. Just let me explain my monologue. Please hold on. Please listen. We started agitation. Then not got to the Kenzo II. I want to make Kenzo II a minister of that portfolio. They dethroned. Not people who are agitating. They dethroned the Oluwo for it that called that agitation. This of OME, the notion of OME. No one was arrested called that agitation. It's on record. Then Aneni and Naharu and Co was a instrument using against the divided people and the individual people. Have you read who detained the notion of OME? Have you read who dethroned the Oluwo in the 50s? Now, it was a struggle. Listen, it was a struggle. Then he has become big. Awolowo become prime minister in the 50s. Awolowo become prime minister. He was before Awolowo. The church is bigger than Awolowo. But Awolowo didn't want to ally. He didn't write politics to it. But he didn't see what he was doing wrong. If he was doing things right, we wouldn't have left. We have fewer schools, not just at Benin. And I've said to the Otto Ugeli and all that, but we have few schools. University, we don't have university. Everything have to go to West, to go to Ibadan. How many people have the resources to go to Ibadan at that time? That's why most of our parents couldn't be educated. Our parents started being educated when we get our own referendum. We started sending our own people to London to train headmasters, doctors, and all that. When our university built, the university of built hold on now, you hold on. No, I don't like all these things. Hold on now, this is just hold on. When you were saying your own, you make it so beautiful. You make it so beautiful. It was the action the who wanted politics. But I told you, I started for politics. We got our court verdict before the election. But I won't even like 1959 because it was election 1960. He delayed it. And when he lost, he delayed again. We got our referendum in 1963. There was the next election, 1963. Now you're not ready election politics to that again now. That because of the politics, just to make a point. It wasn't politics. Yeah, but and when we got our verdict, the question was fair. It wasn't politics.
What Ajani is trying to say to you is that the people still voted for him, regardless. So what?
No, nobody voted for him anymore. Listen. I just want to tell you that's what they used in 1950s. When Awolowo became prime minister in 50s, not in 40s. You all know that. When he became prime minister, he was doing things well for West. Yes, I agree. Western region, we all Western region. But some parts of them agitating, like, no, this West is not trickling down to them. That was the agitation. They should have been there before then, after then. So it's not like I'm coming up with it. It's on the court process there now. I don't even understand all these things. Maybe I'm saying on the high tone voice. They list so many things. They brought facts. Schools in those data, it wasn't up to secondary school, it wasn't up to 10. When the Western region have more than 100. Everybody have schools. We didn't have university, we didn't college.
We are ahead of you guys when it comes to education.
You can call it ahead, but that won't give us victory in court. Hold on. That won't give us victory in court.
Hold on.
Let me ask you a question.
But when you guys talk, I don't interject. When I'm talking, people start interjecting me. When I'm making points.
You have been talking for nearly 8 hours.
Remy, let me ask you a question. Remy, let me ask you a question. Okay. When you got
what I'm trying to say is very
Western
simple.
Region,
The western part of
Midwest.
Nigeria, they are the first set of people, to get education. And because of that, they know the importance of it and they have many schools more than the rest of. Even when you are talking about that time, you can only talk about Oyo and Ogun and maybe Lagos. There are those ones that have a lot of schools. Even the interior, like Ekiti and the rest. All my brothers, they left home and go to boarding school in other area of Western region that time. So they are well ahead. And when they established UI, at the end of the year, UI was the federal university. And some of their vice chancellors were not even Yoruba that time. So
don't worry about Yorubas.
So I don't know what you are saying here that you are major. It's not, you know what? I
in this platform we say we should talk with facts. Now when somebody is talking with facts, when somebody is coming with facts, you start bringing opinion. You start bringing opinion and cut out opinion to make it facts. It does not make sense. I just told you. You said you know when you talk, you forget there was other region. You said we were way ahead. Don't you know where Eastern region was way ahead too in education?
I don't know about that.
So why you know your own? Why if you know your own and use your own to make an no, don't use your own. Don't use your own as the enemies.
The question where let's ask you. Okay, when Midwest was created, who was the first premier of Midwest?
Dennis Osadebe. Dennis Osadebe.
Senator Osadebe.
Dennis Osadebe.
Dennis Osadebe. Okay.
Yes.
Now, let me tell you this. The stronger reason why people were pushing for Midwest back then was that there was crisis in the West between Awolowo and Akintola. And by the time they even conducted this thing, was Oluwo not even going through trial that time?
No,
maybe
it wasn't.
Hold on. When did what year was Oluwo sent to jail?
63.
63. When did you have your
we want the court proceed. We want the court proceed
now. When did you have your Midwest?
63.
Oluwo was in jail.
Yes. And it was in jail.
Oluwo was in jail.
See, this what you guys do. If I react now, you say I'm shouting like a broken record. We want the court proceed to not wait now. Wait now, please now. Hold on now. People are listening to us. Let's make it
hold on. Finish, and then you come again. Relax for some while.
No. What you guys doing is not right. Because I'm feeling. No. You're encroaching on my. You're encroaching on my own personal right. No. You cannot outsmart me now. You cannot outsmart me because I'm quiet listening to you. No, not Ajako, not by no. If you want to say it right, you don't want to say it right, then we can forget about it. Don't just say no. When do we win the court? When did they trigger grant us referendum? Can you Ajako answer that? Sorry, I'm not trying to insult you. Hello?
Of course. What he's trying to do is that he wants some clarity. This is not.
No, I'm giving you clarity. You are saying you are using that to mean.
Okay. When did they grant you your referendum?
1959. 1959.
And from 1959 to 1963, that is about 4 years, right?
Yes.
And after that 4 years, you started you have your.
No, listen.
No.
Hold on. You listen, please. Sorry, we have to listen. Don't just listen.
I just want to have the conversation with you, please. Just simple conversation. After that 4 years, you have your first premier. Yes or no?
After 4 years, they conduct the referendum. Yes, we have our first premier.
Thank you. So what you are talking about that you are being marginalized is between 1959 to 1963.
You see what you guys just talk. The case stayed almost 10 years in court. I think it was just today's case.
We are not talking about.
No, what are you talking about? Wait. Let me answer you quick. Let me ask the question real quick. You say 4 years we will be marginalized.
Answer this question. Which year? From which year to when you have your first premier? Tell us how many years you are marginalized. I just want to know from what year.
I'm telling you. Our became the first premier. I think 1952 or 1953. It became the first premier. Mm-hmm. And we are being in court. We went to court like we want to pull out. Already agitation already started. I told you that just started since 1942 that we want to pull out. Now, when Oluwo became a premier, it became more difficult for us. That's why we went to court.
So
then you hold on now. You hold on, please. Let me land now.
Let's make it short conversation so that other people can also talk, so that people can come in. From 1952 to 1963. When your referendum was still in court, you are marginalized for nearly that is 8 plus 3, 11 years.
Why do you like to take the one they used to play? But I said we started you listen, please. I said we started our discussion since 1942. We started our discussion since 1942.
From 1942 to 1963.
Also, what do you want to be marginalized? You have to wait 100 years to be marginalized.
I'm asking a very
yes.
From 1942 to 1963.
Yes.
And all those, and then that is one aspect. Thank you for that. Now, can you please list areas where you are marginalized so the audience can understand you?
It's like you just came in recently. You just came into the show. That's why you didn't listen. No, hold on now. You just came. Wait now.
I'm going to put you guys in the background. I'm going to hand the show and put you in the background so you continue the discussion.
Okay. I'm not continuing. No, I'm not.
Wait, Remy, Mike, sorry. Don't just go. Let me say, Remy, you just came into the show. I've said this before. I've given point that.
Okay, I will let you guys talk for another maybe 3-5 minutes.
Thank you.
I won't warn you if I do it. I'll just put it because I'm about to.
Thank you, Mike. I know you want to sleep. I said it before. I give at least some list. Now, one, they said school. We have fewer school. Is the court proceed? Two, we have lesser people in the federal then the western district. We have fewer people. Three, we were sent, fewer of our people was sent for training, and it was there. Four, they built university, they gave university. So many, it was so many. I just gave you few, and you can go read it. It's many. So you're just asking me now.
Okay,
but you know in the show before now.
Because I don't want to.
Development was less. Development was less in the Midwest than the.
For you, the next, I don't want to lost to argue with you.
Okay.
The next question with you is this: when you now get your Midwest, when you now get your first premier in 1963, can you now tell us the achievement from 1963 to 1970?
You didn't know that we were one of the fastest. Listen, 1963. Listen, 1963. We got our independence. We were one of the fastest region. We built university. We built 2 refineries. It's just in
the 2 refineries. Is it by you or by the federal government?
Listen.
No.
Hold on now. Hold on. We became. Hold on now. Hold on now. We became a federal government from. Listen, we became a federal government. Look at it. It was procedure. We became actually fully federal government from Obasanjo in 1979. Please. We were still region during the war. When Ojukwu was there, Ojukwu created the first government. Hold on now. Ojukwu started. Gowon created the first 12 states out after the war. We were still region. When Aronsi was there, when Aronsi took over, we were still region. So what are you talking about? Sorry.
Listen, please. See, I want you to be calming down. I'm not here to argue with you. I just want some clarity. And when you now got your region and you have your first premier, you name me or Sadebe or whatever, what were you able to achieve before?
It's lost. I just counting for you now.
Listen. Before Gowon, I think Gowon was 1967, right? So for that,
Gowon was 1967, but we're still region.
So
we are still region.
I want to know. You have your own people there now. You get what you want. Tell us what you were able to.
We started building our own school. We started building our own. Listen. We started building our own school.
And now use that yardstick to.
Yes, let me tell you. We have our own school. Listen, we build our own school. We build our politics. We build our own secretariats. We build our own rubber research. We build our textile mill. We have textile mill there. Then progress is there. He will still tell you. We started building things that will develop our space. We start building our stuff that will develop our state. Don't forget. Cocoa seaport and this other seaport was not built by federal government, built by Ogbemudia, our governor. It was not by we were one of the richest then and fast developing. It was something that changed everything, that everything becomes central. We were able to build a stadium. We did a lot. We built airport. We did a lot in just a short space. We trained a lot of teachers. Don't forget, go and ask. Uniben is one of the best. I say, one of the best teaching hospital in Nigeria.
So
and Uniben was just built.
I got one question, one last question. Because is this the reason why the South people are still beefing with the Southwest today?
I'm not saying this. There's just few. I said go and read the so many.
I'm saying like today, it seems like hold on. You don't get my question. I'm saying today, it seems like a lot of South people, particularly Edo and Yoruba and Delta, they have a lot of animosity towards the Southwestern people. Is it because of back then, or is it because of today's policy?
No, you've got see. Yeah, thank you. A good question, Mike. If you look at data, I just can tell you the big problem that is happening data to tomorrow because of Oluwo bringing Oluwo for and install it in.
Oluwo again.
Yes, now you don't know now. Ajako will tell you.
So you guys still have a problem.
No, see,
today, 2023.
Listen, what happened? Oluwo for used to be it used to be Oluwo for it used to be Ogiame of Shekiri. It was in a big Benin. It's called Big Benin Island. I was actually brought him to the mainland and established as Olu of Warri. That's when the Robo started problem. It's there. Dondoma is there. It was a big problem. That's why today they still have community clashes. They never accepted Olu of Warri over them. The Jaws there, the animals there. I was started because don't forget, I was a teacher. He was one post there in the 40s. So when he became power, and
I think I now understand you very well now. I think the issue with you are
You are coming to my. Sorry. Remis, don't go there. You don't come for my personality. These are no extra facts. Don't come. No. Don't do. You do it all the time. You do all the time. No. You do all the time. I won't let you land on this. I said it's on fact, on archives. Go to court. You see it there. Don't take my word for it. But don't come for me. My issue with me. I'm telling you, any worry. Worry have bigger problem. Ask Robo people. You just ask me. I'm telling you, it's free. It's not now. No Robo man have anything against now. No Robo man have anything against Yoruba man.
Remy look like Oluwo really put Yoruba people in big trouble. The Southeast
go and ask. Or what happened between the Egu people too? Have you ever asked Egu people what they like? They'll tell you about Oluwo. They'll tell you too now. It's only Benin. Go ask.
The Southeast thing got problem with Yoruba because of Oluwo. Now the South people also have problem with Yoruba because of Oluwo.
I can't ask anyone.
Got us in a lot of trouble, man.
Mike, take this as an example. Take this as a small assignment.
Oluwo died almost 30 years ago. You guys see how problem Yoruba people.
Not now. Listen, Mike, it's not now. It's things from the past.
No, today, man. The kind of animosity the Southwest get from the rest of the South. It's just
that's
ridiculous.
Election. That is
election. He always land on Oluwo. Whenever I ask them, what's the problem? Oluwo did this, Oluwo did that. The Igbos say Oluwo gave us 20 pounds. You guys say Oluwo gave Kiniko in the media. This guy left. I mean, you just one man. You guys are busy with us today.
Oluwo had a vision. And he really wanted it to go astray of his vision.
His vision was moved on to the Lord now. Let's move on.
Mike, hold on, please. Sorry, I'm sorry to interject you. That problem for rule of war is still in Warrington tomorrow. Ask any Yoruba man. No, you cannot change it. It's already in our constitution.
What do we do now?
No, let's see. So listen, Mike, listen, Mike. You're asking of the cause. You're not asking of the solution. We want to say the cause. We say the cause. Then you know how to solve it. The cause has nothing to do again. Like, okay, yes, you cannot change it. This is what caused this. Okay, now know where the beef is. Okay, this is how we solve it. That's where people.
How do we solve it? How do we solve it?
There people come together. Like I told you, and the average Yoruba man don't have problem with the Yoruba man. Just
they do. Sorry,
Mike, hold on. Wait. I don't say that. I'm not. Is this election? Politicians always bring out the past.
Even before this election, you guys always you South.
No.
Too much animosity towards
No, Mike. No, what you don't know about the South people, they don't come to your business. Doesn't mean they hate you. And then how they treat you. Listen, I tell you, they don't come to your business. Doesn't mean they hate you. And how they will treat you, that's how they treat their brother. So you will have a cultural disadvantage. You have this respectful, that is very good. But with South, it's not like that. If I'm your friend, I'm your friend. And if you fuck up, don't think of your friend, I will support you. No. It's not like that.
No. There's this animosity is generally known.
No, you cannot. You won't know.
We know. Trust me.
No. That's what you think.
See anything tangible from it? I'm trying.
You will not see anything now because you want to. If you want to say anything tangible, Remy, if you want to say anything tangible, do yourself a good service. If you're educated enough, download the excerpt, the context, and read it. It's not my word. It's not your word, man. It's a Nigerian thing now. Nigerian card now. Then we say no.
From what you have been saying, it seems that it's Oluwo that make you backward. Okay, that's what you are saying.
I didn't say always make us backward. That's what you always do. You only feel you have monopoly. You only feel you have monopoly about words. And if I use a harsh word on you now, you start shouting like I'm shooting go post. There's Mike asks a simple question. No. Listen. Nobody's backward. No, nobody's backward. No. Listen. Nobody's backward. If you want to build a region now, if you remove Lagos, where's more developed than other place in Nigeria? Everywhere is Chito. So what are you talking about? When you talk, you make sense. So when you talk, you make sense. Don't use vulgar words like that. Mike ask a simple question. What is the problem? What causes? It's just simple. Why is it that the South don't like this thing? No, what you are saying? No, really, what you are saying? No, Remy, can't you say? No, look what you just said. That I won't make us backward. Come on now. That is the period. You want to write a argument.
I was asking you a question. I asked, is it because of Oluwo make that region backward? So you don't listen because you are talking with a lot of emotion.
And I'm still telling you, correct your statement. Oluwo did not make the region backward. They said marginalization. They have fewer resources. What they didn't get enough. Even I didn't use that word backward. Ever since I've been talking, I use schools as an example. The schools in the bend that's Midwest were very few. And this thing was much.
Can I ask you this question? Okay, where we are today, like how we are all in a mess today. where does most of the blame come from? Like, where does the army go to? Like, which region would you say should take most of the blame of where we are today? All of us, you know.
Okay, you see one thing there, Mike. This question you asked me. This is the present now. I cannot be using the present to answer the past. But in my opinion, this is my opinion. If you ask me where the problem is today, let's remove politics. Let's just put like region.
But I don't know. You don't want to answer my question now. I'm saying like if you have to say, okay, all of us have faults. But I'm saying which region?
Wait now. I'm not. You wait now. I'm answering your question. You let me the debate up now. Let's remove state now. Let's say region. And according to what Remy is saying that we've got more schools. You're more educated. You're more educated.
Dude,
hold on now. Hold on. Let me listen now. Listen. I'll get to you. Listen. I'll get to you. Listen. Hold on, please. Hold on. If Yoruba said you are more educated and the situation is going like this and people are looking up to you, people will blame you if you're not taking action where they're expecting you to take. That's
which
where
action,
I feel
which action do we need to take?
Listen. That is the blame, I feel, my opinion. Because if we say the North are not more intelligent than us, and you guys are more intelligent, you're second to the North, how come you don't use that intelligence to write things? That's my thinking.
What are we writing?
Which
wrong did we do that we need to write?
Wait, hold on.
Which wrong did we do that we need to write? Tell me.
Listen, Mike. If you claim you are more intelligent,
we didn't claim we are more intelligent. Whenever I claim we are more intelligent, I don't know why
you are more educated. You are second in Nigeria. Your ethnic group are second in Nigeria. You will use that power to challenge it. No, when they are going wrong.
No, being educated is not power. Everyone is powerful.
Hold on. You will not expect the minority to challenging a superior majority. It's you that have that same
which superior majority?
The North are superior majority.
The North is not superior majority. The North is not monolith. It's not a monolith region. They have different. They are united. I think. So you can't be telling us.
So basically, you want the Yoruba to fight your battles on your behalf.
Exactly. They all holding beef against us, and they're telling us to fight for them.
Listen. Yoruba. This is what you guys always say. Yoruba is not fighting our battle. That's why we got our majors. When we got our majors, these majors have lasted long. When we got our majors, we all not equal. We were fighting our own battles. When
we're asking you a question. Which you are saying Yoruba should write wrong
that question.
Don't ask
me the question. We're no longer in region anymore. That's why I took you to region.
You can't be challenging the North on your behalf.
Listen, Mike, listen. Your question is funny sometimes.
It's a simple question. If it's funny, it doesn't matter.
Mike, it's not a simple question. It's a simple question.
It's also difficult.
Listen, please. Sorry, please listen. I took you back so we can have better clarity. I said, let's take it to the regional side of it. Let's make it region where you just tell it. It will be easy for us to understand.
Okay,
and we need
to which region can you say that you can blame for all this problem in Nigeria?
You know what I said before. You know what I said. Or Remy, you know what I said. Or you want to interject me? I said when it comes to region, you blame. I said, my personal opinion, you blame the Yoruba because it was second to the stand tall with the Northerners. Do you know what I said before?
So the Yorubas take most of the blame for where we are today. Is that what you are saying?
You asking a question. You're asking a question. It's not. I respect the question. I give you my own opinion. You're taking it as a fact. I don't understand it.
No, I think when Nigerians. Remy, hold on. I'm asking you a simple question. I say where we are today.
It's not a simple question, Mike. It's not a simple question. You ask for my opinion. Hold on. You ask for my opinion. And answering my opinion, you're taking that as a fact. Why do you use my opinion as a moral standard?
In your opinion, and this is the fact.
I told you I will blame the Yoruba.
What do you do this? Why do you do this? Did I say it's a fact? Okay, you say your opinion. Because I asked you a simple question. If you have to, where we are today, if you have to say which regions are most responsible for where Nigeria is today, all of us, where we are in a mess today, and you say it's the Southwest.
No, you get it wrong. You got it wrong again, Mike. I said I took you back. I didn't use now to answer that. I took you back so we can have clarity. I took you back.
Okay, which region? Okay, which region should take most?
Now we're not in region. We are in state system. Okay, we don't have region anymore.
Let's do it as geopolitical region. Let's do it as the six geopolitical region that we have today. You know the six geopolitical and southwest, southeast, northwest, is not like that. Which geopolitical region would you say is most responsible for where Nigeria is today, where we are today?
Mike, I don't understand your question. That's what
it's simple now. Okay, can somebody else?
Yeah, it's simple. The question you answer, you know the answer. Who has been in power?
Your opinion.
Now, wait, Mike. You don't. Mike.
I mean, if it's that obvious,
Babati. You are educated to know when you ask your question, you can't direct how you want to answer your question for you.
This guy is
so let me answer your question now. Let me answer my question now. You ask him a simple question. And I want to answer your simple question. You say I should say that, you say that, you say what you want. It's a simple question. No, it's not the North that been in power since
Okay,
this
answer it.
It's not North has been in power. The Northern region has
Northwest
been in
or
power.
northwest? Where?
I don't know why the Northwest, where Babangida Abacha came from. They want to be in power long till Buhari now.
Babangida is from the North Central. Abacha is
So
from the
when you go down,
Northeast.
but put all as the North. So why you asking that kind of question, like a traffic question? You're not talking to a fool now.
So your answer is where? The North Central?
Yes, if you're talking about now, the system go region.
The mess we are in today, from independence or from creation of
that's not a
Nigeria.
question. That is not a question. You don't ask me that kind of question to today. What kind of childish question is that? That not being smart now. Come on now. From the now. If I ask you
this office guy, Allah. Something else.
Mike, listen, you're not being smart.
No one can have a conversation with you at all.
No. Nobody can have a conversation with you because in your own world, you believe your question is so smart.
I didn't say it's smart now.
No, that's what see. You're asking from nothing. You're asking from 1960 something.
Do you know what led to the question? Do you know what led to the question? Because you were saying the Southwest were marginalizing the Midwest people back then, and
that was region.
You keep saying,
and we went to court and we won. Are you forgetting that?
Fine. I didn't argue all these things now.
Why are we still arguing? Why are we still arguing?
I'm not arguing. I'm just. What the heck, man? I'm not arguing with you. I'm just asking your opinion. Like, okay.
No, don't ask my opinion again. For facts, the fact is more than opinion.
Okay, what is the fact? Tell us.
I say, how do we get our Midwest region? It's not we won the court case against all these complaints.
Okay, fine. You got your Midwest region. That's fine. Since then, why do you still have animosity towards the Southwest? You got
no, since then. No, that's a question you can never prove in court.
Okay. What has the Southwest now done against you since you got your Midwest region?
No, that's the wrong question. Left alone. Who told you Southwest done against? If I tell you now, Mike, why do Yoruba do to Benin people? Why you go to us? How will you feel? If I ask you that, Mike, why did Yoruba people hate black people? What have we done? Benin people, what have we done to you for you to hate us? How will you feel and how will you respond to that question?
Then I will ask you.
No, you cannot answer question with question now. Answer me now. You're pushing me through.
Okay, why do you? Let me answer you then, because you guys are constantly expressing animosity towards us, and then that's why. Okay, that's my answer.
Are we sticking to opinions or are we sticking to facts? Or is it, because I don't know, because on one hand, you said it was your opinion, then you're not saying that you want to stick to facts only. So I don't know which one are we.
Okay, Babati, you know the funniest thing? When Mark asked me a question, it was opinion question based, he asked me.
Oh, okay.
For me to give me clarity, I took it back to the regional side, my own opinion. I said, let's put on region so we have clarity. When you were three region, I'll blame. I make a simple example, and then you're still using that now. You're moving the goalpost. Now you see what you are doing. I don't get it. Now you're using the past to judge the present. You're using the present to judge the past. How will you have a common ground?
I didn't use the past. I asked you. I see where we are today.
If I meet you, let me ask you the question. Let me ask you the question.
Guys, wait. Can I ask what is the question? So, are you for like? Should we go to a regional government, or what kind of system will make people like you that maybe you think you're a minority? What kind of system?
Nobody's minority. Nobody's minority.
No. Okay. Sorry for you to use that word. But
you say you're being
marginalized. Kind of system? I know, but what kind of system will work for your people in what we have right now? If you had
we are talking development. We're practicing federalism. Let's practice federalism fully. We should not be practicing federalism and regional government at the same time. We see here the northern region. We see here the Igbo land. We see here the Yoruba land. But we're practicing federalism. It's the states.
Okay.
Yeah, but we have Yoruba land. What's wrong with that?
No. Listen now. Listen.
Wait. There's a reason why I asked you that question. There are peculiarities in some regions. And you and I, we've gone back and forth about this issue. And remember when the issue of Yayi came up, that senator from Lagos that is now in Ogun now. And the area where he's representing is Awori Lagos and Awori Ogun State. They are the same people. So it's very hard to say, okay, because they have a boundary between them that says one is Ogun, one is Lagos. So therefore, so you must consider those peculiarities when you're discussing
that is not an excuse. Now, it's not only hold on. I understand your.
Hold on. Okay, this is my point to you. There is no difference between an Awori in Lagos and the Awori in Ogun.
It doesn't. That doesn't matter.
No. You cannot then say that because they are different.
But what is war peace business with how the Southwest do their thing? You already got your Midwest region. You separate yourself. You are still concerned about how
when you ask question, when I want to respond, you say no. You ask question. You want to answer your question.
I'm not imposing. No.
You're not imposing. But let me answer. Let me answer now.
To explain to you where I'm coming from.
Wait now. I understand. I explain the explanation. The explanation. And now we are all in federal system of government, which we all have states. State of origin, what we have, not place of not indigenous.
What do you mean we don't have indigenous?
We don't have
abolishing
your passport. Wait now. I said we are practicing federal system of government. What we have federal system of government, what government recognizes state of origin, not indigenous. Government don't recognize in our constitution, don't recognize indigenous.
They don't recognize indigenous, really?
Oh, Jesus Christ. But can you explain to Mike about that? Your passport, you explain to look at your passport.
The law says that if you move anywhere in Nigeria within 6 months, you can actually run for office.
That is our law. I'm telling you, look at your passport.
But wait, hold on now.
Wait now, let me land now.
Hold on, please. No, let's set the table so you don't know. Hold on. The reason why I'm saying this, even though the law says those things, the peculiarities comes to familiarity with culture.
Hey, Babati, that's where we are getting it. This is why certain things. Wait, Babati. This is why certain things are not working in Nigeria. But we keep asking why. Like Mike is saying, your people will do this, you people will do this, people will do this.
You can't say the way we do things in the Southwest. Why things is not working in your.
I know I call your name. Yes, I know you have to respond. But we keep saying things are not working. Now we have this kind of minor I would say problem. Now, if you are practicing federalism, they will practice to the full. To the full, it's not state, it's no longer region. Ekiti state, Ondo state, Benin, those states, that is that state.
It is what it is.
Wait now, hold on now. This is Mike, you hold on now, please now. What you have, what you think you have, other people have it too now, not only you now. Data, the Bende and data will just run one state now. There are so many people inside data you really don't know. But there's but
we are not coming
hold on. Let me land now. You say now. Let me land now, please. And your guy just make a example that the Awori is no go. He was representing Awori in data. That's why in Lagos. That's why he got that position. So the Benin. We will not go to data and represent the Benin in data to get any position.
Don't do it now. What's wrong with that?
No. You cannot do that because it's regionality. No, because we are practicing federalism. We're not a republic. I don't understand what this we are arguing like I didn't go to school. But last time I checked, we are practicing federalism, not regional government. If you are practicing regional government, you can do that. No argument about that. But federalism is states. If in the north, they called not today. Hold on, sorry. The north called not today. There are Kanuri people in some Borno and other states. But you don't say Kanuri man from Borno will go contest in Adamawa now. It's not possible now. It does not happen. But this thing happened only in the south, mostly southwest, mostly in Lagos only.
I don't see how it troubles. I mean, it kills anything. If the people want you to be, so be it.
That's a different ball. Yes, that's the different ball. That's democracy, federalism. If anybody decides to
the fact of the matter is what we do in the Southwest. You can't say it affect you.
Wait. Yes, Mike, listen. This is what I'm saying. If people want to vote you in Lagos and you are from Ghana, so be it. But you're imposing people on them to vote because hold on now, please let me land. I make my point. You're imposing the person like this person from Ghana because Yoruba is in Ghana, so you can come contest in Lagos.
It's not in Nigeria. That's different. That's different. If it's not Nigerian citizen, of course, that would be illegal.
Okay, let me use Osun State now. If it's because of Lagos, the party will not impose them on the people. You must vote for him.
No. The way we Yorubas, hold on. The way Yorubas, where we see ourselves, we don't see ourselves more of. You are from. It's something. If a Yoruba person, like let's say, your parents are from, or your family is from Osun, and you are born and raised in Oyo, right? We don't see you as a foreigner. You are not your person. That are your people there. Almost, you understand? That's the way we are. We've been migrating among ourselves for years. Almost every year.
Man, can I ask you a simple question? We don't have to go too far. Why is it ever since state system has started, even a regional system, why that Somebody from Ondo has not come to become a councillor in Osun State because we're all Yorubas.
You can do it if you grew up
Why
there.
I said why is it not? I said cannot. I don't say cannot or not cannot. Why is it not? Why has it not happened ever since?
I don't know if it's happened or not. Maybe it has.
No. You see,
How do
it has
you
not
know?
happened.
How do you know that
record.
the councillor there didn't grow up in Osun?
No. My see, this one. If you do me to me, you
okay. Do you know that Shore is from Oyo?
No, Mike. If I do this to you, you say I'm difficult to argue with. Shore came from his ancestry is from Ondo State in Ilaje, and he's contested from that space. From Ilaje area of Ondo.
No. He said himself. His ancestors moved from Oyo to that area. Ondo State. He said it now. That's what he said.
He said it, but he's contesting. He's not contesting Oyo. He's contesting Ondo State. It did not go to Oyo.
That's what I'm saying. So he's originally from Oyo. He's lineage.
No, Mike. Sorry now, please now. You yourself, maybe your grandfather came from somewhere far, maybe Akwara now is in Osun. We not say because he came from Osun 500 years ago or 600 years ago.
No, 500 years, just even one generation away. You grew up there. That's the way we do this. Maybe you guys do differently.
No. This is not a healthy. This is not a healthy conversation because it has not happened in other place. In Ibadan, there.
No, everyone do things differently.
No.
But the bottom line is why does the way we do things in Yoruba always bother you guys?
We not say listen, Mike. No, it does not bother anybody.
It does. I will see Southeastern man, South South, all the Yorubas. We've left you guys alone. You guys see beef with us, and we ask you what's the problem. You start saying Oluwo.
Mike, stop this narrative. When we talk about what happened in the past, we like to talk about what happened in the past. If you cannot
in the present, there's so much animosity that comes from South and Southeast towards the Southwest.
Mike, listen. Whatever you feel somebody's having against you, you must find out what happened. Somebody slapped me, they cry. If somebody cry,
we ask you, you listen
now. Person they cry, and you ask why they cry. Say he slapped me. You ask why you slap him. You settle it from there. You are angry that Oluwo did it. Is there anybody? But it wasn't the premier.
Oluwo did it, bros.
Hold on. In the past, I didn't say now.
Okay. Whatever Oluwo did in the past, hold on. Whatever Oluwo so-called what you guys accuse Oluwo was doing in the past has nothing to do with where you're landing today, where you land yourself.
Nobody's landing. You that is landing now here. That's your own narrative you don't get. Nobody. I'm telling you that nobody has anything against you, but you feel somebody has something against you.
They do. Your region
No. You cannot impose your opinion on me. It's wrong, Mike.
It's a fact.
Mike.
We know the east we feeling from people. So maybe you as an individual don't.
No,
we know the east we get from the south and the southeast.
No, it's gone. Which part do you have, Mike? South just hate Yorubas. It's funny now. This hate speech now. Don't do that now.
You guys gang with the Southeast to come after us all the time, and we know that. So
Mike, let me tell you,
the Southwest, we are at the point where we feel like the North is even more of our friend.
Let me tell you something.
Even me at this point, I see North Anna as more of my friend.
Let me tell you something, Mike. You guys saying in politics you build bridges, and you are accusing of Biden that they are looking for handouts. But with your narrative now, you feel no. Your narrative now, you are feeling Sasa must align with you.
We didn't say it was aligned.
No. Wait now. When you talk now, I listen. Now I'm talking to you now. You are not. You are accusing people that they hate you when you have not built bridges. You've never gone to them to say that they really hate you. You don't want them to align with you. And this narrative come up when there's an election. Only politics. After that, you don't see such things.
No, it's not even this election. It's always been before even this election.
I have a question for War Peace, Mike. I have a question.
Okay, I'm listening.
So, the current system that we have, almost everybody is complaining about the system, even the federal system of government that you speak of. So, don't you think that if a region says, like the way Yoruba says, we are okay with our nephews, our cousins moving up and down, running for office, for us is okay. So shouldn't we incorporate what those people want into the constitution, as opposed to just saying that we don't give a damn, this is federal system of government, it is what it is, as opposed to recognizing those peculiarities of what those regions, what they want for their own people and their own region, as opposed to imposing the very thing that everybody is complaining of? Shouldn't we at least recognize those peculiarities as opposed to shying away from it?
Sorry, I don't understand your question. Sorry.
No.
To recognize.
Okay, let me rephrase. There are peculiarities to regions in Nigeria. Some regions in Nigeria want to pass Sharia law, right? That is what if the people there say we are going to vote and they vote for Sharia law in their region, the law, I believe, should respect that. In the Southwest, if we don't mind, if our cousins from, like we from Egba now, we are actually from Oyo, historically, okay? So if we then say they are part of us, they are our cousins, we don't mind them running for office in our own region, that should be respected because we should be able to vote for that. We cannot say because it's a federal system of government and ignore those peculiarities or the wishes of those people. Shouldn't the law recognize the wishes of those regions and incorporate that as opposed to imposing this current system of government on everybody?
Thank you for the question. I think the question answered himself, and I think what Mike was going back and forth for. If we are present federal system of government right now, we have state, unfortunately. And if anybody want to vote an Egba man in Oyo, you are free because you don't stop them. People don't even understand the constitution because they don't stop anybody not to vote anywhere. If people decide to vote for you, that Egba man, you have the right to come up, take ticket and run, fine. But what we are saying when it comes to this argument right now, when people are showing the goalposts like, oh, okay, in Lagos, I can come contest in Lagos because it's Yoruba land. Then the question now reversed: why people from Lagos not going to Ife, Ibadan, Ekiti, Ondo, or should to go and do the same? The question is no. From same. Hold on now.
I just gave you an example.
Hold on now. No. I got your example.
Hold on. Let me finish. Yayi was a senator in Lagos, and now he's senator in Ogun State. And the reason why he won is because Awori in Lagos and Awori in Lagos, there's no difference. So
listen, Yayi is from Ogun State. Go and check his. Hold on. Go and check this thing now.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. The reason why he won and they voted for him because to them is their son. There's no difference between him in Lagos and him in Ogun. And that is the popularity I'm talking about. It's very unique to Yoruba people. And that has to be respected.
No, listen. I get your point. But you are using, this is a case of knowing the truth and playing with it and tell a lie. Yayi resume, go and check it. He's a senator now. He's from Ogun State. He's resident from Ogun State. I'm not saying it. I'm not making it up.
You don't.
His state of origin is Ogun State. Hold on now. His state of origin. Hold on now. Hold on, Mike. Hold on. Remy, hold on, please.
It's the point.
Wait now. Wait now. We'll get to that. His state of residence. His state. Wait now, Babati. His state of residence. His state of origin. Origin is Ogun State, but he won that Lagos. He was first senator in Lagos before he became senator in Ogun. He has the right to contest in Ogun because he's from Ogun. He's not addressing in Ogun. But what we are saying, why can't Lagosian do that same too? Not because I already here, already there. Now, not only that it happened to other guy in Kogi State that once set time senator in Lagos and now he's going to Kogi to run as a governor. The question is, why is that thing that is what's good for the goose is good for the gender? If it is agenda, how they say it, if people from Ogun can come around me, why is it only Lagos? Why is it not happening in Ekiti? Why is it that somebody came from Udo and run in Ekiti? Why is somebody came from Ekiti and run in Ibadan? You don't hear it. Even they have lineage. You don't hear it.
Because you don't hear it doesn't mean they won't allow it. I mean, what the hell are you
what are we not talking about? So what are we not talking about here now? It's democracy. If they allow, it's fine. But don't impose it like it's Yoruba territory, so it can happen. That's my whole argument. If the people allow, it's fine. You cannot challenge the law about that. Of course, this guy that won in that area in VI, that Aja, is from just Nauchi, the House of Rep that beat this Baki W. People voted for him.
One is a protest vote. On normal day,
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're just making a point. Hold on now. It doesn't matter. We're making a point. People voted for him. Listen now. Listen, Remy now. Remy, listen, please. People voted for him because they like him or they don't like the next person. That was just the point. Now, if you want to go bad region, listen, why I'm saying that. If you want to go a bad region, that guy will not have a chance to have a ticket because that is not used his region. That's the point I'm making. But that can happen in Lagos. But it cannot happen in the rest 35 states. And the question is why? So I'm not fighting anybody. If you don't come up for leave Oshun and go and vote in Ekiti, that's not my problem.
I see this conversation a little bit one way because at the end of the day, it's just a social conversation to make a lot of clarity. What you are saying, Lagos is more cosmopolitan, I'm sorry, is more modern. And what happened in that election, especially against that guy that lost, that PDP guy, it was because the majority of people were just voting for Labour that day in that area because of Obi, and they did not even check who. Everything just Labour. They even forgot that they have another candidate in another party that they really like. But unfortunately for that guy now, they are going to have